This is a Buffalo Bills 30-year franchise. Let's see what we have to work with. Drew Bledsoe is our starting quarterback, Lossman sitting behind him. The plan is to see how much Drew Bledsoe has left in the tank, then we'll figure out what to do with Lossman. At running back, we have Henry and McGahee. If McGahee improves next year, we'll move on from Henry since he'll be on the final year of his contract. The team has a pretty solid wide receivers unit. Their best offensive weapon is Eric Moulds. Then they have Lee Evans, who's a rookie. Both Reed and Shaw are good third and fourth options. Mark Campbell leads the tight ends, but I'm not expecting any of them to take reps from the receivers. At center, we have Teague, who will be starting. Not much depth behind him. Same at guard. Villarreal and Sullivan will be the starters. Tucker being depth. Sullivan will be out for the first 4 weeks. We're already thin at that spot. Our tackles aren't much better. Williams is the best offensive lineman on the team. The starter opposite of him will be Jennings, and the depth behind him is terrible. We have a lot of defensive tackles. Besides Williams and Adams, they're not great. I could trade Williams away, but I want to see how well this team does without me changing too much this year. Defensive end Schobel will be the starter, but I'm opting to start the younger player Kelsey. I will be looking to upgrade this position in the offseason. Our second elite player, Takeo Spikes at outside linebacker. Posey opposite of him, but there's not much depth after that. Another elite player, London Fletcher at inside linebacker, and another position that has bad depth. Troy Vincent and Nate Clements anchor down the boundaries. Behind them is a question mark with McGee and Thomas. Need a lawyer? Call Malloy. Best defense money can buy. We're paying him a lot, but he's worth it. Even with Prelo starting at free safety, the secondary is the biggest strength, but I will look to upgrade this in the offseason. The kicker is Ryan Lindell. The punter is the only man to ever get jacked up in the Pro Bowl. Also, Mike Mularkey is a first-time coach. By the end of the 30 seasons, we should have our exact record here. I did release a few players. Antonio Brown, not that Brown, is 39 overall. Mr. Big Chest is Mr. B Cut. The other player I released was John Dorbos. Now let's simulate the season. Finished the year with a winning record, but it wasn't enough to get into the wild card, though on the bright side, it looks like Drew Bledsoe had one of his best seasons in his career. Henry had an injury and McGahee took over. Neither of them look good in the stat sheet. Eric Moulds is elite for a reason. Had over 1,100 yards and 11 touchdowns. Evans and Reed over 700 each. Takeo led the team in tackles. Very solid season. The sacks were distributed evenly among the entire defense. Malloy led the team in interceptions. Behind him was Clements. Also, Ryan Lundell, not very good. New England takes our wild card spot against Miami. That could have been us upsetting them. Now they take on the number 1 seed Chiefs. You love to see it. Can Baltimore take it all the way? Nope, and they can't blame Lee Evans. This is a dream match for Meal versus Martz, and Martz comes out on top. There's no retirement, only expired contracts. We'll go straight to the re-signings. Travis Brown, third string quarterback, he gone. Jonas Jennings, starting tackle, don't have depth behind him. He's coming back. Pat Williams, up there in age, but still solid. He's coming back. Aaron Schobel, one of the building blocks of this defense, he's coming back. Dominique Stevenson, how did he get 5 tackles and an interception playing 0 games? He gone. Izell Reese saw little action, he gone. Moving on to free agency, and someone caught my eye. Chad Pennington. We have Bledsoe, but imagine, I did want a tackle. Derek was available. He could be a good stopgap. I was also interested in Adewale Angun. He was too expensive. I did make an offer, but we wouldn't have enough cap after signing D's nuts. The draft is around the corner, and Mel has us selecting a defensive end, which we do need. For those unaware, the mock draft is exactly how the first round goes, and the only positions selected are quarterbacks, running backs, tackles, and defensive ends. In case you're wondering why I only select those 4 positions in the first round. I did end up drafting Wilbur Willis. He'll be competing for the starting job. Other notable draft picks: 2nd round, Blake Daniel. You knew I was drafting a corner. 3rd round, Van Powell. This is to replace Reese. 4th round, Al Burton, center. He'll compete for the starting job. 5th round, Stanley McGee, and he'll have a chance to compete at defensive tackle. In the 7th round, Pablo Sandoval. How he lasted this long is beyond me. While we're at it, the 6th round pick to replace Travis Brown. I was over the cap by $3.5 million. I made some cuts. Bernard Robinson, backup tackle, he gone. Tim Uhas, more like Tim you gone. Oliver Gibson, pushed out by the rookie, he gone. Justin Bannon, we're crowded at defensive tackle, he gone. Keith McKenzie, rookie pushes him out, he gone. Coy Wire, Sandoval pushed him out, traded him to New Orleans for a 4th. Then I traded Ben Sobieski, packaged him with a 4th for the Chiefs' 3rd. Then I traded Ron Edwards, packaged him with the other 4th for the Bears' 3rd. We're now under the cap and we're going to have another year of Bledsoe. Henry had a slight regression while McGahee improved. I might trade away Henry. Moulds had a slight regression. Evans, Sean, Reed improved. Campbell is the tight end. The rookie Al Burton has become the starting center. Sullivan and Villarreal are the guards. Need to upgrade this position. Deese regressed, but I expected that. Jennings is the insurance. Williams and Adams both regressed, pushing McGee into the starting role. Another rookie, Willis, will be starting opposite of Schobel. We need depth at outside linebacker. Spikes and Posey are the starters. Fletcher had a slight regression at inside linebacker. Vincent dropped hard at cornerback. That's why I drafted Daniel. Sandoval is injured, but Malloy was always the starter. I decided to start Powell over Prelo. That's 5 out of 7 rookies getting playtime. Remember, I said I might trade Henry. I'm trading him to Oakland. I want Troy Hambrick in return. I also had them throw in Napoleon Harris. I gave them our backup Angelo Crowell. I also added Terrence McGee because I wanted Nnamdi Asomugha. We'll see if the trade was worth it. McGahee is the starter. Hambrick the change of pace back. If Harris can improve, I might move on from Fletcher. With Vincent's regression, I wanted insurance with Asomugha. Let's simulate the season. Started the year 8-3, finished 10-6. It was enough to earn our first playoff berth as the number 6 seed. I see why we collapsed. Look at all these injuries. It didn't help that Drew Bledsoe had a mediocre season. McGahee went off, and of course he's going to miss the playoffs. Hambrick will now be the lead back. Moulds led the team in receiving, just short of 1,000 yards. It was a down year by the entire receiving group. Lawyer Malloy led the team in tackles and interceptions. Heck, he even won Defensive Player of the Year. The rookie Wilbur Willis led the team in sacks. The sacks weren't as evenly distributed this season. Besides Malloy, nobody else had more than 2 interceptions. Also, Ryan Lundell had a better year. We do need a running back, and I wanted Avion K-Sound, but I ended up signing Derek Ward. He was affordable. The difficulty for the gameplay portion will be set to all pro for now. Let's begin. The Buffalo Bills have had 2 winning seasons in back-to-back years, going 9-7 and 10-6 after a strong 8-3 start. Injuries depleted this team and they fell backwards into the playoffs. Can they overcome the odds and beat the Steelers here in the wild card in Heinz Field? Let's find out. We go to Pittsburgh's first drive. Big Ben in the pocket throws and has burst for a 1st on 3rd. Another 3rd down on the drive, needing 6. Big Ben lofts one to the left and Hines Ward comes down with it. That puts them at the 35. 1-step drop quickly to Burris for a gain of 7. The following play, they come out in a single back set with All Day finds Burris over the middle for another 1st. The final minute of the quarter and Takeo Spikes is all over the pitch. Now set up this 3rd and long. Roethlisberger in the shotgun going deep to the end zone, and lucky it fell incomplete. That brings out Reed for this 36-yard kick and the first points in the game. Late in the 2nd quarter, Steelers have it again. Big Ben going deep and it's picked off by Thomas. Brought down at midfield. First play after the turnover. Bledsoe with time. Throws. Finds Moulds. Has the first towards the sideline out at the 24. A play later, quarter, second down, Bledsoe running out of time, throws, caught, Molds with another reception. They'll set up 3rd and 4, they hand it off to Hambrick and he gets the first. The following play, they only rush 3 defenders, Bledsoe on a rope to Molds for 7 yards. It's now 3rd and 3, they go to Hambrick and he's stuffed at the line. That brings out Lindell for a 23-yarder to tie it at 3. We now start the second half, and the first play, Bledsoe is picked off. That sets up Pittsburgh at the 25, and on 3rd and 11, Roethlisberger to Ward for the first touchdown in the game to give them a 10-3 lead. Later in the third, Steelers have it again in Buffalo territory, and Ferguson makes the catch on 3rd down. The following play, Roethlisberger quick drop throws and can't connect, but a PI on the defense gives them a new set of downs. That puts them at the 26. Roethlisberger throws Burris on the comeback for 9 yards. They're now inside the red zone, 2nd and 1. Norman gets the first. From the 14, Buffalo brings a blitz, gets it to Randall L, who made the rookie look silly out there. They now have a 17-3 lead. We go to the 4th quarter. Buffalo needs a stop, can't on 3rd and 2. It's now 3rd and 5, just over 2 minutes left in the game. Norman takes it outside, they can't get him. 2 missed tackles, finally pushed out. Another 3rd down, they can't give up another first. Can they? Can they? Can they? They don't. Buffalo has a chance to make it a 1-score game. Reed with a catch for the first. The following play, Bledsoe drops back, throws, and it's picked off by Palomalu. And that's going to end it. The injuries may have been too much for Buffalo to handle, couldn't get much on the ground without McGahee, and couldn't stop the passing game without Vincent. This will be a season they look back and wonder what could have been. Had they won, they would have been facing New England. Kansas City is looking to return to the Super Bowl. Is there going to be a Super Bowl rematch? No, but the Chiefs are back for the 2nd time. They'll be facing the Minnesota Vikings for the 2nd straight year. The Chiefs will lose in the Super Bowl. We're now in year 3 with a few big retirements. Troy Vincent is retiring. His rating dropped and he missed the playoffs. This happened sooner than I thought. But Dece Nuts is retiring. Villarreal is the most surprising retirement. On to the re-signings. We have a lot of cap space thanks to the retirements. JP Lossman, he's currently the backup. He's coming back. Derek Ward was signed for the playoffs. He gone. Mr. Burns, backup fullback, had some play time, but he gone. Sam Aiken is, he's not very good. He gone. Josh Reed, solid number 3. He's coming back. Bobby Shaw's numbers have declined each year. He gone. Trey Teague, a backup center. I like good depth. He's coming back. Dylan McFarland, backup tackle. He's bad depth. He gone. Pat Williams has regressed. I think he'll continue to regress. He gone. Nate Clements, no brainer. He's coming back. Pearson Prelo is the final player. Good depth. He's coming back. Off to free agency. I had my eye on Will Allen to replace Vincent. I also wanted Derek Mason, but neither of the two wanted to sign here. I decided to go for someone reasonable, Max Starks. Fine, I'll just go to the draft. Jeez. Mel Kiper has us picking up a running back, but interestingly, there's no quarterbacks predicted to go in the first. Even though I scouted all these players, I decided I'm going to walk with Elias Phelps. Gang, I think we found our franchise quarterback. The running back went a spot later to Pittsburgh. In the 2nd round, we drafted a guard to replace Villarreal. We had 3 third-round picks. The first one being an inside linebacker. Our second third-round pick, we needed depth at outside linebacker. The final third-round pick, we got ourselves a tight end. In the 5th, I took the best player available. It was a center. I did draft a defensive tackle in the 6th. The final pick was another outside linebacker. Before we look at the roster, I did re-sign Derek Ward. Also, nobody picked up Starks, so I did. Bledsoe has regressed. It's time to walk with Elias. Hambrick will start the first month. McGahee is currently injured, and if you're wondering, Travis Henry's pretty solid in Oakland. Moulds is no longer elite, might be time to move on from him. Reed also regressed. Richardson will be our second rookie starting. I should have never re-signed Teague. We have our third rookie starting. Jacobs at guard. At tackle, Jennings regressed. Wasn't expecting that. McGee leads at defensive tackle. Adams regressed, forcing our fourth rookie to start. Kelsey regressed at defensive end. Schobel has hit his ceiling. We have better depth at outside linebacker. Hansen is the fifth rookie to start. Fletcher is in the final year of his contract. Martinez had a huge improvement. Cornerback is questionable. Daniel improved, but not Asamoah. A decision to make at strong safety next year. Powell will continue to start at free safety. With the improvement of Martinez, I'm trading Fletcher. I went to the Raiders for Barry Sims to help our offensive line. I also wanted their receiver, Trevor Reed. I added Jonathan Smith and a 5th round pick. They included a second, and it was a deal. Bledsoe's next up to trade. I wanted a corner to help our young blood. Sean Springs was that guy. Bledsoe had little value, had to swap a 4th and a 5th in the trade. I also traded away Eric Moulds. We're blowing up the team. I went back to Denver for Melvin Jackson. I also got a future 5th. Very little value for Moulds. I did sign some more players. Derek Dockery for depth. Greg Jones because of the injuries. I also signed injured rookie Steve Hughes. Our receivers group is much younger now. Sims makes our line good enough to keep our rookie upright. Martinez will be the 6th rookie to start. We traded for Springs, but Daniels will be starting. Now let's simulate the season. Started the year 4-1. We finished 7-9. Earned our first losing season, but Elias had a solid season. 24 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, earned offensive rookie of the year. I don't know what happened to the running game. It was McGahee's lowest productive season. On the bright side, Evans can absolutely be the number 1. Jackson and Reed, the traded players, had solid seasons. Takeo Spikes led the team in tackles. Wilbur Willis led the team in sacks. The rookie Gill right behind him. We're wasting Malloy's career. Had a solid season. Spikes and Clements both had 4 interceptions. Travis Henry continues to be good in Oakland. London Fletcher had his best season. It was a good idea to move on from Moulds, and I don't know how Bledsoe had that amazing first year. The wild card is here. Both wild card teams in the AFC move on. Can they do it again? Nope, they can't. Anyone else getting tired of seeing the Chiefs? That's much better. Who will be the 3rd team to win the Super Bowl? The Indianapolis Colts take home the Lombardi. We have more retirements this year. Wasn't expecting Sean to retire. Damon Shelton, fullback, is also retiring. On to the resignings. I am Cornelius, 6th round pick, 3rd string quarterback. He gone. Lee Evans popped off in his contract year. He's coming back. Trevor Reed came from the Oakland trade. He's coming back. Mark Campbell, the backup tight end, he gone. Marquez Sullivan is a solid guard but wanted a lot of money. He gone. Doesn't hurt that Dockery's a pretty decent replacement. Ross Tucker, backup tackle, come on. He gone. Sam Adams, he'll continue to regress. He gone. Chris Kelsey had that one good year. He gone. Jeff Posey, solid linebacker, was a backup this past season. He gone. Kevin Thomas did nothing this year. He gone. Lawyer Malloy has been a dominant player, but Sandoval, a 7th round pick with a lot of potential, he's coming back. Ryan Lindell is mediocre. He gone. You know, we'll have 18 million in cap. Malloy's coming back. Off to free agency, and I skipped. The mock draft this year has us taking a tackle, then I accidentally went into my crib. I forgot that happens. Back to the draft, and I did select that tackle. Christopher Poole is pretty solid, but not great. With the second round pick from the Raiders trade, I selected a corner. With our original second round pick, I selected a guard. We got a solid defensive tackle in the third. I did sign some free agents. Sean Brock at fullback. I also signed Jason Elam because I forgot to fill these spots. We go into year 2 in our walk with Elias at quarterback, McGahee at running back. Hambrick has been a pleasant surprise. The receiving core is set for a few years. Trevor Reed out for 2 weeks. Richardson on a contract year. My wallet is hurting. We have a decision to make with Burden or Boyd at center. The rookie Mathis has become a Chad while Jacobs is out for the first month. Williams and Sims will start at tackle. Poole will sit and learn. McGee leads at defensive tackle. Gill deserves a chance, but the rookie will start ahead of him. Schobel and Willis continue to start at defensive end. Is Spikes improving? Hansen is opposite of him. McCarthy, a 5th round pick, solid depth. Harris isn't the future, but Martinez sure looks like it. Clements continues to lead. Hart and Daniel right behind. Asamoah struggling. The plan is for Malloy to finish this contract, then Sandoval takes over. We might have to move on from Powell. I did decide to trade Boyd. We needed a backup guard. Larry Allen can do that. Cowboys also threw in a second in the trade. Anyone who's curious, I have not changed the game plan at all. Now, let's simulate the season. Started 9-3 for the second time. We finished 10-6 again. For the second time. It was enough to earn our second playoff berth and our first division title. We did have a few injuries. McGee is one of the best run stuffers on the line. Willis, our best pass rusher, who was having a phenomenal year. Looks like Phelps' second year went swimmingly, much more accurate. Every year that McGahee goes over 1,300, we make the playoffs. He earned the rushing title this season. Hambrick wasn't too bad either. This year, the ball was spread out evenly. We had 4 players with over 90 tackles. Lawyer Malloy led the group, had a pretty good season. Takeo Spikes tied in sacks with 6, which makes it even more impressive the year Willis had. Martinez was also really good. Tyler Gill must have steel piped McGee's lung to get some playtime. Ryan Denny replaced the injured Willis. Nate Clement was second in interceptions. Jason Elam pretty darn good. Drew Bledsoe is now the backup in Jacksonville. The city's so nice they named it Jacksonville. Henry is now regressing in Oakland. Fletcher continues his tremendous career there. Eric Moulds is now past his prime. Before our playoff game, I did sign Derek Burgess as a backup. Also, Randy Moss was a free agent. What the heck? The Buffalo Bills are back in the playoffs after a hiatus last season. Their quarterback Phelps has led the team back into the wild card, and the fans here are walking with him. They did have another late season collapse, but with only 2 injuries on defense. Will they be healthy enough to earn their first playoff win here today? We start on the first drive for New England. A handoff to Dillon, who drags defenders for a gain of 6. A play later, 3rd and 3, Brady fits this into a tight window to get across midfield. Same drive, 3rd down, 3-man rush, and Brady finds Branch again inside the 20, down at the 14. That puts them inside the red zone. Brady quickly to Branch to get them inside the 5. 2nd down, Dillon takes it out wide, tries to drag defenders across the goal line, but they don't give it to him. 3rd and a note card. Dillon plows his way in to give New England the first score and lead. New England would have it again towards the end of the first. Under pressure and picked off by Lawyer Malloy, Buffalo wouldn't be able to capitalize off the turnover, though they would get it again in the final 2 minutes of the half. Evans with a catch across midfield. Another 3rd down on the drive. Phelps throws and it's picked off. I don't know what he saw there. That's how the first half would end. New England would start the second half. Brady with time throws, finds Moss, not that Moss, for a big gain. A few plays later, 3rd down, Brady to Branch on the quick slant to get across midfield. Another 3rd down on the drive. Brady in the pocket throws and it's picked picked off by Nnamdi Asomugha. Looks like he was useful after all. After the interception, 3rd and 7 for the Bills. Phelps down the middle, Reed with the catch at the 35. This is the closest the Bills have been to scoring range. Down the middle again, Evans with the catch in the 1st. A play later, they're now inside the red zone. Phelps throws, Jackson with the catch inside the 10. 1st and goal, they give it to McGahee, finds a hole inside the 5. It's the start of the 4th, they go to McGahee and he's stuffed behind the line. 3rd and goal to tie it, Phelps to the end zone and incomplete. Instead of going for it, they kick the field goal with plenty of time in the quarter. They now need to force New England to a 3 and out. On 2nd down, Brady finds Branch for a big gain, but at a cost. Branch is now injured for the rest of the game. They have another 3rd down on the drive. Brady throws and it's incomplete with 3 minutes to go. So you're telling me there's a chance. 2nd down, Phelps to Evans on the quick slant. 3rd and 1, they do a draw, McGahee fighting and gets just enough. We're at the 2-minute warning across midfield. McGahee drags the defender. Another 3rd and 1 on the drive. McGahee gets the carry and the 1st. From the 37 in the shotgun, Phelps drops back, throws, Evans makes the catch near the 20. Just over a minute left in the game and the right tackle doesn't even block, he's sacked. It's 2nd and 15, they decide to run it. McGahee barely gets 2 on the carry. It's now 3rd and 13, pressure up the middle and they tip the pass, incomplete. This will be the game-defining play. Phelps to the flat, and that's what you call with the game on the line? The New England Patriots will come away with a win after that abysmal final drive. The Bills still haven't scored a touchdown in the playoffs, and this was with home field advantage on their side. That means they'll miss out on a divisional matchup against the Browns. We won't see Kansas City in the conference. Can the Browns go all the way? They might go all the way. Who will be the new Super Bowl champions? How did the Browns rebuild so quickly? Well, that explains it. Going into year 5, no retirements, on to the resignings. Willis McGahee had his best year on a contract year, he's coming back. Henry Richardson, playmaking tight end, he's coming back. Al Burton, starting center, he's a lot of money, I need time. Larry Allen, surprised he didn't retire, he gone. Mike Williams, solid tackle, too expensive, he gone. Derek Burgess, signed for the playoffs, he gone. Ryan Denny's is for winners, we're not winners, he gone. Peters Hansen, starting outside linebacker, he's coming back. Boyd Reyes, depth behind Hansen, cheap too, he's coming back. Napoleon Harris could be good depth, he's coming back. Blake Daniel, never really improved, he gone. Van Powell hit his ceiling, he gone. Back to Burden, I hope he's worth it, he's coming back. Off to free agency and I skipped. Mel's mock has us drafting a defensive end. I drafted a defensive end, mainly because Schobel might be gone after the season. With our 2nd from the Raiders, I drafted to replace Daniel. With our original 2nd, went receiver to eventually replace Josh Reed. Reached out on a free safety in the 3rd, went fullback in the 4th, strong safety in the 5th, and drafted a kicker in the 6th. We're now $3 million over the cap, so I released Derek Ward. After I realized I didn't have any other small cuts to make, I traded to KO Spikes. I sent him to Arizona for their 2nd round pick. This will be the 3rd year we walk with Elias. Are we now seeing the fall of McGahee? Evans regressed, Jackson improved, Pearson will get significant playtime. We have our 1st drafted elite player in Richardson, our 2nd in Alberta, Canada. Mathis is gonna cost a penny or two, Jacobs lingering behind. Sims and Poole will be the starting tackles, McGee and Hudson makes the interior defensive line strong. Schobel has topped off, I'll let the young guys play. Hansen has not improved much, depth behind him is okay. Surprise development, Harris is in the 80s, still not starting. The corners are beginning to look scary with Hart and Graves. Our final year we will have a lawyer on call. I thought I could have drafted a free safety. I can't. Also, update on Takeo, he got traded to San Diego. I did decide to trade Schobel, traded him to Pittsburgh for outside linebacker Ian Long. I also gave up a 4th for their second round pick. Then I brought back Derek Burgess. Now, let's simulate the season. Started 8-3, finished 9-7. We love to collapse. Earned our 3rd playoff berth, 2nd division title. We will be without 3 starters on defense in the wild card. I don't look so silly bringing back Harris now. I think Phelps is who he is, someone who won't win you games. When McGahee go 1300, we go playoff. The running game was not as good this year. Melvin Jackson led the team in receiving yards. Lee Evans was right behind him, nobody else over 400. Malloy led the team in tackles, Hansen behind him. Ian Long wasn't as impactful compared to Takeo Spikes. Wilbur Willis led in sacks. We don't need Schobel. Well, maybe we should have kept Schobel. The rookie, not nearly as good. McGee was the only other player with 5 sacks. Lawyer Malloy going out on a high note, led in interceptions. Graves was the only player with more than 2. Bledsoe still in Jacksonville. The city so nice they named it Jacksonville. Henry put up another 1,000 yards. Molds has completely fallen apart. Fletcher is still solid. Powell was as good as he was here. His replacement? About the same. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go straight to the wild card. The Buffalo Bills have made it back to the playoffs in back-to-back seasons with Elias Phelps at quarterback. Another late season collapse forced them to fall backwards into the playoffs. Before we start this game, it is on an emulator. There is a weird glitch with the snow. Hopefully I can fix it in the future, but as of this recording, I have not. We start on the very first play of the game. Herrera is picked off by Hansen and he gives Buffalo their first touchdown in 3 playoff appearances. We skip to later in the first. Buffalo still with the lead. Phelps finds Evans all by himself across midfield. He has one guy to beat inside the 30, the 20, and Demps barely makes the touchdown saving tackle. It's now 3rd down inside the 10. Phelps to the end zone. Evans can't hold on to it. That forces Jason Elam out, and this kick doink in. He almost missed the chip shot. Can Baltimore bounce back in the second quarter? Herrera down the middle to Taylor for a big gain. The following play, Buffalo brings a blitz, picked up well. Herrera finds Taylor again to get into Buffalo territory. Same drive, 3rd down, roll out to the left, back across his body, and it's picked off by Malloy. He went full Brett Favre on that one. Buffalo unable to do anything with it, giving it back to Baltimore. Darling with the catch for a first. From the 35, they hand it off to Lewis, who powers through for a gain of 6. Right before the 2-minute warning, pitch, Lewis right side and fights for the first. Near midfield, 2nd down, Herrera throws and it's picked off by Napoleon Harris. It's the 3rd interception by the defense down the sideline, and Buffalo is now up 17-0. Can Baltimore cut this lead back down before the half? Lewis tells Cunningham to tuck to the hand, has the first and gets near midfield. 2nd down, less than a minute to go in the half. Herrera going deep. Heap makes the catch inside the 40. Working their way into field goal range, Herrera is picked off for the 4th time in the game, and that's how the half would end. We now go to the second half. Baltimore's first drive starts with a PI on defense. That gets them to midfield. A play later, Herrera finds Heap to get him another 1st down. From the 35, after the completion, Herrera finds Heap again. Defender misplayed the ball and gives up an easy 1st. That puts them inside the red zone from the 16, and a tight throw to get them near the sticks. 3rd down, it looks like a sneak. It's a draw. I don't know how they drew that up, but it worked. 1st and goal, needing 2.5. Lewis with a carry and plows his way in for the score. We now go to the start of the 4th. Same score. Herrera goes to his favorite target at midfield. The following play action. Herrera in the pocket throws a duck and it comes down perfectly into Darling's hands, and he's still going down at the 11. They have a chance to make it a 1-possession game, and it's picked off by Cunningham. He's been picked on all game, and now he picks back. Surprise! The Buffalo offense does nothing, but the Buffalo defense comes up with their 6th interception in the game, and this one would seal the win. The offense scored 3 points, but it doesn't matter because the defense scored 2 touchdowns and tied the record for the most interceptions in a playoff game in this win at home in the snow. They finally got their first playoff win last week, but their defense did most of the heavy lifting. Buffalo still hasn't had an offensive touchdown in 3 playoff games. Can they get one here in Jacksonville? The city so nice they named it Jacksonville. It's also a revenge game. I use that term lightly for Drew Bledsoe, who is the backup quarterback for the Jaguars. Let's begin this divisional round matchup. We go to late in the first, Buffalo's ball, Phelps to Richardson to get across midfield. A play later, they do a draw, Hambrick filling in for the mysteriously missing McGahee. That brings up 3rd and 2, Phelps throws over a wide open Richardson, forcing Jason Elam to attempt a 49-yarder. Barely made a chip shot last week, and he barely misses a long one here. We skip to the second quarter, still scoreless, Phelps down the middle to Reed for a first. Near their own 40, Phelps drops back, throws, and it's snatched out of the air by Sheldon Brown. Jacksonville would do nothing with the turnover. We move to the final 2 minutes of the half, and there he goes, through the hole, has the first, being chased by Cunningham, past the 40 and tackled near midfield. From their own 47, Leftwich steps up in the pocket, throws, but batted away. No, they're letting it play out. Buffalo recovers. A play later after the turnover, in good position for some points, and it's picked off by Sheldon Brown again. That's how the first half would end. We're now in the third, Buffalo's ball, Phelps squeezes that into Jackson near the first. Needing an inch, they pitch to Hambrick, cuts back up, he finds some space, and you can't help but think McGahee would have broke that one all the way. From the 32, Phelps decides to take off with it, gains 5 on the scramble. From the 28-yard line, Phelps throws, Evans in stride, they're not going to catch him. That's Buffalo's first offensive touchdown in the playoffs. In the final seconds of the third, Jacksonville trying to put something together. Sherman with the catch gets the first. We're now on the fourth, same drive, Sherman with 4 on the carry. 3rd and 4, quick drop, throws, caught, dropped, intercepted? They're calling it a fumble, but I'm not so sure. Yeah, even if he didn't have possession, that ball never hit the ground. Buffalo did nothing, giving it back to Jacksonville. Leftwich finds Reggie Williams for a big play. 2 minutes left in the game. Leftwich quickly to Williams to get across midfield. They're moving it now. Leftwich in the pocket, down the middle. Williams again to get to the red zone. There's 49 seconds left. 3rd down. Leftwich dumps it to Sherman. Fights near the first, but short. 4th and 1, game comes down to this, and Sherman easily gets the first. They're now inside the 10. Buffalo brings a blitz and knocks down the pass. 20 seconds left, another blitz, throws, and almost picked off by Asamoah. 3rd down from the 8. Leftwich to the end zone, a floater, and Edwards comes down with it in the final seconds to tie the game at 7. You know what that means. We're going to overtime, folks. Jacksonville did get the ball first, but went 3 and out, punting it to Buffalo, who will have great field position to work with. Asamoah brings it to midfield. On 1st down, they hand it to Hambrick, who is stuffed for 2 yards on the carry. 2nd down, Phelps, quick drop, throws, Pearson with the catch. 3rd down, needing 3, they go back to Hambrick, got 2 earlier, can barely get 1. They were in perfect position to get a field goal, even though Elam already missed a kick that would have won them the game, and of course they interfere with the punt. Instead of starting at the 11, they're at the 26, and the first play, Leftwich finds Williams for the first. The following play, Leftwich in the pocket, running out of time, and somehow gets that into Keller, goes backwards though. They'll set up 2nd and inches, they go to Sherman, has a hole, gets across midfield, down at the 45. The following play, Leftwich floats one out there, and Williams snatches it out of the air. This defense is just falling apart. Sherman with another big hole has the first. Chased down inside the 10. Not risking it, they bring out the kicker for this 24-yarder, and Jacksonville will be moving on to the AFC Championship game. There's only so much this defense can do. For 8 quarters they were great. They just couldn't do it for a 9th. Doesn't help that they don't have an offense. That means Jacksonville will be taking on Cleveland, who will be returning to the Super Bowl. Before we find out who wins between these two, 49ers have an elite quarterback in Willis. Browns, well, they still have Peyton Manning. Almost like you need an elite quarterback to get here. We now have our first back-to-back champion, the Cleveland Browns. We're now going to year 6. We have a few retirements. Nate Clements, solid corner, wanted $10 million. Nah, he gone. Ryan Newfield, bye. On to re-signings. Greg Jones, solid depth, but he gone. Trey Teague should have never been re-signed. He gone. Chad Mathis, come on, he's coming back. Max Stark, step at tackle, he gone. Stanley the Manly was solid. That's a lot of money. I need time. Ian Long, so long, he gone. Nnamdi Asamawa, never improved, he gone. Lawyer Malloy, this is where we part ways, he gone. Jason Elam, cost us the divisional round, he gone. Back to McGee, and we're going to re-sign him. Off to free agency, I think we're about to do some embezzlement. Favre was relatively cheap, but you gotta be joking me. Why sign there? For the draft, I scouted the 2 best quarterbacks. Why? Because I traded our 1st and 2 seconds for the 2nd pick in the draft. With the number 2 overall pick, we drafted someone to play with the big boys. Look at the adjective. Big Sexy comes to Buffalo. In the 2nd round, I selected a free safety. In the 3rd, I drafted another corner. The last notable player, Merle Davis, in the 5th. Also, Andre Johnson was available after the draft, but for $15 million, I passed. Then he signed with Kansas City for $5. What the heck? It looks like Nash will be the leader of this pack. The news of McGahee's regression may have been exaggerated. It's a bummer we weren't able to sign Johnson to have a true number 1. We still have an elite tight end. Albertan Canada at center. Mathis and Jacobs are the starting guards. Another year with Poole and Sims as the tackles. McGee and Hudson, the defensive tackles. Atkins drastically improved. Could be Willis's final season. Hansen is starting, but Merle will be opposite. Martinez in a contract year. Could be his final season. What happened at corner? Everyone regressed. Hart dropped 14 points. On the bright side, Sandoval is our 4th elite player. I'm looking forward to Ernest at free safety. With that said, I did cut Pearson. I also traded Steve Hughes. I wanted depth at running back. Did a player-for-player trade. I also traded Gill. We need a corner. Went back to Oakland. Don't ask me why I keep trading with them. I included a 5th. Then I shipped off Elias Phelps. Opened the pipeline back to Oakland. Sent a 5th next year and a 4th for their 3rd and true. Now let's simulate the season. Started 10-4. Collapsed, finished 10-6. Again, made the wild card, New England won the division. Well, that explains it. Might as well put our hopes and dreams on the list. I think we found our franchise quarterback for the reals this time. He got snubbed out of Rookie of the Year. Willis McGahee is beginning to slow down, still solid. May need to look into a running back. Melvin Jackson is absolutely turning into a stud. Evans had a decent year. Reed was making big plays. Tommy Martinez had his best season. The rookie Merle was 2nd in tackles, earned Defensive Rookie of the Year. Pablo Sandoval was worth the wait at strong safety. Wilbur Willis led in sacks. He's going to cost so much money. The team was getting to the quarterback this year. Sandoval led in interceptions. Hansen was 2nd. Morrison was 3rd. Phelps isn't a guy who can carry the team. Henry is now a backup in Oakland. Tyler Gill is going to be elite someday. Why wasn't Schobel this good with us? London Fletcher is ring chasing with the Browns. Takeo Spikes still really good. Molds is hanging on to relevancy. Lynn Steele should have not won Rookie of the Year. To fill some of the injuries, I signed Lawrence Price at fullback. Peter Hansen played 1 game before getting injured. Boyd Reyes got injured before the playoffs. Their replacement will be Lionel Mack. No more waiting around, let's go to the wild card. The Buffalo Bills returned for their 3rd straight time in the playoffs, this time with a different play caller at quarterback. The rookie Tyler Nash will be making his playoff debut here in Jacksonville. The city so nice they named it Jacksonville. Let's get it started. We start on the first drive for the Jaguars. Third down, Leftwich finds Williams for the first. Just across midfield, they hand it off to Sherman, has some blockers, taking it out wide, has the first, down the sideline, inside the 20, the 10, and they're not going to get him. The defense gives up a big run for a score. We skip to the second quarter, Buffalo trying to answer back. Nash is picked off by who? Sheldon Brown. Of course. A play later after the turnover, Leftwich with a deep drop back to the end zone, and he only got 1 foot in. Incomplete. Wouldn't be able to convert on third down, forcing a 34-yarder to make it 10-0. Nash's scouting note says he's quick to shake off interceptions. It's easy to shake off the first one when you throw a second. The first play after the turnover, Leftwich in the pocket throws, and it's picked off by Graves. Buffalo would do nothing with it. We skip to the final 2 minutes of the half. McGahee with the carry, gain of 8. It's now 3rd and 2. Nash throws a laser, Jackson with a catch near midfield. From their own 47, play action, Nash going deep left side, Richardson makes the catch, their elite tight end gets him into the red zone. From the 15-yard line, Nash throws to the end zone, and it's picked off for the 3rd time. He tries to angle it to the sideline. The fullback is the only guy who has a chance, picked up off the streets, but Price is streets behind as Grant will take this in to make it 17-0 at halftime. Jacksonville will start the second half with the ball. Leftwich to Keller for the first. The following play, Leftwich has great protection, throws wide open. What's this defense doing? They're now in Buffalo territory. Leftwich to the sideline. Williams with a spectacular catch. Another 3rd down. They run it this time. Sherman doesn't get close. Playing it safe, going for the field goal. It's now 20-0 Jaguars. It's now the 4th quarter. They have to get something going, and this one is almost picked off. 2nd down, short drop, Nash over the middle to no one. 3rd down, spreading out the defense over the middle, and it's incomplete again. They're going for it. Why not? Play action, Nash going deep, and it's picked off by who? Sheldon Brown, of course. It would only lead to a field goal attempt, 44 yards, and he pushes it no good. There's 3 minutes left, Buffalo trying to play for more than just pride, but it's not looking good. 3rd down on the drive, Nash over the middle, and it's caught by Richardson across midfield. Maybe they can build momentum off of this. Maybe this sparks. Why? He threw it right at him. That would pretty much end the game. The rookie threw 5 interceptions, lost 20-0 in his playoff debut. He came in looking like Big Sexy and he left like Pluto Nash. I also noticed a lot of 3-4 in the defense. Maybe a new playbook will help next year. Jacksonville will be taking on the 2-time defending champs. Did we get unlucky playing the best team in the AFC? Is there a way that both AFC teams can lose? I think we're doomed from the start. Jacksonville takes it all the way to the Super Bowl and they fall flat against the Giants. Suckin' nerds. We do have retirements this season. Barry Sims, 4-year starter, surprising, he gone. Adam Trout, a part of the Phelps trade, he gone. Eric Mold off to start his new career in STD sharing. On to the re-signings. Sean Brock, backup fullback, he gone. Lawrence Price, signed for the playoffs, he gone. Trevor Reed has the potential to be a stud, just not here, he gone. Josh Reed bounced back this season, I'll come back to him. Melvin Jackson, not even an argument, he's coming back. Wilbur Willis had his best year, but he wants a fat contract. I'll come back. Lionel Mack signed for the playoffs, he gone. Tommy Martinez earned a new contract, he coming back. Rogelio Graves, decent corner, he coming back. Brian Mormon, it's time to move on, he gone. Back to Reed, bringing him back for 1 year. Willis, that's a fat contract. He's coming back. Off to free agency, I wanted punter Sylvester Mathis. I got into a bidding war. It's not worth it, I skipped. We have the 25th pick in the draft. We also need an offensive tackle. The best player was Nichols, who was projected to go 10th to the Raiders. Of course. I traded our 1st, 2nd, and 6th for it, and I drafted Pete nickels. Our offensive line should be set for years to come. In the third, I drafted a defensive tackle. We have a second third. I drafted an outside linebacker. And the final pick was a fullback. I also brought back Mormon. Nash is elite. I'm sure the Raiders hate us. McGahee has 2 to 3 more seasons in him. We're kind of stacked at fullback. Melvin Jackson leads the receivers. Evans has been underwhelming. Richardson is going to cost so much money. Albertan Canada at center. Another elite player in Mathis. Jacobs the other guard. Tackles are the weakest, but they're the youngest. We have 2 elite defensive tackles, McGee and Hudson. Atkins and Willis have developed nicely. The rookie Clayton will start at outside linebacker with Davis. Tommy Martinez is worth that contract. Hart bounced back to an 82, Hansen and Graves behind him. Sandoval is the rating Malloy was when he started. I'm looking forward to seeing Ernest in the playoffs, Vern. I did make a move for Randy Moss. I traded our first round for him. Pick 32 wouldn't have much value, am I right? Now let's simulate the season. Started 4-4, finished 10-6. We can never get past 10, but it's enough for the playoffs. Oh my word. Nash had an amazing season. He won the MVP, the Randy Moss effect. McGahee had a solid season, but he's slowing down. We didn't run it much this year. Melvin Jackson led in receiving yards and touchdowns. The rookie fullback was second. Randy Moss may not be in his prime, but he still got it. You wouldn't expect 4,000 yards looking at these numbers. Tommy Martinez must have had stem cell treatment. He's been insane. Davis and Clayton were behind him in tackles. Wilbur Willis must have had the same stem cell treatment. I think the PS2 is better than the Xbox in terms of ratings to stats. Pablo Sandoval led in interceptions, but he'll miss the playoffs. Hart had 3 interceptions, Morrison with 2. Lawyer Malloy has fallen off a cliff. Phelps led the Raiders to the playoffs. Henry is off a cliff as well. Gill had a solid season. Schobel has come to reality. Spikes is slowing down. Fletcher proving he can still go. Steele was taking a pick after Nash. Not a bad consolation prize. The Bills will be taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. Remember, the team that signed Andre Johnson for $5 million instead of $15 he wanted with us? He also has a past his prime Dante Culpepper throwing to him. It will also be a revenge game for Nnamdi Asomugha, who is one of their starting corners. Oh, I did change the playbook to the Colts. The last time Nash was in the playoffs, he threw 5 interceptions in a shutout loss to the Jaguars. This year, he's the reigning MVP and only threw 6 interceptions all season. Can he carry over that performance here today? It'll also be a reuniting of Culpepper and Moss. Which of the 2 former teammates comes out on top? We start this one in the second quarter, scoreless game, Buffalo's ball. Nash finds Moss behind the secondary. There's one guy chasing from behind inside the 30, the 20, the 10, brought down at the 5. Following the big play, Nash targeting Asomugha, but Richardson can't hold on. Second and goal, they give it to McGahee, takes it right side, gets skinny, and finds his way into the end zone for the touchdown. We now go to the final 2 minutes of the half. Buffalo's ball, Nash squeezes it to Jackson for a first. They're now in Kansas City territory. McGahee takes it real wide and has the first. Less than a minute to go in the half. Nash throws and Jackson was left wide open and he takes it in for their second offensive touchdown in the game. We now skip to the second half, third quarter. Buffalo has it again and Jackson fumbles it, recovered by the Chiefs. They wouldn't do anything with it, giving it back to Buffalo. Nash to Jackson on the comeback, has the first across midfield, being chased and pushed out inside the 40. From the 37, they give it to McGahee, who has a hole but only gains 5 on the carry. A play later, 3rd and 3, Nash with time finds Jackson and a face mask will put them inside the red zone. We're now in the fourth quarter, same drive, McGahee trying to take it outside, but Asomugha with the tackle. It's now 3rd and 4, guard pulls right into the quarterback, tackled behind the line. Time is running out for Kansas City and this kick will make it 17-0. For anyone curious, this is why I didn't show the entire game. Punt, 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 punt. First play on the Kansas City drive, Culpepper throws it behind the line of scrimmage and it's recovered by Buffalo. 3 minutes left in the game, down by 3 scores. They can't give up a touchdown. It's now 3rd and 2. They go back to McGahee, and a terrible face mask will give them a first. Can Kansas City force them to a field goal? McGahee trying to power through, and he's in. Bills up 24-0. Last drive, Culpepper threw a fumble. This drive, he throws an interception. Austin brings it back to the 26. It would only lead to a field goal, 34 yards, and it's now 27-0. The Chiefs haven't been able to get anything going. Culpepper down the middle, and it's incomplete. It's now 4th down, spreading out the defense. Culpepper throws and can't complete it. Turnover on downs. This too would only lead to a field goal, and it's now 30-0 Buffalo. You would think the game would be over, but Kansas City finally decided to put up a fight. Hamilton with the catch. They rush back to the line, 5 out wide. Culpepper to Johnson, avoids a tackle, has the first, and pushed out by his own guy. It did get him across midfield. Deep drop. Culpepper throws and caught by Hamilton. They're just inside the 30. Culpepper with great protection and somehow fits that to Hamilton for the first. Can Buffalo keep the shutout? Culpepper down the middle, incomplete. 3rd down from the 18 in the shotgun. Culpepper finds Austin again, 2nd pick on the day, and Culpepper is the only one who can get him, and he does, but that would end the game. Nash won his first playoff game here. The offense scored 3 offensive touchdowns. That's how many touchdowns they had in all of their previous playoff appearances combined. Can someone say Super Bowl? The divisional matchup will be against the team that swept the Bills in the regular season, the New York Jets. Can Jason Elam get the ultimate revenge? Also, for some reason, the depth chart changed on its own, and I had to fix it. This is only the 2nd time the Buffalo Bills have been in the divisional round in this series. Last time they lost in an overtime meltdown against the Jaguars. This year, they take on their division rival, the Jets, who will move on to the AFC Championship. We start with a punt from Buffalo. The Jets did sweep the Bills in the regular season, but in the playoffs, records don't matter. Straight back to return the punt, and it's a fumble. Recovered by Hambrick with a barrel roll, being chased down by the T-1000. But he can't get him, and just like that, the Bills take the early 7-0 lead. We skip to the final 2 minutes of the half. McGahee with the handoff finds some room and powers for the first. A play later, it's a draw up the middle, powers for a gain of 5. It's 3rd and 3. Nash quick drop back throws. Moss with a catch in the first. Another 3rd down with just over a minute and a half. Moss with another catch for the first. Moss has 70 yards on the day. Play action Nash to the end zone and somehow gets that to Evans for a touchdown. They're now up 14-0. Half ain't over yet. Pocket is collapsing. Simmons to Lucas near the first. 2nd down, they hand it to Johnston. Gets just enough for a new set of downs. 16 seconds left in the half. A floater, and it's picked off by Ernest Morrison. It ain't over. They have a chance to add more points here, and it's picked off. Now the half is over. We're now in the second half. Jets ball, trying to get something going. Johnston gets the first. Nearing midfield. Simmons running out of time. Throws a floater right side. And how did Moss get that wide open? A play later, inside the 30, Simmons throws a dart. Moss can't hold on. It's now 3rd down. Simmons rolls out, right side, throws. Moss with a catch in the first. They're now at the 15. Simmons down the middle. Moss with a catch inside the 5. From the 3-yard line, untouched, and they get him for a sack. The drive would continue into the 4th. 3rd down to the back of the end zone, and he can't hold on to it. Surprisingly, they're going to kick the field goal to make it 14-3. They will attempt the onside kick. They're still down by 2 scores. Gets a good bounce, but they touched it too early. That means they'll be redoing the onside kick from the 25 this time. It gets a good bounce, and they get it this time. They have a chance to make it a 3-point game. Simmons gets it to Becker across midfield. The following play, rollout right side, throws back towards his left, and Moss makes the catch. Simmons is on a streak right now in the pocket with time, checks it down for 6 yards. 2nd down, they pitch it left side, Johnston goes back inside, stopped a yard short. 3rd and 1, a draw, Johnston is swarmed but manages to get the first. 3 minutes left, they have to hurry. Johnston with the carry gains 5. A play later, 3rd down, Simmons in the pocket to the end zone, and and they're going to call it a touchdown. I'm not so sure about that, but then again, I don't get paid to ruin crucial moments in games. Now they need to get the 2-point conversion to make it a 3-point game, and he's stonewalled at the line. Can they go 2 for 2 on the onside kick? It gets a good bounce, but too far. Buffalo recovers. The Jets get one last chance in the final 2 minutes. Short 1-yard gain here. 2nd and 9, Simmons in the pocket, throws to the flat, gains nothing. 3rd and 9, they need a first. Simmons going deep, knocked away. Their season comes down to this. Simmons throws, Lucas can't hold on, and he had it. And that's how it ends. It looks like the Buffalo offense has slowed down compared to last week. They still managed to escape with a win, but with only one offensive touchdown and a turnover for a touchdown, they can't be too confident going into the AFC Championship game. They'll be taking on the Browns. You know, the team we traded our first for Randy Moss. We took him away from this scrub, Peyton Manning. It will also be a revenge game for London Fletcher. I do want to point out that at this point in the recording, the glitch with the weather is still there, but I was able to figure it out. It was a widescreen patch causing this issue. Won't be a problem for the rest of the video, so let's begin. We start halfway through the first, Buffalo near midfield, and Evans gets them into Cleveland territory. A play later, Nash floats one, and it's picked off by Lloyd. After the turnover, 2nd down, Peyton Manning going deep right side, has his guy cross midfield for the completion. From the 45, Manning quickly to Davis. How did he get that over the corner is beyond me. A play later, 2nd and 6, Reynolds keeping his legs churning for the first. The drive would continue into the second quarter. A draw to Reynolds, stiff arms a lineman, angling to the sideline, has the first, pushed out inside the 5. 1st and goal from the 1, Reynolds breaks the tackle but still short. 2nd and goal, back to Reynolds, this time to the left, and he gets in for the first score in the game. Cleveland up 7-0. With a minute left in the half, play action, Nash avoids a sack, going deep down the middle, Moss snatches it out of the air, the defender chasing, can't bring him down, and just like that, it's tied up at the half. He still got it. We move to the second half, still tied at 7. Buffalo's ball, Nash is swallowed for a sack. It's now 3rd and 16. How do they get out of this predicament? They don't. They make it worse. Intercepted, brought back inside the red zone. All Cleveland needs to do is take care of it, kick a field goal, and they give it right back. This is what peak football looks like. Buffalo wasn't able to do anything with it, punting it back to the Browns, who in turn couldn't do anything themselves, but was able to pin the Bills to the 2. Their first play, handoff, McGahee, what are you doing? He gets tackled for a safety. Browns are now up 9-7. The Bills would get a chance to take the lead. 3 minutes left in the 4th. Jackson with a catch from the 34. Nash in the pocket down the middle. Evans with a catch at the 46. All they need to do is get into field goal range, and on 3rd down, Nash eats a sack. The season comes down to this. Just whiffed his block that allowed it to be batted down. There's only so much you can do when a guy comes that quick. Buffalo can get the ball back if they stop him. Can they stop him? Can they? Yes, they do. This is how legends are made. Nash, with time in the pocket, throws, and he's picked off. Now pretty much end the game in Buffalo's season. I'll tell you right now, Nash is getting better, but he can't just be Mr. January. He has to be February as well. We'll see if he can make it back here next year. The Browns return to the Super Bowl for the 3rd time. I do want to point out, the Giants had only one loss, and Detroit almost made it as a 7-9 team. That does mean we have a Manning Bowl in this series, and Peyton's younger brother can't come out on top. One game away from the Super Bowl, can we keep the window open? We have 4 retirements. Jonas Jennings was the future, he gone. Derek Burgess, veteran depth, he gone. Justin Fargas lasted 2 seasons, he gone. Troy Hambrick, one of our better trades, he gone. Coy Wire, former original, he's retiring. On to the resignings. JP Lossman managed to stay for 7 seasons, he gone. Floyd Moss, the backup, he gone. Josh Reed did not play last season, he gone. Tony Pearsons, I have high hopes for him, he's coming back. Sergio Norris, he's not great, he gone. Henry Richardson is elite, but sweet and sour chicken is he a lot of money. I'll be back. Brett Jacobs is an okay guard. He's coming back. Derek Dockery, good depth. Could find better. He gone. Jay Hudson is elite, but sweet potato fries, that's a lot of money. I'll be back. Boyd Reyes, good depth, but he gone. Floyd Beck is, well, he gone. Ricky Hart returned to form, but sweet dreams are not made of these. I'll be back. Milton Austin has the skills. He's coming back. Tony Marshall as well. He's coming back. Brian Mormon, he gone. Again, I can't justify bringing back Richardson or Hart for their price, but Hudson is too good at a spot that's too important. He's coming back. Off to free agency. There were players I was interested in. I wanted John Kitna at veteran depth. I also wanted Vonnie Holiday as veteran depth. I was also interested in depth at running back and at tackle. The only player that signed was John Kitna. We don't have a first, but if we did, we were projected to take a running back. Let's see how this draft goes. With our second round pick, I selected a corner to replace Hart. In the third, a guard to replace Dockery. In the fourth, a big 6'6" playmaking receiver. In the sixth, a fullback, cause I have a plan. I also did bring back Mormon since I was under the 42 player limit. I also signed Holiday since no one picked him up. Tyler Nash is still improving. Kitna the backup. We only have McGahee. We'll have to sign a backup. 3 fullbacks, but I have a plan. Jackson is becoming a true number 1, but Moss has regressed. We have no tight ends. Richardson got paid in Green Bay. Albertan, Canada, still the center. Mathis and Jacobs are the guard. Nichols and Poole as the tackles. Hudson now leads at defensive tackle. Atkins and Willis at defensive end. Clayton and Davis as the outside linebackers. Martinez continues to be the inside linebacker. Hansen now leads the cornerbacks group. Sandoval is now rated higher than Malloy at his peak. Morrison is creeping into elite territory. I did sign a backup running back, Roderick Hunter. I also signed a tight end in Troy George. Then I implemented my plan with the fullbacks. I was interested in Abe Ford, tight end with the Saints, traded Ingram for him in a 5th. Then I traded Abe Newton. I wanted Ralph Poole. Fullbacks have a lot of value. They accepted the trade. Now, let's simulate the season. We had our best season ever in home field advantage. Unfortunately, we will be thin at wide receiver for the playoffs. Tyler Nash had a down year, but a career year for most players. McGahee had his best season since 2008. This is why I was okay trading the fullbacks. Jacobs is a stud. Jackson led the team once again in receiving yards. Evans is consistent. The rookie Brock will have to step up. Tommy Martinez led the team in tackles. Good season. Sandoval was second in tackles. Behind him was Morrison, both healthy for the playoffs. Wilbur Willis continues his stretch of double-digit sacks. Atkins behind him with McGee and Martinez. Ralph Poole, great trade, led in interceptions. The rookie Dawson had 4, surprising. Also, the kicker popped off this season. I did sign another running back, Christian Douglas, and another receiver, Thomas Green, for the playoffs. Elias Phelps continues his consistent career. Travis Henry is done. Tyler Gill continues to prove he's a good pass rusher. Schobel is a jag again. Blake Daniel ended up having a solid career in Arizona. Nnamdi Asomugha was the opposite. Fletcher still putting up good numbers. Spikes is also playing very well. Reyes got injured, never got re-signed. Richardson was not worth that contract. Abe Newton had a down year. JP Lossman still jobless. Tiny man Floyd Moss started with the Jets. Who will we face in the divisional round? Will there be another miracle, a choke, or a comeback? Let's find out. Before we start, I did change the sliders using Ray Sports Gaming setup. I'm just hoping for more action in the game instead of low scoring games. Link to his video will be in the description. It's a downpour in Orchard Park where the Buffalo Bills are hosting the Tennessee Titans. There's history between these two teams back in 1993. The Bills were down 35-3 in the wild card before beating the Titans 38-3 35 in overtime. Next time they would meet in the playoffs, January 2000, the Music City Miracle. This is the first time they'll be facing off against each other in the playoffs since. Let's get started. We start on the first drive for Buffalo. They bring a corner blitz on third down, but Nash finds the rookie Brock for a first. They are down 2 receivers. The following play, Nash to Evans to get across midfield. Buffalo is easily moving the ball. Nash down the seam. Jackson with a grab for another first, but this isn't good. He's down, and that means Buffalo is now down 3 of their top 4 receivers. Feels like the air got sucked out of the stadium, but Brock brings it back in, setting them up inside the red zone. A play later, second down, Nash with time finds Evans over the middle, but a PI on the defense gives them a new set of downs. It's second and goal from the 5, and McGahee goes in untouched for the first score in the game. Buffalo is up 7-0. After a Tennessee punt, Buffalo will have a short field to work with, and Brock with another catch to make third down manageable. Needing a yard, they go to McGahee, pushing behind the line and gets the first. Now 3rd and 13 on the drive. Nash deep drop back down the middle, and Brock with another catch inside the red zone. The drive would carry over into the second quarter, and Evans would make the catch on third down for the score. Buffalo is up 14-0. And they would have it again in the final minute of the half. McGahee squeezing through the offensive line and getting near midfield. 35 seconds left in the half, and Nash finds Brock again, who has stepped up with Jackson out. From the 33 on third down, Nash going deep but can't complete it, but there is a flag holding on the defense. That gives Buffalo a fresh set of downs. Nash to the flat, Green with a catch but can't go out of bounds, and they call their last time out, bringing out Stewart, who only missed 1 kick inside the 30 all year, and it can't curve back in. No good. We skip to the third quarter, Buffalo's first possession in the half, and Brock makes the stretched out catch. That is why you draft a 6'6" guy, because you can't teach that. Buffalo now has a 21-0 lead. For anyone curious, every drive but one ended in opportunity for points for Buffalo. Tennessee hasn't been able to do anything on offense, and on defense they can't stop the pass and the run. The Buffalo offense just needs to take care of the ball, and it's picked off by Keith Bullocks. This could jumpstart the Titans offense. Is this where the comeback begins? Saunders checks it down, but it's dropped. They're calling it a fumble, and the Titans are lucky to get it back. We're now in the final quarter, 2nd and 20. Calico down the seam and gets the first. They rush back to the line. Saunders down the middle, somehow caught, but it doesn't matter. PI on the defense gives them a first down. It's now 3rd down on the drive. Great protection, all day to throw. Checks it down to Hughes in the flat for 3 yards. 4th down, they need a touchdown. Saunders to Hoffman, tackled immediately and not even close. Turnover on downs. I can't blame Hoffman on that one, asking too much of him to get that. With 4 minutes left in the game, all Buffalo needs to do is run the clock and move on to the AFC Championship game for the 2nd straight year. 3 minutes left, they go back to McGahee, nothing up the middle, bounces it outside, and he's got another first down. Nearing the 2-minute warning, they go to McGahee, and look at that blocking, 9 on the carry. They now put in the backups and just signed off the streets. Douglas powering through 2 defenders across midfield, downed at the 42. A first down will end the game. Douglas takes the carry, has plenty of room for the first, and he loses it, recovered by the Titans. Is this where the miracle happens? Saunders running out of time down the middle, caught by Bennett near midfield. A play later, Saunders in the pocket to Bennett in the flat, takes it upfield for a gain of 6. They're in Buffalo territory. Saunders to Trope on the quick out for a gain of 3. 4th down, game will be over if they don't get it, and that's pretty much Nash, the best way to sum up this game for Tennessee. Incomplete, turnover on downs. That means Buffalo will be returning to the AFC Championship game for the second consecutive season, but they'll be without 3 of their top 4 receivers. But with the emergence of Brock, does it really matter? Jackson had possibly the worst potential injury to have in a playoff game. His replacement will be another rookie free agent, Tommy Henderson. In the AFC Championship game, it'll be a rematch from last year. The Cleveland Browns will be taking on the Buffalo Bills, this time in Orchard Park. Peyton Manning is still hanging around but no longer elite. London Fletcher is looking for a repeat championship. Heck, even Dockery decided to chase for a ring. Will be the second straight time these two teams, the Browns and the Bills, will be facing off in the AFC Championship game to decide who goes to the Super Bowl. The Browns are no strangers to having a rivalry in the conference, losing 3 times to the Broncos. They have a chance to flip it the other way around and go 2-0 on their way to their 4th Super Bowl appearance in 5 seasons. Can the Buffalo Bills finally circle around the wagons with Tyler Nash at quarterback, or will Pluto Nash crash the party when it counts the most? Let's get started. After a 3-and-out from Cleveland, first play from Buffalo, deep pass to Brock, tackled at the 35. A play later, second down, spreading out the defense, Brock with another catch, and the secondary is looking silly. The following play, roll out Nash, throws, Evans can't hold on, knocked out. It's now third down, spreading out the defense. Evans can't hold on again. Those 2 drops will force Stewart, who missed one last week but nails this one. 3-0 Buffalo. Can the Browns avoid a 3-and-out on the drive? Manning slides, and they're saying it's a fumble. Buffalo recovers. I'm not sure what happened there. Peyton is clearly upset with the officiating. What happened? I thought when a player begins their slide that the play is over. Apparently not. That means the Bills will take over at the Browns 25. Nash to the flat. McGahee takes it to the sideline. Browns showing blitz. They bring it. It's a screen going deep, and Evans doesn't drop that one. What a decision by Nash to take the shot, and it worked. Bills up 10-0. We skip to the second quarter, still 10-0, and Evans was left wide open. The secondary has been struggling to contain the passing game. Last week Brock showed up, this week it's Evans. They're now up 17-0 in the beginning of the second quarter. The Browns have a lot of work to do. Manning to Sims to get near the first. Needing an inch, they give it to Reynolds, makes a move and gets the first. It's now 3rd and 7 on the drive. Manning to Sims on a quick slant for a new set of downs. They're now at midfield with 2 minutes left in the half. Manning to Davis for 8 yards. The following play, they give it to Reynolds, and he has an entourage following it to the outside and has the first, pushed out at the 32. A few plays later, 3rd and 5, Manning to the outside, and it falls incomplete. That brings out McKenzie for a 43-yarder, and it hooks back out. No good. That's how the first half would end. We now start the second half. Buffalo with the ball at their own 36. Nash down the middle to Evans to get across midfield. Nash has put the secondary on their heels, throws, and they jump the pass. Wood with the interception brings it across midfield. Browns missed the field goal last time. Reynolds on the pitch, breaks a tackle, shakes off another. Look at him go across the sticks. That's what we call an angry run. Do they feed it to him again? No, they don't. Manning to Davis inside the red zone. This is the closest they've been to the end zone all day. Reynolds on swing pass, stiff arm for a gain of 7. 3rd and 4, quick drop, throw. Sims can't hold on. Sandoval with a breakup. That brings back out McKenzie. Missed before the half, but he makes this one. Browns down 17-3. Now, can they force the Bills to a 3-and-out? Nash to Evans to extend the drive. On the new set of downs, they give it to McGahee up the middle for a gain of 4, but it looks like he's hurt. Oh, that's not good. They were already down a running back. The good news is he's walking under his own power. Another 3rd down on the drive. Near midfield, Nash is picked off for the second time. Looks like Pluto Nash walked out in the second half. Browns with a chance to cut the lead down to 1 score. Reynolds on the swing pass takes it down the sideline and falls forward for the first. There is a flag on the field. This will be holding on the offensive line. That will put the Browns in 2nd and 20. Manning is then picked off by Morrison. This is the first playoff run that both Morrison and Sandoval is playing, and they're making Manning frustrated. After being unable to get anything going off the turnover, Buffalo tried to return the favor from last year by pinning them inside the 1. On 1st down, they hand it to Reynolds, who gets enough to get out of the end zone. It's the start of the 4th. They clean up the hashes, and Reynolds takes it to the 7. They rush back to the line on 3rd down, and Stevens can't hold on for the 1st. They're going to go for it inside their own 10. Manning is off the mark, turnover on downs. A touchdown here would pretty much end it, and Douglas Furr with open space in the Duggernaut. Oh, that's a terrible name. Douglas Furr makes it a 3-score game. Last week, Stewart missed a field goal. This week, he misses an extra point. Should they be worried going into the Super Bowl? I know they're not in the Super Bowl yet, but based on how the Browns have been playing, they might as well be. Can the Browns at least score one more time? Manning to Sutton, incomplete. The receivers haven't been helping out Manning, but even Manning hasn't been helping out Manning. Turnover on downs. All Buffalo needs to do at this point is run out the clock, and here comes Douglas Furr taking it down to the 20. I don't think this guy is going to be called Muscle Hamster. Douglas Furr with the 1st. We're now in the final 2 minutes. Pitch, Douglas Furr lays out Gill, still going to be 4th down. Stewart with a chance to redeem himself. 30 yards, and it's wide right. Uh-oh. Manning has had a rough game. 10 straight incompletions. The game is mostly over, barring a miracle, but Manning does end his streak of incompletions. A few plays later, 3rd and 7, Manning checks it down for a yard. 4th down, the game comes down. Well, it was over before it, and it's over after. Turnover on downs. The Buffalo Bills have been dominant these past 2 playoff games. They get their revenge on the Browns and will be heading to the Super Bowl for the first time in this video, where they'll be taking on Peyton's younger brother, who already has a Super Bowl ring back in year 6. The past 6 seasons, there have been a Manning in the Super Bowl. Before we go there, McGahee had a sore neck, not as bad as I thought. I still signed a backup just in case he can't go for the Super Bowl. January 27th, 1991, Super Bowl 25, Buffalo Bills, New York Giants, 1920. 8 seconds left, 47 yards, no good, wide right. Today is January 30th, 2012, Super Bowl 46, Buffalo Bills, New York Giants. History may not be rewritten, but it can be avenged here today as Tyler Nash and his Buffalo Bills take on Peyton Manning's younger brother after beating Big Brother to get here today. 8 seasons, 1 losing season, 6 playoff appearances, 3 division titles. Can we add a Lombardi to the list? Let's get it on. We start on the Giants' first drive, Robertson with the carry for a gain of 5. A play later, 3rd down, Manning in the pocket to the sideline, Reynolds with a catch, avoids the tackle, down the sideline, across midfield, almost took that all the way. From the 35, Manning drops back, throws, has Flores and beats Hansen, who's chasing from behind, but he's not going to get him. Giants will be up 7-0 to start the game. We skip till later in the first, Giants have it again. Manning going deep and squeezes that in between 2 defenders at midfield. Now put them at the 48. Manning in the pocket, throws, and Hansen jumps the pass for the interception. He'll bring it back to the Giants' 35. The Bills do find themselves in a pickle, but nothing a shovel pass to McGahee can't fix. Tackled a yard short of the first. They opt to kick the field goal. Stewart missed 2 kicks and an extra point, but this one is right down the middle. Bills get on the scoreboard. For anyone wondering, the Buffalo offense has not been great in the first half today. We go to the second half, Giants still up 7-3, Reynolds with the catch. 2nd and 3, pitch, Robertson, left side, and gets enough for the first. It's now a long 3rd down on the drive. Manning has Tyler behind the secondary, tackled at midfield. A play later, 2nd and 9, Manning throws and has Reynolds again for a big gain. Another 3rd down on the drive, and they take a play out of the Bills playbook. Shovel pass, and it looks like he got the first. Or did he? They bring out the sticks and they say he's short. I thought he had the first. They choose to make it a 1 touchdown game. The kick is up and it's wide right. No good. Bryant missed the kick. The The Bills now have a chance to take the lead on this drive. McGahee bounces it to the outside and he has the first, 3 guys on him, makes one miss, tackled across midfield. Remember, this offense was struggling in the first half, Nash to Brock near the first. The drive carries over into the fourth, McGahee with a carry but stopped short. They're going to go for it, McGahee easily gets the first. Their only points were off a turnover that turned into a field goal. They're in range now for another. A play later, 3rd and 4, Nash throws, Evans drops an easy pass. That brings Stewart back out for a field goal right down the middle to make it a 1-point game with 3 minutes left to go. Can the Buffalo defense stop them one more time? Incomplete in double coverage. 2nd down, they hand it off up the middle and stuffed at the line. 3rd down could be the final play before the 2-minute warning. Running out of time, checks it down to Robertson, who tries to get something but tackled well short of the first. All Buffalo needs to do is get into field goal range. Nash, Evans near the first. We're now in the 2-minute warning. McGahee bounces off his lineman, has the first across midfield, down at the 46. We didn't even know if McGahee would play, but he's been great. And look at him go, how did he do that? He gets them into field goal range. At this point, all they need to do is run out the clock, and they're going to throw. Henderson with a catch inside the 5. If you're the Giants, you have to let them score, right? I think McGahee knew, tackled behind the line. They're forcing the Giants to waste all their timeouts. McGahee gets stopped at the 2. That's New York's final timeout. They could kneel it, kick the field goal. Instead, McGahee takes it in to give them their first lead in the game, 12-7. The 2-point conversion will help them a lot, but they get pushed back here and they're not going to get it. A touchdown wins the game for the Giants. Manning is sacked by Atkins. They rush back to the line. They have no timeouts. Manning overthrows his guy but stops the clock. 3rd and 15. Manning running out of time down the middle. Reynolds takes it upfield but stops short. The game comes down to this. Manning throws and it's knocked away by Graves. It's over. That's going to be it. Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. Get the Gatorade shower ready. Oh, he's too quick. Watch out. After losing 4 straight Super Bowls in the 90s, Super Bowl 25 being the one that kicked it off, they've now have earned their first Lombardi almost 20 years later, with the hopes that this one kicks off 4 straight wins. The players are saying that's enough. We need our coach back. They're losing it down there on the sideline, and I don't blame them. The Super Bowl MVP goes to Willis McGahee, who rightfully deserves it. Carried the team in the second half with a strained neck. That is it for this matchup. I hope you enjoyed it. It came down to the final drive. The Bills go home as Super Bowl champs. There's Jon Kitna telling the world, I look like sloth and I earned the world championship. And we're coming back next year. Will the Bills be back next year? Well, let's find out, because there's still 22 seasons left and we still have an elite quarterback in our pocket. We'll be without a few 2K originals this season. Randy Moss is calling it a career. Glad to get him a ring. Jon Kitna won't be back next year. Vonnie Holliday also won't be returning. Other retirements, Lawyer Malloy is finally retiring. Jason Elam, the guy who cost us a playoff game, retiring. Nnamdi Asamoah, end of an era. On to the resignings. Douglas Furr, reliable backup, he's coming back. Casey Watson, on the other hand, he gone. Tommy Henderson had a great catch in the Super Bowl. He gone. Tomas Green isn't good. He gone. Neil Cohen, backup center. He gone. The Chad, elite guard. He's obviously coming back. Virgil Jefferson, backup to the backup. He gone. Glenn McCarthy, another backup to the backup. He gone. Peter Hansen never recovered from his injury. He gone. Merle Davis took over, never gave it up. He's coming back. Napoleon Harris, it's time to move on. He gone. Lamar Hansen wants a lot of money. He gone. Pablo Sandoval is getting paid. I'm going to regret this. Ernest Morrison is getting paid as well. Earl Stewart was great last season. He's coming back. Brian Moorman will be gone for the 3rd time. Off to free agency, and I skipped. I did trade our first round pick to Washington. Terrence Lawrence is cheaper than drafting a rookie. This was one of our better draft classes in recent memory. In the second round, I drafted an outside linebacker, Johnny Joseph. In the third, Frank Pierce, defensive tackle. In the fourth, Chad Munoz, inside linebacker. One of our fifths, Alfredo Lawrence, center. Another fifth, Kerry Ward, quarterback. Final selection was Harold McLaughlin, free safety. Tyler Nash could be our first 99 overall. Don't worry about McGahee, he's injured for a few weeks. We have our first elite receiver since Molds. I think Ford has a future here at tight end. Burton, Canada is the center. Mathis and Jacobs continues to be the guard. Nichols and Poole are still the tackles. Hudson is elite, but McGee looks to be on his way out. Despite regression, Willis is starting. Lawrence will replace Atkins. The rookie Joseph improved so much that he made Clayton expendable. Martinez at inside linebacker. Munoz improved drastically. Poole will continue to lead the corners. I'm already regretting the Sandoval contract. Morrison at free safety. McLaughlin as solid depth. I did trade Ray Clayton. I sent him to Philadelphia for a backup and a second round pick. Mike Rivera, cheap, decent depth. Let's simulate the season. For the second straight year, we finished 12-4 and home field advantage. Tyler Nash had his worst season this year, but Willis McGahee had his best in a long time, earned the rushing title. Even Douglas Furr was pretty decent. Melvin Jackson led in receiving yards. Lee Evan has been Mr. Consistent. Brock is going to be the future. Toby Jacobs is as productive as last year. Tony Pearson needs to be used more. Overall, I think we need more weapons for Nash. Tommy Martinez led in tackles. Merle had a really good season. Willis continues his 10+ sack streak. He's the only one getting to the quarterback. Lawrence might have been a mistake. The rookie Chad was second in sacks. Ralph Poole led in interceptions. Sandoval and Morrison right behind him. Floyd Moss might be a good quarterback. Elias Phelps is still starting. Tyler Gill might not be elite. Ray Clayton had his best season in Philly. Takeo Spikes is still kicking. London Fletcher as well. Blake Daniel back to form. Henry Richardson, not worth that contract. Let's see who we face in the divisional round. It'll be the Cincinnati Bengals, who we destroyed in the regular season. It'll also be a revenge game for Peter Hansen. The reigning Super Bowl champions, the Buffalo Bills, are taking on the Cincinnati Bengals here in the snow-filled stadium of Orchard Park. In the history between these two teams in the playoffs, the Buffalo Bills have never beaten the Cincinnati Bengals. Can they overcome their past, or will the Cats always land on their feet? Let's find out. We start on the first drive for Buffalo, 3rd and 6, Nash down the middle, Brock with the catch. The flag was holding on the defense. Another 3rd down on the drive, needing 8, Nash down the middle, Evans with the catch this time for the first. Closing in on field goal range, McGahee up the middle on the draw, and now get them into field goal range with a new set of downs. It's now their 3rd down on the drive, Nash down the middle, Brock can't hold on to it. That brings out Stewart for a 41-yard kick. It's wide left, not even close, no good. We start the second quarter, Buffalo has it again, Nash going deep, Brock with the catch at their 40. A few plays later, 3rd and 8 from the shotgun, Nash with time finds Pearson for a big first down in Cincinnati territory. Following play, Nash quick drop back, great protection, finds Jackson, who makes an acrobatic catch for the first. They have another 3rd down on the drive from the shotgun, Nash to Pearson, can't make the play. 4th down coming up. 41-yard kick the other way. Stewart pushes it right and it can't hook back in. That's his second miss today. Cincinnati hasn't been able to get anything going, but Palmer tries to jumpstart the offense with this pass to Carter across midfield. We're now at the 2-minute warning. Palmer, standing like a statue, gets that to Bennett, who heads upfield inside the 30. It's now 3rd down, empty back set. Palmer throws throws, and it's tipped away, incomplete. That brings up a 44-yard attempt, and it hooks back down the middle for the first points in the game. Bengals up 3-0. During the Bills' next drive, 3rd and 12, Nash down the middle. Ford can't hold on to the pass. That's not why I showed the play. Lee Evans ended up getting injured on the play and had to be carted away. With less than a minute to go in the half, the Bills would punt it away. Bengals will have a good opportunity to add some more points, fielded at around the 35 and brought back near midfield. A play after the return, Palmer in the pocket, throws over the corner and into Carter for the first. It's now 3rd down on the drive. Palmer throws but can't complete it. That brings up a 53-yard attempt. It's up. It looks good. Will it stay inside? It's no good. What happened? It was well short. We skip to the second half. Cincinnati with the ball. Draw up the middle. Manning gains 9 on the carry. 2nd and inches. Back to Manning up the middle. Great blocking. Easily gets the first. A play later, they keep it on the ground. Manning doesn't get touched until a gain of 6 yards. 3rd and 4 to keep the drive going. Palmer to Bennett to get into Buffalo territory. It looks like there's some cracks in this Buffalo defense. Palmer on the scramble for a gain of 6. Another 3rd down. Palmer quickly to Bennett for a first and inside the red zone. Cincinnati has eaten most of the clock. They score a touchdown and could be over. And it's a fumble. Scooped up by Ernest Morrison. Down the sideline, it only has Palmer, who brings him down at their own 40. The Bills have struggled to get any points in the first half. Nash going deep. Jackson has the ball. Stiff arms the defender. And look at him go. Nobody will bring him down. And just like that, one play and they're back on top 7-3. Let's see if Cincinnati can keep that momentum going from their last drive, and it's picked off by the grave digger. Graves bringing it back to the 25. It's all falling apart for Cincinnati. Nash on the rollout right side, short pass to Jackson, ruled incomplete, but after a challenge, it was obvious. Inbounds, bad ref. Bad. That leads to a 2nd and 3. McGahee on the delay runs over a lineman and gets them inside the 10. From the 9-yard line, Nash to the end zone 1-on-1 and almost picked off. It's now 3rd down in the shotgun. Nash to the end zone. Ford makes the catch and they're now up 14-3. We're now at the start of the 4th quarter. Palmer on the rollout going deep left side. Caught, knocked out by Poole. What a play. That's why he's elite. That brings up 3rd down on the drive. Palmer quickly, but Pena can't hold on. Incomplete. They're going to go for it on 4th down. Palmer, Pena, incomplete again. Turnover on downs. All Buffalo needs to do is run out the clock. McGahee up the middle and gains 6 on the carry. 4 minutes left in the game. Back to McGahee. Squeezes through the middle and into the red zone. They're now inside the 10. 3rd down. McGahee is tackled behind the line. That brings out Stewart. Missed 2. This is a short kick. Makes this one. And they're now up 17-3. It's not out of the realm of possibility for a comeback. Palmer, Carter for the first. They just need to score with some time left. Palmer on the rollout, throws and knocked away. It's now 3rd down. Palmer with a deep drop back, going deep, and it's picked off by Sandoval. Ernest had a fumble recovery. Now his buddy gets an interception that will end the game. The Buffalo Bills struggled in the first half, but the fumble by Manning on Cincinnati's opening drive in the second half changed all the momentum in this game. That means the Bills are going to the AFC Championship game for the 3rd straight year, where they'll be taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers. It'll also be a revenge game for Aaron Schobel. This will be the 4th time that the Steelers and the Bills up to this point in history will be facing off in the playoffs. Buffalo has only won once, but with home field advantage, can they even up the series? Or will this downpour level the playing field for both teams? Let's find out. Pittsburgh's first drive of the game starts near midfield. Phillips to Leonard for the first, but there's a flag. It was PI on the defense. A play later from the 45, great protection, throws down the middle, Horton with a catch for a big gain. Now put them at the 25 following play. Phillips to Leonard to get them inside the 10. First and goal from the 7, Coleman with the carry, takes it out wide, tackled at the 4. Second and goal from the 4, they go back to Coleman, tackled at the 8. Can the Buffalo defense make one more stop? Atkins gets to the quarterback for the sack. That brings out the kicker for a 28-yard attempt right down the middle for the first points of the game. Steelers up 3-0. We skip to the second quarter. Pittsburgh's ball again. Phillips going deep and has Horton for a big gain. A play later, they go to the ground. Atkins misses the runner. Coleman gains the first. They're now in Buffalo territory. Phillips in the pocket decides to take off with it. Gains 5 on the scramble. The following play, it's a draw. Coleman up the middle, gets near the first. 3rd and inches, it's a pitch, gets a great block, has the first, tackled near the 30. A play later, second down, Phillips running out of time, and he's sacked. McGee got to him this time. That forces 3rd and long. Phillips in the pocket going deep near the end zone, and it's knocked away. That brings the kicker back out for a 50-yard kick in the rain, sailing right, no good. We now skip to the second half. Remember, Buffalo had a slow start last week. Brock makes the catch and he's trying to run away from 5 Steelers, and he takes this one all the way to give them the lead. Look familiar? Now Pittsburgh will have the opportunity to reclaim the lead. Phillips to Leonard for a big play. The following play, quick drop, throws, Randall L with the catch, has one guy to beat, and Sandoval with the shoestring tackle. It's now 3rd down on the drive. Phillips throws and nobody was there. 4th down coming up. It'll be a 43-yard attempt, and this one is wide left. No good! Rough weather to be kicking in, to be fair. If you're wondering, other than the one play, the Bills have done nothing. They do have the ball across midfield with 3 minutes to go. McGahee fights his way near the first. 3rd and 1, this will take it to the 2-minute warning. McGahee has a big hole for an easy first. Time is running out for Pittsburgh. McGahee on the draw goes straight forward and powers through for a first. It's now 3rd down. If Pittsburgh gives it up, it's over, and they stop him. Stewart will attempt a 35-yard kick in this weather and right down the middle to make it a 1-touchdown game. Pittsburgh will have 90 seconds to try and tie the game. Phillips over the middle and knocked away on 3rd down. This is to keep the Super Bowl dream alive. Phillips sidearms it and it falls incomplete. Turnover on downs. That means the Buffalo Bills will be returning to the Super Bowl for the 2nd consecutive season. Maybe last year did jumpstart the beginning of a new dynasty. Can someone say for Pete, who will the Bills face this year? The Lions once again get denied outside the doors of the Super Bowl, and it will be the Bills versus the 49ers. They'll be taking on an elite quarterback in Leland Willis. They will also have Adewale Ngunlaye, also Troy Polamalu. Both are starters. I also wanted to point out that career-ending injuries do also happen in this game. I completely forgot. Welcome to Super Bowl 47, where the Buffalo Bills return to defend their right to be called world champions for a 2nd consecutive season. This will be their 6th playoff appearance, while the 49ers have won 5 Super Bowls but lost their previous matchup against the Browns back in year 5. 4 years later, they made it back, but now it could be against a new dynasty in the makings, the Buffalo Bills, led by big sexy Tyler Nash. It's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be dry. It's raining out there, and I'm not sure the Bills have seen clear skies in months. Let's get it on. The Bills will have it on the opening drive. Nash going deep. Brock makes the catch near midfield. He's currently filling in for for Lee Evans. The following play, single back set, Nash throws, Pearson's with the catch to get them inside the 40. Bills have been moving the ball with ease. It's now third down, Nash going down the middle, Jackson holds on through the hit. They'll put them inside the 10. From the 9-yard line, roll out, left side, back across his body, Jackson with the catch and dives in for the first touchdown in the Super Bowl. Buffalo made it look easy, now up 7-0. Buffalo will have it again near midfield, McGahee with the carry to make third down easier. They rush back to the line, needing 4, and Ford gets them more than enough down to the 35. The following play, back to McGahee, nothing up the middle, bounces it to the outside and gains 5. A play later, third down, McGahee trying to find a hole. He does, but he's tackled short of the first. They'll bring out Stewart for a 41-yard kick. It's up, it's sailing, and it's no good. He's had trouble kicking from the 41. We're now in the middle of the second quarter. Mendes with the carry runs over a Buffalo on his way to midfield. Needing 3, they go back to Mendes up the middle, trying to find something, stopped inches short. Third down, Mendes again, and he's stopped behind the line. Martinez with the tackle. They're going to go for it on fourth down, pitch to the outside, and the rookie Joseph with the tackle for a turnover on downs. Back-to-back tackle for losses by the linebackers. Now put the Bills in good position for some points before the half. Pearson with the catch, but inches short. Now they're going to go for it. Pitch, McGahee upfield and gets it. There's a minute left in the half to work with. Nash throws. Brock with the catch near the 20. 40 seconds left to work with. Third down, Nash to the flat. Ford with a catch towards the sideline, but not enough for the first. They'll bring out Stewart for a 29-yard kick. Missed from 41, makes this one, and that's how the half would end. Buffalo up 10-0. We're now in the third quarter. 49ers drive. Mendes with the carry. Gains 6 on the run, tackled by Sandoval. Following play, they go back to Mendes, taking his time and gets the first. A few plays later, 3rd and 9, Willis with time, throws down the middle and incomplete, but there is a flag holding on the defense. They'll keep the drive going, and on another third down, Willis to Peter Warrick to get into Buffalo territory. The 49ers are marching, a chance to shorten the lead, and it's picked off. Merle Davis with the interception. He's only got some linemen to beat, and they're not going to catch him inside the 10, and that's a pick 6 in the Super Bowl. Buffalo now has a 17-0 lead. This game is slowly getting out of hand. Willis can't connect on the throw. Fourth down coming up. They're going to go for it. They kind of have to. Desperation mode. Willis just floats it out there and incomplete. Turnover on downs. A touchdown will pretty much seal the win. Pitch, McGahee right side gets a great block inside the 10. One guy to beat, and they say he's down a yard short. First and goal from the 1. Another pitch right side, and this time McGahee gets it in to make it a 24-0 lead. It's not impossible to tie the game up, but it's not likely. Willis to Warrick, he has space and he gets to midfield. It's now third down on the drive. Rollout right side, Willis to the sideline, Cedric Wilson with the catch. Fourth down, season comes down to this. Willis to Wilson for the first. Their season gets extended a little bit longer. Willis into traffic and incomplete. That brings up another fourth down. Rollout down the middle. Hughes with the catch for the first. Time is running out. They're going to have to score quick. Willis throws. Hughes can't hold on. Incomplete. That brings up the third fourth down on the drive, and it's caught Warrick inside the 10. The Bills are trying to be the first team to force a shutout to the end zone, and it's knocked away. Third down, rollout left side, throws back across, it's tip, and it's almost caught. Couldn't hold on to it. The fourth down on the drive to the end zone, and it falls incomplete. The Bills force the shutout for the second consecutive season. Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. They will be your Super Bowl champions once again. They didn't need a game-winning drive. They didn't need their defense to make a stop on the final drive. They just dominated this one from beginning to to end. It took 4 fourth downs to maintain that shutout, but the Bills are now the only team in NFL history to do so in the Super Bowl. The players are getting their coach back for the celebration. They don't seem as shocked to win this season as they did last year. The Super Bowl MVP this year will be Merle Davis. The 49ers were marching and the pick six took all the momentum away. The fans are going wild and asking for 2 more rings. 2 more rings. The Bills are going back into the locker room in their all-white jerseys. The backup tight end George telling the world, "I did nothing, but I got dirty." The other players telling him, "Just get back in here." 9 seasons in, 21 to go, and the Buffalo Bills now have 2 Lombardis to their name. Can they get 4 straight? Let's focus on a 3rd straight first. We'll be without Lee Evans. Mr. Consistent is retiring. London Fletcher's falling down. Is he Hall of Fame worthy? Takeo Spikes is retiring, same year and team he actually retired with. On to resignings. Willis McGahee, twilight of his career. I need time. Troy George, backup tight end. He gone. Jordan Harrison, backup guard, replaceable. He gone. Christopher Poole, too good to let go. He's coming back. Tommy Webb, backup strong safety. He gone. Angelo Cunningham started his rookie season. He gone. McGahee wanted a 2-year deal. I have a plan. He's coming back. Off to free agency. And I skipped. We have the final pick in the 1st round. We need a running back, and Sam Walker caught my eye. Problem is, he's projected to go 14th overall, so I gave up my 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for it. Then, in the NFL draft, I selected Sam Walker. The plan is to have him back up McGahee this year and take over next year. In the 2nd, drafted a center. I also have a plan. Other notable players, Philip Walton in the 4th. Welcome to the 99 Club, Tyler Nash. Looks like plans have changed. Walker will start. Melvin Jackson has been one of our greatest trades. Abe Ford continues to improve. Albertan Canada is no longer elite. Chad is still elite, but Jacobs is regressing at guard. On the bright side, both of our tackles improved. Hudson is injured. He's out for a few weeks, but McGee has regressed. Should have traded Atkins before the preseason rating change. Merle Davis is elite. Joseph is gonna cost us a lot of money. Martinez has hit his ceiling. Munoz lying in wait. Poole continues to lead the cornerbacks group. Sandoval has regressed. That contract is gonna hurt us. Morrison regressed even worse. We're in trouble. I did sign a backup guard. I also signed a backup tight end. I also traded away Alfredo Lawrence. I sent him to New York for Delgado and a 5th round pick. Delgado is young and cheap. He's also replacing McGee because I'm trading him. Packaged him with a 4th round pick for Palmer and a 3rd. Jamie Palmer will be taking over the role of Lee Evans. Final trade is Kenneth Atkins. Packed him with a 4th round for a backup guard and a 2nd round pick. Cohen was added to make the trade happen. Now let's simulate the season. We officially had the best season since the undefeated year in the Raiders rebuild. We will have Hudson and Brock out for the divisional round. Tyler Nash had his best season since his MVP year in 2010. Not surprising, he won MVP for the 2nd time. What is surprising is how terrible the running game was. We should have probably just started McGahee this year, especially after the year he had last season. Toby Jacobs is such a good receiver, led in receptions. Jackson led in yards and touchdowns. Palmer did a great job replacing Evans. I still think we need another toy for Nash to work with. Merle Davis led in tackles this season. Pablo Sandoval was 2nd in tackles. Ernest Morrison was 3rd. Wilbur Willis continues his streak of 10 plus sacks. Half a sack away from 100 career sacks. I never had that much success with a defensive end. Chad Munoz is a sack magnet. He hardly plays. Lyle Delgado was a pretty decent trade. Only one player had multiple interceptions. Ralph Poole had 20 interceptions since joining the team. Earl Stewart had a bounce back year. Elias Phelps is no longer a starter. Floyd Moss is actually pretty good. He was not worth that contract. Stanley the Manly, not so good in St. Louis. Schobel is still around. Kenneth Atkins had a good year. Peter Hansen, not so good. Ricky Hart, update, he's not productive. Who will we face in the divisional round? It'll be the Sheriff Peyton Manning versus Big Sexy Tyler Nash, Part 3. This could be Peyton Manning's final year. He's turning into a deputy instead of a sheriff. Derek Dockery is still on the team and is one of their best linemen. For the third time in this series, the Buffalo Bills will be taking on the Cleveland Browns. This time, not in the championship round, but the divisional. Peyton Manning is still around, but passed the torch to Nash back in year 8. Does he try to take it back today? Let's find out. We go to Buffalo's first drive. Nash in the pocket down the middle. Pearson with a catch in double coverage, filling in for the injured Brock. Third down on the drive, spreading out the defense. Nash down the middle. Pearson with another catch to get into Cleveland territory. Same drive, another third down. Nash with time, and he's picked off Wood with the interception. He picked him off the last time these two teams met. Cleveland will have the final play in the first quarter. Manning to Davis to get them near the 40. To start the second quarter, Martinez shoots through, and believe it or not, that's not considered a sack. 2nd and 15, Manning looks to take off with it, but it's a fumble recovered by Buffalo. They wouldn't do anything with it, giving it back to Cleveland. It's the 2-minute warning. Manning to Davis, tackled short of the sticks. 3rd and 2, they don't run it. Manning, Hoffman with a stretched out catch, holds on through the hit from Sandoval, but Hoffman is taking his time getting back up. He appears to have injured his arm. That seems to have slowed down the momentum of the Browns. Manning is picked off by the grave digger. Graves brings it back near midfield. Manning has not had much success against this defense, and Graves has been making a name for himself. With a minute to go, what does Buffalo do? Screen. Jackson angling towards the sideline, has the first inside the 40, tackled at the 25. 35 seconds left, they run a draw. Walker, not so Texas Ranger, tackled near the first. The worry was he wasn't as good as McGahee. Hits a wall at the line, tackled for a loss. That brings out Stewart for a 33-yard kick. It's up and it's good. The Bills will lead at halftime 3-0. We skip to the final 30 seconds of the third quarter. Score still the same. Nash with a deep drop back, throws, and it's picked off. Al Hall jumps the pass. It would only lead to a field goal, 45 yards to tie the game at 3, and it doinks off the upright. No good. Had the distance. Missed it by that much. We skip to the final 2 minutes, not much action. Browns ball, Mann takes it to the outside, and Davis with a shoestring tackle. They need to get into field goal range. Manning, great protection, finds Hoffman near the 40. A first down should get them into field goal range. Manning standing at midfield, down the middle, and it's dropped. Davis can't hold on. There's a minute left in the game. Manning standing like a statue. Sims can't hold on. Another drop. Do they go for the first, or is this 4-down territory? Manning going deep, double coverage, incomplete. 4th down coming up. The game could come down to this. It's a rollout, right side, down the middle. Poole tips the ball. Incomplete. Hoffman had a step. Manning can't believe Poole knocked that down. That was a touchdown if it wasn't for the elite play of Poole. Give him the golden jacket. If Buffalo can get a first down, game is over. Walker on the pitch to the outside, tackle 2 yards short. 3rd and 2, first down ends it. Walker is tackled a yard short. He doesn't have the same power as McGahee. That means for the 3rd time between these two teams, you're going to see an amazing punt. We saw one go out at the 2, another out at the 1, and this one down to the 1. And this idiot rolls into the end zone for a touchback. 28 seconds to make magic happen. Manning down the middle and almost picked off by Joseph. 2nd down in the shotgun, split back set, and Manning throws that into heavy traffic, incomplete. Don't know what he's thinking there. 20 seconds left, 3rd down, rollout right side, has time, going deep. Hoffman can't pull that one in. It comes down to this play to keep the season alive. Manning going deep left side, Sims Double coverage, didn't have a chance. That's how the season will end for Manning, maybe even his career, in a third meeting against the Bills that ends with 3 points combined. The Buffalo Bills, for the 4th time, will be moving on to the AFC Championship game, where they'll be taking on the Indianapolis Colts. It'll also be a revenge game for Hansen, who we let walk back in year 9, and he's pretty good. For the 4th straight time, the Buffalo Bills will be in the AFC Championship game. The record is 8, but not in this timeline. In this timeline, it's 5, held by Ken Stabler and John Madden during the mid-70s. They're currently tied with the Buffalo Bills team that went to 4 straight from 1990 to the 1993 seasons. Can this Bills team make it to their 3rd Super Bowl with a victory over the Colts here today? Let's find out. We start this one on Buffalo's first drive, and Walker has not been very good breaking first contact, tackled for a loss. But who needs to run when you got a quarterback like Nash? Forward with a catch across midfield, tackled near the 40. The following play, Nash decides to take it himself, doesn't slide, and gets turned into a sexy sandwich. After 6 on the scramble, Nash in the pocket going deep, Palmer with a catch one-on-one in the red zone. It's 3rd down on the drive, Nash dropping way back, going to the end zone, and lucky it wasn't picked off. They'll bring out Stewart for a 33-yard kick. The wind pushes it, but stays in the uprights, and the Bills will take the early 3-0 lead. We skip to the final minute of the first, Bills ball at midfield, Nash to Jacobs to extend the drive. A play later from the 38, Nash finds Jackson all alone because Hansen was looking for Gretel and gave up the first touchdown in the game. We now skip to the second quarter. Buffalo has it again. Nash down the middle, Jackson with the catch. The following play, they give it to Walker, not so Texas Ranger, who has the first and gets tackled immediately. Has he even broken a tackle? A play later, 2nd and 8, Nash throws and Jackson is all alone. Oh, excuse me, there were 2 Colts. I couldn't see them in the snow. Inside the 10, and that's now 2 touchdowns for Action Jackson to make it 17-0. There's still 2 minutes left in the half. Indianapolis trying to answer back. Blair throws. Dennis being a menace, getting across midfield, angling to the sideline, and finally tackled at the 35. It's now 3rd down on the drive, setting up the screen, but going deep, Blair to Parks, who got behind the defense, and they cut the lead back down to 10. There's still a minute left. Walker on the pitch, right side, outruns a tackle by Hansen, has the first and gets pushed out. Now set them up at the 35, another run up the middle, and he just can't break a tackle. They don't call a timeout. Clock is running. Nash down the middle, Jackson with a catch at midfield. It's now 3rd down on the drive. Nash to Jackson quickly to get into field goal range. The final play in the half will be a 48-yard kick by Stewart, and he shanks it right. No good. We skip to late in the 3rd, a draw, Walker up the middle for a gain of 6. 3rd and 4 in the shotgun, Nash to Jackson for another 1st down. This will probably be the final play of the 3rd. Nash going deep, and Jackson is all by himself. What a heck of a game he's been having, but they're catching up, down at the 1. They couldn't just let him have it. To start the 4th quarter, 1st and goal, Nash is almost picked off. What a bad decision. 2nd and goal, and they go to the ground, and Walker can't get anything. They're now at the 2-yard line, Nash to the end zone, and that's now 3 touchdowns for Action Jackson as Buffalo leads 24-7. The game is getting out of hand for the Colts. They need a score, and quick. Day can't hold on to it. 4th down coming up. In the shotgun, spreading out the defense, Blair down the middle, and Morrison almost picked it off, knocked it out on the last play, and that means turnover on downs. The first play after, Buffalo runs it up the middle, and Walker can't break another tackle, but he may have broken something else, maybe a rib. Bills wouldn't be able to move the ball forward much, leading to a 30-yard kick to make it 27-7 Buffalo. We're now in the final 2 minutes of the game. Looks like the Colts aren't going to win this one, and Dawson's Creek almost picked it off. 4th down, game can be over after this play. Blair connects with Parks to keep the drive alive. They get the snap off before the 2-minute warning. Blair to Parks Parks again for another big play. A touchdown could make this a game again, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Blair to Dennis down the sideline, out at the 15. They've marched down the field, eating up little time. Blair sidearms it, Austin misses the ball, and Parks walks in to make it a 2-touchdown game. The Colts need to recover this onside kick. Not a lot of time left, and it's recovered by Buffalo. Walker is out with an injury. That means McGahee on the pitch. Great block, takes it out wide, and has the first. That did stop the clock for the Colts. McGahee up the middle for a gain of 5. 2nd and 5, pitch. McGahee shakes off a tackle behind the line, shakes off another tackle behind the line, and gains the first. Night and day difference between McGahee and Walker. Even Douglas Furr is having some fun. A first down here would end the game. McGahee easily gets the first, tackled at the 1. I'm pretty sure he could have scored too. Instead of running up the score, they run out the clock, and for the 3rd consecutive season, the Buffalo Bills will be returning to the Super Bowl and could be the first time ever to potentially win 3 straight Lombardis. This game was an eye-opener. McGahee will start the Super Bowl, which will be against the Arizona Cardinals, as once again, the Detroit Lions are denied a Super Bowl appearance for the 3rd straight time. The Cardinals are led by Josh McCown, his backup Phillip Rivers. They do have an elite running back and an elite receiver in Larry Fitzgerald. It'll also be a revenge game for Blake Daniel. Oh, and Hudson is still out with a hip injury. It feels like a glitch. I think injuries just stop working in the playoffs. The Buffalo Bills have the chance to do something that has never happened in NFL history. They have a chance to win 3 straight Super Bowls. They already cemented themselves in history last year, being the only team to shut out a team in the Super Bowl. Now they can further their legacy as one of the most dominant dynasties in the NFL with a win here in the rain against the underdogs, the Arizona Cardinals. Let's get it on. We start on the first play for Buffalo on offense, short pass to Jackson, tackled out of bounds, but it wouldn't be a playoff run if one of their top receivers didn't get hurt. The following play, Nash quick drop, swings it out to Jacobs, who has space in front of him and gets pushed down near the first. Needing an inch, they give it to old man McGahee, who powers through a tackle and gets to the 35. A few plays later, 3rd and 10, Nash deep drop down the middle, forward with a catch in the first. Just outside the red zone, they hand it to McGahee, who powers through down to the 15. A play later, 3rd and 3, Nash quickly Pearson with a catch inside the 10. It's now 3rd and goal, McGahee up the middle, and the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. And the immovable object won that one. They're not going to go for it. Instead, they'll kick the 17-yard field goal for the early 3-0 lead. Arizona would go 3 and out in less than 30 seconds. Nash to Palmer, breaks a tackle, circles back around, then tackled inches short of the first. You already know who's getting the ball. McGahee takes a sidestep and powers through for a first. The following play, Nash quick drop back, Palmer with the catch for a gain of 6. 2nd and 4, McGahee, everyone bit to the inside, and he takes it outside, inside the 10, and now I see why they opted to start McGahee over the rookie Walker today. There's still a lot of time to score and get back into it. McCown is picked off by Martinez. This kid has done a great job replacing Fletcher. The following play, after the turnover, deep drop, throws, Pearson makes the catch, tackled at the 12. The following play, Nash going to the other side, Palmer with the catch, tackled into the end zone. This game is slowly getting out of hand. Buffalo is now up 17-0. The half isn't over yet. Buffalo with a chance to extend the lead. McGahee has been phenomenal today. There's a minute left in the half. Nash rolls out right side and he's sacked. They rush back to the line. Do they try to get into field goal range or go for the first? And Nash is sacked again. Back-to-back sacks, and this isn't looking good for Buffalo. Nash is down. He's being checked up on, and that's how the first half ends, on a somber note for the Bills. It is ruled that Nash will be out for the rest of the game. Just because Nash is out doesn't mean that McGahee isn't still in full force. Get out of my way, old man mode, taking it near the 45. Even though the elite quarterback quarterback Nash isn't on the field, guess who is? Action Jackson with a stiff arm makes a guy miss twice inside the 10, and just like that, they've scored as many points as their last Super Bowl appearance. Ward was a guy who was drafted to sit behind Nash to be a competent backup, but what a way to start your career, throwing a touchdown in the Super Bowl, and it's a fumble recovered by Buffalo. At this point, all they need to do is run out the clock and go home happy. Ward throws, intercepted by Townsend, and he brings it back across the 20. The game is technically not over yet. McCown throws, Bennett with a grab, trying to get the momentum going, possibly score. McCown going deep, and it's picked off by Morrison. He takes it back to their own 45. All they gotta do is run out the clock, and Arizona knows this, and they're not being fooled. It's now 3rd and 15. They're going to throw it. Ward goes deep, and it's incomplete, but there is a flag, pass interference on the defense. That'll extend this drive into the 4th quarter. Ward to Ford on the drag. He tries to get the first and has it. Another 3rd down on the drive. Draw up the middle and nothing. They're just going to run out the clock. Game's pretty much over. This kick makes it a 4-touchdown game. Buffalo up 27-0. The game is pretty much over, but Arizona wants to avoid being the second team ever to be shut out, and that's not going to help. Sandoval with the interception, brought back to the 20. You know they're going to run it. McGahee has a lead blocker who just completely trails away, and that should have been a touchdown had Jacobs led the way. They've now put in the backups. Walker, not so Texas Ranger, down to the 1. 2nd and goal, pitch right side. Walker can't break a tackle, short of the end zone. 3rd and goal, pitch right side again, and Walker doesn't need to break a tackle when he doesn't get touched to give Buffalo a 34-0 lead. Arizona doing their best to avoid the shutout. McCown down the middle, Fitzgerald with a catch across midfield. Buffalo almost gave up a touchdown in the last Super Bowl. Fitzgerald with another grab. There's hope that Arizona could avoid the shutout. McCown throws, and it's picked off for the 3rd time by Dawson's Creek. That's 4 turnovers that would pretty much seal the win, and for the 3rd time, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills, as they've earned their 3rd straight Lombardi, and at this point, it's almost a given that they'll be in the Super Bowl every year, or at the very least, the AFC Championship game. The one question I think that will be on everyone's mind is how serious the injury to Nash was, and if it'll linger into the next year. There's the players asking for their coach back. Look at how excited they are to have made history today with 3 consecutive wins, and for the 2nd time, Willis McGahee has earned Super Bowl MVP. He absolutely carried this team in the 2nd half. The fans are asking for one more ring. The Bills are heading back to the lockers as 3-time Super Bowl champs, and Osborne is telling the world we're coming back one more time. Casey is pulling him away, telling him to keep his mouth shut. There you go. 3 straight Super Bowls, 2 straight shutouts, and they've now won them all with a combined score of 70-7. Straight up dominance, but seriously, we have to go to 4 straight, right? Now, before we head to year 11, Nash did fracture his arm. I'm curious to see how that changes things next year. We're heading into the 2nd third of the video with no retirements. The Sheriff Peyton Manning decided to call it a career. Aaron Schobel, Buffalo original, finally retiring. On to resignings. Sean Ortega, 3rd string quarterback, he gone. Johnny Joseph had a great season. He's expensive, he's coming back. Chad Munoz can get to the quarterback, he's coming back. Milton Austin, backup corner, he gone. Dawson's Creek, been pretty good. He's coming back. Russell Reeves, the punter, he's coming back. Off to free agency, and I skipped. We have the 32nd pick in the draft. I traded down 1 pick to Carolina, giving up our 1st and 3rd. Our 1st pick was a guard, made Jonathan Cohen expendable. I released him. Our 2nd pick in the 2nd round, outside linebacker. Made Mike Rivera expendable, traded him to Washington for next year's 3rd. Final pick in the 2nd, a cornerback. In the third, a defensive tackle. We didn't have a fourth, but drafted a quarterback in the fifth. We had a second fifth, drafted a fullback. In the sixth, a free safety. Mr. Irrelevant this year was a quarterback. Tyler Nash doesn't seem to have any lingering effects from his injury. He's going to cost a lot of money next year. Sam Walker is now the head of the table. Melvin Jackson is injured for the first 2 games. Abe Ford was such a good trade. Albertan Canada is likely gone after this year. Mathis is elite. The rookie Cooper will start over Jacobs. Nichols and Poole continues to start. Hudson regressed, but decent depth behind him. Has Willis ever cracked 80? He's been so good. Davis and Joseph both regressed. Riley will start over Davis. Tommy Martinez slowed down a bit. Ralph Poole leads the cornerback group. I'm regretting that Sandoval contract. Morrison is also pretty expensive. I traded away Kerry Ward. He regressed, only able to get a third for him. I did release the player in the trade. Frank Pierce is being traded away on a contract year. Got a second from the Vikings. Also got a backup strong safety, which means Philip Walton is being traded on a contract year. Got a second from the Steelers. Also got a backup inside linebacker. Now let's simulate the season. I want to stop it here. We're 10-0. We're not going to collapse, right? Nope. 11-0, 12-0, 13-0, 14-0. We lost. We finished the season 15-1 with the number 1 seed. We do have injuries, which means they're out for the playoffs. Big, sexy Tyler Nash, putting up almost a repeat performance from last year, earned himself a 3rd MVP. Looks like Sam Walker is getting better. This might be the final season for McGahee. Toby Jacobs has been so good. Melvin Jackson finally got over 1,000 yards. Jamie Palmer got injured on the final game. Abe Ford had his best season. Pearsons and Brock sitting under 500 yards each. Pablo Sandoval led in tackles. Tommy Martinez is behind him with a career high in sacks. Lyle Delgado led the team with 15 sacks. Willis had a down year but got over 100 career sacks. Jim Riley, the rookie, was okay. Ralph Poole looks to be slowing down. Not many interceptions this year. Floyd Moss was the 1 in 15-1. Who will the Buffalo Bills host in the divisional round? It'll be the Houston Texans, their first head-to-head matchup in the playoffs in this series. It'll also be a revenge game for Tommy Henderson, the guy who caught the pass inside the 5-yard line to set up the game-winning touchdown in the Super Bowl. Is this the year the Buffalo Bills circle the wagons for the final time and head to their 4th straight Super Bowl to avenge their 1990s past and cement themselves as one, if not the greatest franchise in the history of the NFL? Well, the first chapter, or last chapter, to the end of that story begins here in Orchard Park against the Houston Texans. Let's begin. We start in the final seconds of the first scoreless game. Houston's ball, Ingram to Ramsey to get into field goal range. Same drive, start of the second quarter, Ingram throws, Patton loops around short of the first. Following play, 3rd and 1, it's a rollout, had a guy open underneath, instead it falls incomplete. That brings out the kicker for a 42-yard attempt. It hooks back in, and there's potential for an upset today. Houston up 3-0. Buffalo hasn't done much today. In fact, they're going backwards, sacked for a big loss. 3rd and 15 from the shotgun, spreading out the defense, pressure getting there. Nash finds Jackson, who splits the double coverage. A play later, they give it to Walker, not so Texas Ranger, who has a Texas size hole to run through. Inside the 20, avoids a tackle, brought down at the 2. Is this his redemption arc? 1st and goal, they go back to Walker and he gets stuffed at the line. Okay, well, maybe it's not his full redemption arc. 2nd and goal, Walker again makes a move and goes in untouched for the first touchdown in the game. Buffalo takes the lead 7-3. We skip to the final minute of the first. Buffalo has it again and sacked again. Last time Nash was sacked, Jackson had a big play. This time Jackson has another big play. Two guys chasing from behind and they're not going to get him. Buffalo makes it 14-3 before the half ends. We now start the third quarter. Buffalo with great field position again. Nash down the middle finds Pearson for the first. He's the number 2 for the playoffs with Brock and Palmer out. A few plays later, third down, Nash dropping way back down the middle and somehow gets that to Jackson for the first. Inside the red zone, single back set, Nash down the middle, Jackson with his second touchdown in the game. Buffalo's walking away with this one. They're now up 21-3. We're now at the final seconds of the third quarter. Houston needs something big and Ingram is sacked. To start the fourth quarter, it's third and long, roll out right side, Ingram going deep and it's almost picked off by Morrison. They're going to go for it on fourth and long, roll out the other side and pressure forces the pass and it's incomplete. Turnover on downs. Buffalo is likely to run the clock out. Walker with the handoff and he gets lit up after a gain of 5. The following play they go back to Walker and has another Texas size hole to get down to the 10. Buffalo looks like they're moving on to their 5th consecutive AFC Championship game. Screen goes nowhere. With 2 minutes left, Buffalo will make it a 3-touchdown game. They're now up 24-3. Houston is playing for pride. From the shotgun, Ingram connects with McCormick for 24 yards. That puts them near midfield, and on third down, McCormick can't hold on this time. Fourth down coming up. This could be the final play of the season for Houston. Play action. Ingram has Patton but had to come back for it. Turnover on downs. Houston would get it back one more time with 39 seconds and the rookie William Phelps picks it off, and that's how their season would end. For the 5th consecutive season, the Buffalo Bills will move on to the AFC Championship game to try and finish their redemption story of going and winning 4 straight Super Bowls. Will they have their storybook ending? They'll be taking on the Denver Broncos in the conference round, the team that took Lynn Steele 1 pick after Tyler Nash. This is looking like it'll be a shootout for the ages. They also have Sheldon Brown, you know, the guy we played twice in the playoffs, and he has 4 interceptions, 2 against Phelps, 2 against Nash. Of course. The Bills have now tied the record for the most consecutive conference championship appearances in this timeline with 5. The true record is 8, held by the Patriots. Buffalo's looking to fulfill their destiny of making 4 straight Super Bowls once again, but this time winning them all. The next chapter in this story will be the Broncos and their elite quarterback Lynn Steele, who was selected after Tyler Nash. Which quarterback is the better one today? Let's find out. We start this one on the very first play. Nash throws and it's picked off. Wolf running the wrong way. Now he's running the right way. Brought down at the 23. The turnover only led to a field goal, 42 yards, and it sails right, no good. How does Buffalo respond after the interception? Well, they keep it on the ground, gain of 7. Last week, Walker, not so Texas Ranger, had a big play. This week, he does it again. Across midfield, inside the 40, the 30, one guy catching up, brought down at the 15. They rush back to the line, and that might have been a mistake. Nash is sacked. They hurry up again. Broncos bring the blitz. Nash going deep in action. Jackson is all by himself. Buffalo takes the early 7-0 lead. We now go to later in the first. Buffalo has it again. Third down and Nash is picked off for the second time today. Sandoval is tackled near midfield. On the ensuing drive for the Broncos, third down, Steele to Rhodes, tackled short of the first. They're going to go for it on fourth down. Payne takes it and he's stuffed at the line by Tommy Martinez, which means turnover on downs. We now skip to later in the second quarter, same score. Nash connects with Pearson at midfield. Following play, they hand it to Walker up the middle, who somehow gets through all that for a gain of 7. Second and 3, back to Walker, right side, had some blockers but tackled short of the first. Third and inches, and for the 3rd straight time, Walker takes the handoff. This one gets the first. It's now the final 2 minutes of the half. Second down, Nash, Pearson Pearson. Owens tried to jump the pass and there's no one left to bring him down, and Pearson has come in strong as a number 2 in this postseason. Buffalo is now up 14-0. Denver will have a chance to cut the lead before halftime. Steele to Bailey to get to midfield. Another third down on the drive. They bring a blitz. Steele over Poole and into Bailey for another first. Sadly, that'll be the last we see of Bailey as he was injured on the play. They'll now be facing their third down on the drive, and Steele throws it into the snow. That'll lead to a 50-yard attempt, missed right last time. This time it might squeak in, and it doinks off the upright. No good. We'll see what Buffalo does here. They hand it to Walker. He somehow squeezes through all the traffic and into Denver territory. At this point, might as well go for some more points. It's a pitch left side. Walker down the sideline has the first. Walker has looked very different this year. Jackson with the catch at the sticks. A play later, 3rd and inches. Nash throws, knocked down. Great play by Sandoval, forced 4th down. They won't risk it, taking a chance for points. 42 yards, and it's just inside the uprights. Buffalo will go into the half leading 17-0. We're now in the 3rd quarter. Buffalo's ball, and Walker does it again up the middle for a gain of 8. 2nd and 2, they give it to Walker again, and he easily gets the first down. A few plays later, 3rd down, Nash throws, caught by Pearson for the first. If Buffalo scores again, game could be over, and it's a direct snap to Walker up the middle for a gain of 5. 2nd and 5, back to Walker, and this offensive line has been dominant. That puts them down to the 10. Nash like a statue to the end zone, and that's the 2nd touchdown on the day for Action Jackson. Buffalo up 24-0. Yup, you guessed it. Buffalo has it again. A dominant performance by them, and Walker doesn't get touched until after the first. 4 minutes left in the game. Walker up the middle, and he doesn't get touched again until he has the first. A play later, they give it to Jacobs, and he doesn't get touched until he's inside the 10. They now have the backups in the game. Willis McGahee makes a move, tackled at the 2. The following play, McGahee again, and there's that power. That might be his final touchdown here in Orchard Park. They're now up 31-0. Denver is just looking to get some points on the board, and Steele throws that to nobody. I guess we got the answer on who's the better quarterback today, as this pass falls incomplete. Turnover on downs. Buffalo would kick a field goal in the final 15 seconds to make it 34-0. With this dominant win, the Buffalo Bills will be returning to the Super Bowl for the 4th consecutive time. It's only ever been done once by the Buffalo Bills from 1990 to 1993. Will they be the inverse of that dynasty? Their 4th Super Bowl will be against the Seattle Seahawks. Once again, injuries seem to not work in the playoffs. Brock and Palmer will still be out. For the 4th consecutive year, the Buffalo Bills will be in the Super Bowl. The fans may be tired of seeing this team here. They finished 15-1 this year, 14-2 last year. They've been completely dominant the past 2 seasons. But with this being the final year of Nash under his rookie contract, the question will be, is this going to be the final season they return to the Super Bowl after they give him the bag? He's looking for $9 million next year compared to the $3 million this year. Will they have the money to retain their other big names like Jackson, Burton, and Poole? Before we get the answers to those questions, can they complete the storybook ending with a win against the Seahawks? Let's get it on. We start with Buffalo near midfield, Nash to Pearson for the first. On the edge of field goal range, following play, Nash swings it out to Walker, not so Texas Ranger, who gets the blocking and down into the red zone, but there is a flag on the play, holding on the Bills. I don't know about that, Jim. Now then, set up a 3rd and 22. Nash throws on a rope, Jackson with a catch tackled short of the first. They opt not to go for it, instead kicking a 45-yard kick right down the middle, and Buffalo gets the first points in the game. How does Seattle answer back? They go to the ground. Bishop with 9 on the carry. A play later, they lost a yard, but doesn't matter. Santos got behind the defense on a quick pass and into Buffalo territory. The following play, another quick pass. This time the defense was ready. Tommy Martinez with the interception. He's been so good. Buffalo would do nothing with the turnover. Seattle would have it again. Mills with the catch near midfield. Following play, quick drop back throws has Mills open in Buffalo territory, tackled near the 30. Last time they were this close, Hardy threw an interception. This time he has Mills who drops it. No, they call it a fumble, recovered by Buffalo. They do challenge the play, and it doesn't look like he had possession of it. It'll be overturned. Whoa. This is Super Bowl 40 all over again. We skip to the final 2 minutes of the half, Buffalo with a small lead and almost picked off. Seattle can't seem to catch a break. Nash throws, Jackson with a catch at the 35. There's now a minute left in the half. Nash backing up, pressure getting there, avoids a sack but gets swallowed up anyways. It's now 3rd and 20, 36 seconds left. Nash to the sideline and he's picked off. Stevens with the interception for a pick 6. Seattle finally got their break and the lead before half. That right there is a cautionary tale of why you don't force something to happen. Looks like they're just going to run the clock down. It seems like they're going to get one play off. They're going to throw it. Nash has Pearson's deep. He only has one guy chasing him. Nobody has an angle on him inside the 10, and there are no flags on the field. Buffalo reclaims the lead before halftime. Buffalo will start the second half with the ball. Nash down the middle, caught by Pearson. He showed up today. A play later, second down, Nash in the pocket. Jackson with the catch, angles towards the sideline and gets tackled out at the 38. They now have their second third down on the drive. Nash down the middle, wide open, Ford with the catch in the first. They now have their third down on the drive inside the red zone. Jackson can't hold on, incomplete. Fourth down coming up. Despite all the mistakes Seattle has made, they're still only down by a single possession. Buffalo up 13-7. Seattle already has 2 turnovers, one of them a bad call, but not this one. The rookie Riley takes it and Buffalo gets their own pick 6 in the game. They're now up 20-7. We go to the final 2 minutes of the game. Seattle down by 2 scores. They need a big play and they get it. Bates with the catch. A play later, second down, Hardy in the pocket throws, Santos with the catch inside the 30. We're now under the 2-minute warning. Hardy swings it out to the flat and it's a fumble. Everyone jumps on it and it's Buffalo's ball. They do review the play and it's ruled incomplete. Refs actually doing their job. That would lead to 3rd and 6. Hardy with time in the pocket throws and almost intercepted. Morrison on the coverage. 4th down, game could be over here if they don't convert it. Throws to the flat and it's not even close. Turnover on downs. Seattle would get it one more time. They've had 3 turnovers, make it a 4th. Dawson's Creek with the interception to end the game. That means for the 4th consecutive season, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. They did something that is unheard of and they redeemed their franchise history. They've been to 4 straight Super Bowls before, but this time they've won them all thanks to their 3-time MVP, Tyler Nash. The question is, could they get a 5th? And I don't like their chances. They'll have a lot of cap tied up to Nash's new contract in the offseason if they give him a new contract, but right now they're not going to worry about that. They're going to focus on celebrating this win. The Super Bowl MVP is Pearson, who absolutely changed the momentum of this game. They were struggling offensively, but he finally showed up when they needed him most. The team is now going into the locker room to enjoy potentially their final season altogether. There is more than likely a big roster shakeup going to happen in the next offseason. I thought this would have been a perfect spot to stop the video, but I'm not going to do that because I want to see how this team navigates when all their cap is spent on their high-priced quarterback. Season 12 is up next. This is Tyler Nash's final year of his contract, earning $3 million. He wants $10 million the first 3 years, and we're only going to have $21 million next year to work with. Oh, this should be fun. We have 2 retirements. Willis McGahee's was expected. Fun fact, he was a yard from tying Thurman Thomas's career rushing total. Brett Jacobs' retirement gets us to $24 million in cap space. Derek Dockery is retiring in the Lone Star State. On to resignings. Big, sexy Tyler Nash is commanding $10 million for the first 3 years. He's coming back. Roderick Hunter, third string back. He gone. Melvin Jackson is going to regress, but that extra cap space is enough to bring him back. Moses Brock seems injury prone, but he's coming back. Albertan Canada, we gotta be smart with our money. He gone. Lester Poole, backup tackle. He gone. Tyler Casey, backup defensive tackle. He gone. The Grave Digger dug his own grave. He gone. Tony Marshall, our kick returner. He gone. Off to free agency, and I skipped. We have the 32nd pick again. Traded it to Jacksonville for Merle King. He's a decent defensive end. I wanted him more for his cheap contract. We do have 6 picks in the 2nd and 3rd round. Sherman Long was our first pick. Tim Marsh was the 2nd pick. Zachary Horton was the 3rd pick. I have a plan. Dwayne Todd was our first pick in the 3rd. Dexter Carson was our 5th pick. Final pick in the 3rd round was Horace Walker. I'm moving on from Hudson before he regresses. Traded him to Detroit for their 1st round pick. Tyler Nash is no longer in the 99 club. Oh, I should have never given him that contract. Sam Walker improved slightly. I'm probably trading Jacobs. Jackson did regress, but the trio is still strong. We have a decision to make with Ford next year. I'm very happy with Long. Mathis may not be back next year. We also have a decision to make with Nichols. Delgado and Horton will be starting. King is starting and Willis will be opposite. The downfall of Davis was not something I expected. This is Tommy Martinez's final season with the team. Another decision to make with Poole. No one else has stepped up. The Sandoval contract isn't terrible since he's still kind of good. Morrison, on the other hand, looks bad. McLaughlin starting. I am going to trade Toby Jacobs, send him to the Titans for a 1st and a running back. Maybe Watkins is Hambrick 2.0. Terrence Lawrence is also being traded, sent him to the Cardinals for a backup tackle and a 5th. These trades are for long-term cheap contracts. Alfred Carson was traded for last year. He's moving again, sent him to the Bears for a 2nd round pick. I released the player in the trade. Now let's simulate the season. We started 2-2. This ain't the same team. Then ripped off 9 straight wins but lost to the Steelers, which means we might not get home field in the playoffs. We didn't even get a bye week. Playoffs are stacked. Tyler Nash had one of his best seasons, and that's saying something, and didn't get MVP. I'm starting to warm up to Sam Walker. Watkins seems like a decent backup. Jamie Palmer led in receiving yards, mainly due to Jackson missing 4 games. Abe Ford has been fantastic the past 2 seasons. Moses Brock missed 2 games. What's new? Amazing that Nash got over 4,000 with these numbers. Johnny Joseph led in tackles. He had a career year. Tommy Martinez continues to be solid. Unfortunately, he's going to be out for the playoffs. Lyle Delgado with another 15-sack season. It's insane how good he's been. Merle King was okay, but is injured. Wilbur Willis is done. He had a long peak. Jim Riley, don't know why his 2014 stats are gone. 2 linebackers led in interceptions. Phelps is looking good. Ralph Poole missed half the season. Stewart only missed 4 kicks. We'll be without a few productive players for the wild card. Lawrence didn't do much better in Arizona. Jay Hudson did not regress. Did I make a mistake? Moss is still starting in New York. Our wild card matchup is against one of the 3 teams that beat us in the regular season. I did sign Depp at cornerback, also at defensive end, and for the first time since year 7, the Buffalo Bills will be in the wild card round. They'll be hosting the Baltimore Ravens, who they played back in year 5 in the wild card. This year it's a bit different, as one of the Bills' 3 losses this year belongs to the Ravens. Will they get their revenge today, or will the Ravens prove to have their number? Let's find out. We start this one with Buffalo to hand off up the middle. Walker gets stonewalled after a gain of 5. Following play, Baltimore brings the blitz. Nash, as cool as the other side of the pillow, finds Jackson, and that's why they brought that man back. Does he have enough left in the tank? Yes, he does. Touchdown Bills. They score the first points. How does Baltimore answer back? Pitch, Barnes, left side, open down the sideline and gets the first. Following play, draw Barnes up the middle, and look at all the green around him, easily gets the first. Next play, they come out in an empty back set, Carroll to Bradley for 7 yards. 2nd and 3, they give it to Montgomery and he gets ripped down by the face mask, 15 yards in the first. They'll put them at the 33, Carroll to the flat, Darling down the sideline, tackled short. They need 2 yards, hey diddle diddle, Barnes up the middle, gets into the red zone down at the 11. A play later, 2nd down, Carroll under pressure to the end zone and it's picked off by Sandoval. Brings it out of the end zone, gets past the 20, needs a block, gets it, and finally brought down at the 42. First play after the turnover, Walker on the pitch, he has room, stiff arms that guy into the ground, and he's come a long way since his rookie year. They're now in Baltimore territory, Walker up the middle, gets through for a gain of 5. On 3rd down, Nash quickly, Jackson with the catch but tackled short of the first. They're going to go for it, Walker gets through the line but not the defender. Turnover on downs. We go to halfway through the second quarter, Barnes avoids a defender and there's no one else to get him. Munoz trying to get an angle on him, chased down by Joseph in Buffalo territory. A play later, Carroll throws it up for grabs and McLaughlin drops the interception. 3rd down, do they go for the first or field goal range? Bradley with a catch and they're settling for the field goal. It'll be a 51-yard attempt. It's up, it's beginning to sail left and it stays inside the uprights. Baltimore is now down 7-3. We skip to the final minute of the first half. Buffalo's punting it away. Other than that big pass play, they haven't done much offensively, as this will be a decent return that gets them into Buffalo territory thanks to a face mask. They'll put them at the 40, and on 2nd down, Carroll to Watkins on the out route near the first. There's still plenty of time to get into the end zone, and on 3rd down, they go backwards. That makes this next kick another 51-yarder. It's up and it curves inside the upright. It's now a 1-point game going into the half. We're now halfway through the third. Buffalo's ball still up by 1 point. Walker with a gain of 8 on the carry. The following play, they go back to Walker and the offensive line is doing work. On the new set of downs, Nash in the pocket throws and it's picked off. Yup, by Terrell Suggs. He's still got it. Brings it into Buffalo territory. It's 3rd and long after the turnover. Carroll to Bradley, tackled at the sticks. They're going to measure it. Do they risk going for it if they don't get it, or kick the field goal? Doesn't matter because it's a 1st down. Following play, Carroll on a design sneak, gains 7 on the play. 2nd and 3, they give it to Barnes and he plows through but short of the first. They have everyone on the line. Barnes powering through and gets the first. Same drive in the 4th. Carroll throws, caught but tackled short on 3rd down. Baltimore is going to go for the lead here, 30 yards, and it's pretty much down the middle. They're now up 9-7. There's still plenty of time left in the game. Walker makes a move and gets brought down after a gain of 5. A play later, 3rd and 2, Walker takes it up the middle and easily gets the first. They now have another crucial 3rd down. Nash throws, cut by Pearson for the first. They're now at the 2-minute warning. They can just run out the clock, and Walker with a big gain. Following play, they give it to Walker up the middle and he gets it inside the 30. Less than a minute left. They're going to pass to the sideline and incomplete. 3rd down in the shotgun, Nash throws to the sideline, incomplete. They're going to kick a field goal. They might have left too much time for Baltimore, and it looks like it's not going to curve back in. No good. Stewart missed. And that's how this game is going to end. Instead of running and getting into a better position for a kick, they kept it in the hands of their 3-time MVP and he couldn't get it done. They're not even going to get past the wild card. That was a strange turn of events. Got eliminated in the wild card. Even stranger, Baltimore took down the #1 seed. Are they really going to go all the way? Nope. Lynn Steele and the Denver Broncos look to create their own dynasty. Find it interesting that Tom Brady is a 3rd-string quarterback. Detroit, Denver, Super Bowl, Double D. Who wins? The Detroit Lions finally won a Super Bowl. They've been denied too many times outside the door. I'm glad they won, plus that means Jay Hudson earned his 5th straight Super Bowl ring. He was the secret to our success, wasn't he? We have quite a few retirements. We'll no longer be able to smell those Douglas firs. Swanson was signed for the playoffs. He retired. Tommy Martinez should be in the Ring of Honor. I don't care what you say. Ralph Poole made the decision easy for us. He retired. Anyone remember this guy? He retired. On to resignings. Newton did well, but he gone. Abe Ford has done so well the past 2 seasons. I need time. Alvarez, backup tight end. He gone. Andre Cruz, good backup, but he gone. Chad Mathis, time to move on. He gone. Pete Nichols, come on, he's coming back. Merle Davis was in the 90s 2 seasons ago. He gone. Jim Riley is so good. He's coming back. Julian Beck signed for the playoffs. He gone. Abe Ford wants a lot of money, but he's been worth it. He's coming back. Off the free agency, we have the 14th pick in the 2nd round, and I do plan to use my firsts this year. I don't want to worry about missing out on a guard, so I give an offer to Willie Lewis. I didn't realize I gave him so much money. He accepted. I want to go after a tackle on a defensive end this year. We have the 6th, 26th, and 32nd pick. We are projected to get Man at the 6th spot, and he's pretty good. I scouted the defensive ends, and I really like Elias Owens. He was projected to go 9th overall to the Chiefs. I traded them my 2 late firsts for that pick. I was also interested in Austin at tackle. He's more well-rounded, but I have a plan for Man. I'm going to sit him his rookie year to learn behind our 2 veterans. Then I drafted Owens with a 9th pick. He's a pass rush specialist who's starting week 1. That means Willis is being traded. I was hoping he would retire. Packaged him with a 6th for the 49ers 4th. In the 2nd round, I drafted Sims to replace Poole. I also drafted a strong safety with our other 2nd round pick. That means Carson will be traded. Traded him to Atlanta for a 6th and a backup running back. Tim Rivera is currently the number 3 back. Other notable players, Boyd Holland in the 3rd, Seth Mann in the 5th. He'll be starting at fullback. Philip Perkins, backup center, was our other 5th. Benny Romero, backup defensive tackle in the 6th. I did make some more trades to get under the cap. Morrison packaged with a 4th and 6th for San Diego's 3rd. I did end up trading Rivera away. I sent him to Baltimore for a cheaper back in a 6th. He is a rookie but was buried on their roster. The final trade was Johnny Atkins, packaged him with a 3rd for the 49ers 2nd and 5th. We're only going to run with 2 quarterbacks, mainly because we have $73K in cap. I don't think Sam Walker is returning next year. Seth Mann is looking good at fullback. Jackson is out for week 1, but Brock has stepped up. Palmer might be gone next year. I'm going to regret Ford's contract. Long is looking good. His backup's not too bad. I'm also going to regret Lewis's contract. I could trade Poole away, but I'm sticking with the plan for Man. Horton might be really good on a cheap contract. Delgado on a contract year. King and Owens will be the starting defensive ends. Both are starting outside linebackers will be elite. We'll find out if Munoz can take over at inside linebacker. The rookie leads the corners and Phelps regressed hard. Sandoval's contract may be high, but he's worth it. While we have a decision to make at free safety next year. Now let's simulate the season. We started 8-2, collapsed and barely finished 10-6, winning the division over Miami. A huge reason for that collapse was Tyler Nash missing the final 6 games. He will not be available for the playoffs along with Brock, Walters, and Riley. Owen Adams didn't do terrible, but going 2-4 isn't good. Sam Walker couldn't carry the team. He's most likely not coming back. His backup might have been better as a starter. Melvin Jackson is going in our Ring of Honor when he retires. Brock finally played all 16 games again, but still got hurt. Jamie Palmer had a meh season. Johnny Joseph led the team in tackles. Chad Munoz had a stellar first year starting. Pablo Sandoval was the last player over 100 tackles. Lyle Delgado is averaging 15 sacks the past 3 years. Other than him, no one stands out much. Elias Owens was not great. Jim Riley had another career year, but an injury cut it short. Besides Riley, nobody else had more than 2 interceptions. Stewart might have the yips. Wilbur Willis became a free agent. He should be in our Ring of Honor. Floyd Moss almost went 30 for 30. Jay Hudson regressed with Detroit. Our wild card matchup will be a divisional matchup against the Miami Dolphins. For the second straight year, the Buffalo Bills will be in the wild card round. This time, it was due to their franchise quarterback Tyler Nash being out with an injury after an 8-2 start, finished 10-6, barely edging out the Dolphins for the divisional title. But now they'll be facing them in the snow to see who moves on to the divisional round. Let's get started. Buffalo would be in good field position after a short punt. Walker with the carry up the middle for a gain of 6. With their quarterback out, expect to see more running, and in this weather, it's a fumble recovered by Miami. The play after the turnover, Martin throws, knocked up by Delgado and picked off by Merle King. He will roll you. Buffalo is back in good field position. They're going to throw this time. Adams squeezes that into tight coverage. Jackson making the play. Same drive, 3rd and long. Adams dropping way back down the middle. Ford can't get the first. They're not going to go for it, trying to take the points when they can. Bills score first, 3-0. Miami would go 3 and out. Buffalo with the ball again. Walker takes it to the outside and tackled short of the first. Needing a yard, they go back to Walker, left side, and it's close. They'll be bringing out the sticks, and they give him the first. A play later, 2nd down, it's a draw. Walker runs over a defender and gets tackled near the sticks. Needing a yard, they give it to the man who powers up the middle into Miami territory. It was expected that they'd run a lot today. Other than the fumble, they've had success. 7 on the carry by Walker. A play later, 3rd and 4, Adams to Ford on the quick out and heads up for the first. It's surprising how well Adams has played in this weather. He throws and finds a wide open Jackson, and I could have made that throw. Buffalo is now up 10-0. We're now in the final minute of the half. Miami looking to shorten the deficit, and it's a fumble. Looked a lot like the Super Bowl fumble, didn't it? It wouldn't even be reviewed by the booth. Buffalo in great position for points. The man with the catch in the red zone. 40 seconds left in the half. Adams in the pocket, throws, caught by Ford inside to 10. 28 seconds left. Walker up the middle, but can't power in, down at the 3. 24 seconds left. 2nd and goal. Adams throws a fade. Palmer can't hold on to it. I bet you Brock makes that catch. It's now 3rd down. Adams, Ford can't hold on to it through the hit. Again, Buffalo opting to take the points when they can. They're now up 13-0 going into the half. We start the second half with Buffalo. They run it again. Walker, not so Texas Ranger, takes it outside for 8 yards. Following play, they're running it again. Walker gets great blocking, tackled in Miami territory. From the 48-yard line, they don't run. Adams throwing, Palmer with the catch and stiff arm, tackled inside the 30. A touchdown here could put the game out of reach for Miami. Walker somehow gets through for a gain of 5. A play later, 3rd and 4, Adams throws, Palmer can't hold on. He's been inconsistent today. Stewart will attempt a 39-yard kick in the snow and right down the middle, 16-0 Buffalo. Miami is technically still in it if they get 2-point conversions. Fowler can't hold on to the pass. We're now in the 4th quarter, 3rd down. Munoz tips the pass. It's 4th down. Looks like they're bringing the blitz. They don't. Another tipped pass, and this one by the King. Now put Buffalo at the Miami 25. Walker taking it outside, trying to outrun a defender, shakes off a tackle, avoids another, and Walker is making his case for anyone who might be interested in his services next year. The touchdown puts Buffalo up 23-0. Miami is in a pickle. Swing pass for a gain of 7. They rush back to the line. 2nd down. Martin going deep and incomplete, but there is a flag. Pass interference on the defense. This is going to be their best chance for points on 3rd down and incomplete. The snow has been a big factor for Miami. On 4th down, they can't complete the pass. Would have been short anyways. Turnover on downs. At this point, all Buffalo needs to do is run out the clock. Walker with the carry for a gain of 7. This play should get it down to the 2-minute warning. Pitch right side. Walker powers through for the first. The backups are now in the game. Watkins with a direct snap on 3rd down, gains 3 on the carry. Stewart missed a 43-yarder last year against Baltimore. This one a 44 in the snow right down the middle. He's 4 for 4 on the day. The game's pretty much over. Miami playing for pride, Martin to Terry spin move, and look at him go. The backups are not going to catch up to him, but it's too little too late, at least to get on the scoreboard before going home for the season. That's how the game would end. The advantage of home field, Miami out there wishing it was colder, Buffalo playing smart, keeping it on the ground, Adams doing just enough, playing mistake-free football, and they'll be moving on to the divisional round. It looks like the injuries work when you don't have a playoff bye. That's interesting. Buffalo will have a rematch against the Baltimore Ravens, this time in whose house? In their house. Last year, the Buffalo Bills lost to the Baltimore Ravens due to a missed kick by their kicker, Stewart. That would have won the game. Last week, Stewart made 4 for 4 in freezing temperatures and in the snow. He has something to prove today, but the bigger question is, will the offense even be efficient without Nash? They struggled last year with him against this team. Let's find out. We start the game off with Baltimore, handoff, Barnes up the middle, plows through for a gain of 6. Following play, Carroll in the pocket with time finds Rodgers for first. It's now 3rd down on the drive. Carroll quickly, Watkins with a catch at the sticks. They measure it and he's short of the first. They're gonna go for it. It's a sweep left side. Barnes easily converts the first. Another 3rd down on the drive from the 30. Carroll with great protection has Watkins down the sideline, and that was as easy of a pitch and catch you could have asked for. Baltimore takes the first lead. We skip to the final minute of the half. Buffalo not doing much, but Adams finds Jackson for a big play. Following the play, 49 seconds left, Adams throws on a rope. Jackson was 1 move away from a touchdown. 44 seconds left, they're now in field goal range. Adams to Palmer this time to get them near the 10. A few plays later, 3rd down, play action, Adams to the end zone. Jackson can't hold on. He's not the same guy he used to be. That brings out Stewart for a chip shot field goal to make it 7-3 at halftime. We start the second half with Baltimore near midfield, and Sandoval takes it away. That's why they pay him the big bucks. Other than that one drive, Buffalo has been struggling. Adams on 3rd down finds Walker, the receiver, for the first. They're now in field goal range, but a touchdown would get them the lead. Adams is sacked. That pushes them back on the verge of field goal range. Adams connects with Palmer, and he's getting chased down inside the 10. A play later, 2nd and goal, Adams to the end zone, and Palmer drops the easy touchdown. Twice he's dropped one in the playoffs. They still have another chance to get into the end zone. Adams steps up into a sack. So close to taking a 10-7 lead. Instead, they'll be down by a point, 7-6. Buffalo did force Baltimore to a 3-and-out. They'll be getting a chance to take the lead with 4 minutes remaining. This will be returned from the 32. Persons finds a seam and gets it to midfield. Great field position for Buffalo. Walker takes it up the middle, stuffed at the line. Following play, it's a draw. Walker, following his blocks, barely manages 3 on the carry. They're going to put the game in the hands of their backup quarterback Adams and throws into triple coverage, incomplete. They punted it to Baltimore. They have it at the 12. Barnes finds a crease for a gain of 4. Buffalo needs to force a 3-and-out to have a chance. Barnes with a carry, right side, tackled a yard short. We're now at the 2-minute warning. Barnes with the carry squeezes through for the first. Buffalo calls their first timeout. They could still get the ball back. Barnes pitch, right side, stiff arm, gains 3 on the carry. Buffalo would have close to a minute if they stopped them to a 3-and-out here. Barnes is stuffed on 2nd down. No more timeouts for Buffalo. Baltimore keeps it on the ground, stuffed again. After a punt, Buffalo has it at their own 30. A minute to work with. Adams has a chance to be a hero today, and he throws an interception on the first play of the drive. That would end the game. Baltimore will once again send Buffalo home early in the divisional round. Stewart wasn't the problem today. Adams is a backup. I can't place all the blame on him, but Jamie Palmer dropped 2 easy touchdowns during the playoffs. Ravens will take on the Jaguars in the conference round. Baltimore will move on. Detroit looking to start their dynasty today. Hudson will not be getting his 6th straight ring today. We're now going into the 14th season. Ernest Baker, decent backup inside linebacker. He's retiring. Jack Watkins, I wanted to start him this coming year. Pablo Sandoval is retiring. He belongs in the Ring of Honor. His cap hit is also gone. gone. Tony Marshall retired with the Steelers. Peter Hansen also retired, but with the Bengals. We're going to have a lot of money to re-sign players. Sam Walker, he's not a bust, he's not great, I need time. Jamie Palmer dropped 2 touchdowns in the playoffs. He gone. Sean Cooper is our best guard, he's coming back. Christopher Poole is getting long in the tooth. He gone. Lyle Delgado is old. I'm afraid of regression, but he's coming back. Johnny Warner, backup defensive tackle. He gone. Hiadmo Osborne, backup defensive end. He gone. Dwayne Todd isn't spectacular, but he's cheap. He's coming back. Harold McLaughlin has been mid as a starter. He gone. Irvin Foster is much cheaper as depth. He's coming back. Back to Walker. We still have more than $20 million if we sign him. He's coming back. Off to free agency, and I skipped. We do have the 27th pick in the draft. I traded down to the first pick in the second round. That means we have 3 picks in the second round. First pick was a guard, and he's a stud. Second pick was a free safety that wasn't as good. Third pick was a strong safety that also wasn't as good. Other notable players was an inside linebacker in the third, a cornerback in the fourth, Jordan Parks, a defensive tackle in the fifth. The final player I wanted to show is Chad Long in the fifth. We're now seeing the slow regression of big, sexy Tyler Nash. Sam Walker is starting, but close to losing his job today. Brock is now the number 1, Jackson behind him. Walker's stock is going up. Abe Ford continues to regress. Long is going to cost a lot of money. Salazar and Cooper locked down the guard spots for half a decade. Nichols is regressing, but man is looking good. Horton is near elite, but Delgado actually improved. The biggest shocker has to be Owen's improvement. It seems like outside linebackers regress early. Munoz might have been a great draft pick. Sims will continue to lead, but Phelps came back to a 77. Zimmerman will start this year at strong safety. The rookie McCoy will start at free safety. Now let's simulate the season. We earned our 12th playoff appearance, 9th division title, and 5th home field advantage. They did have 2 straight losses at the end of the year. This was also Tyler Nash's worst season ever as a starter. This was also Sam Walker's best season as a starter. Melvin Jackson may be the number 2, but played like a number 1. Horace Walker may end up being Jackson's replacement. Moses Barak is now the new Lee Evans. Jamie Palmer. Abe Ford continues to disappoint me. I do think Chad Long is gonna be good. Jim Riley led the team in tackles. Johnny Joseph had his 3rd straight 100 tackle season, also tied in sacks. Lyle Delgado didn't produce as many sacks, but still tied for the lead. Chad Munoz is so good. Led in interceptions. Merle King had a much better season. Elias Owens also had a better season. Andre Little is the only other player with more than 1 interception. Felipe McCoy wasn't terrible, not great. Ernesto Zimmerman had a similar season. Alex Sims is our number 1 corner. We need help here. Who do we face in a divisional round? It'll be the Pittsburgh Steelers, where they'll face off against a hundo quarterback in Juan Phillips, who also won the MVP this year. Back-to-back seasons that the Buffalo Bills haven't made it to the AFC Conference Championship round after going to 5 straight. Tyler Nash had his worst season this year, and the team lost their last 2 games before going into this matchup. Are we seeing the downfall of a once great dynasty? Well, let's find out today. Pittsburgh will start the game, and on 3rd down, Phillips going downtown finds Horton near midfield. Following play, Phillips drops back, throws a laser, Delgado with the first. They now have their 2nd 3rd down on the drive, needing 11. Wells gets it for them. They now have their 3rd 3rd down on the drive, Phillips, Horton to the 10. This secondary has turned into Swiss cheese on this drive to the end zone. Wells with the catch, holds on through the hit. Pittsburgh is now up 7-0. We start the second quarter with Pittsburgh, 2nd and 6. Coleman makes 3rd down easier. 3rd and 2, they don't run it. Phillips going deep, and this secondary is awful. Following the big play, Phillips in the pocket, pressure getting there, throws a rainbow, and this secondary can't cover anyone. A play later, 2nd down, Phillips throws on a rope. Horton with a catch in the red zone. The following play, they're not even trying to run it. Phillips throws outside, caught short of the sticks. A play later, 3rd and 2. They don't run it. I don't know what the corner was doing there, but he got bailed out by Joseph. That'll lead to a 28-yard field goal attempt, and that goes right down the middle. Pittsburgh is now up 10-0. Less than a minute left in the half. Can Buffalo do anything? Nash, it's tipped, caught by Jackson. Maybe this jumpstarts the offense. The following play, Nash standing like a statue, throws, and it's picked off. This has not been his year. Pittsburgh has a chance to add to their lead before the half. Phillips throws a dime down the sideline. What a throw and catch. Buffalo has been struggling on offense and defense. Wells with a catch, and it's a fumble. Buffalo recovers and survives the final seconds of this half. We'll start the second half with Buffalo trying to get on the scoreboard, and Nash is picked off for the second time. He's struggling today. Buffalo would force Pittsburgh to a 3-and-out. They'll have it again on 3rd down. Action Jackson being the only offense they have. Following play, they give it to Walker up the middle, and it's a fumble. This has been a complete team collapse by Buffalo. The defense has stepped up, forcing a field goal 40 yards, and it doinks off the upright. No good. Despite everything that has gone wrong, they still have a chance. Nash down the middle, bobbled but caught by Brock. In the 4th quarter, same drive, 3rd down, needing 9, going deep, and it falls incomplete. 4th down, they're feeling desperate, they're going for it. Nash to Brock, and not even close. Turnover on downs. Buffalo will have it again just over 2 minutes in the game. 3rd down, Jackson can't hold on. 4th down coming up. This has just been a complete meltdown by this team, but it's not over. It's over. Pittsburgh with their 4th takeaway in the game. The defense does their job, forcing another field goal to make it 13-0 Pittsburgh. Realistically speaking, it's not over. Nash to Brock for a first. One touchdown could put them back in this game. Nash to the sideline, and might as well have thrown that into the dirt. Before they get a touchdown, they have to convert a 4th down, and they're not even trying. Turnover on downs. What a shocker here today. 3 years ago, they came off of their 4th Super Bowl win. They've only won one playoff game since. Now, will Pittsburgh go all the way to the Super Bowl? Yes, they will. Fun fact, only one team during this entire playoffs won a home game. Technically, Pittsburgh is the home team. Can they break the trend? For the 2nd straight year, the team we lost to ended up winning the Super Bowl. We're no longer the bride, just the bridesmaid. Tony Pearson, former 2nd round pick in year 5, retired. Melvin Jackson is calling it a career, one of the best trades we made back in year 3. You know what? He's coming back. Other retirements, Terrence Lawrence with Arizona, Lamar Hansen, who had a pretty good career with the Colts, Tyler Gill, who I thought would be elite, Jamie Palmer finished his career in Tennessee. On to re-signings, Jimmy Bush is the 3rd string fullback, he gone. Horace Walker has all the potential to replace Jackson, he's coming back. Dexter Brady, I don't like having small receivers, he gone. Lawrence Gardner, do I have to say it? He gone. Sherman Long is elite, he's also really expensive, I need time. Jimmy Walters is an aggressive man, and he's cheap, he's coming back. Merle King is at a point where he could regress, he gone. Travis Schwartz, he's done nothing, he gone. Johnny Joseph, I know he's regressed, but he's still good, he's coming back. Ernesto Zimmerman was meh, he gone. Russell Reeves, I don't care much about punters, but he's coming back. Back to Long, he's so expensive, and he's so coming back. Off to free agency, and I skipped. We have the 28th pick in the draft. Like usual, I traded down to the 2nd round and a 6. Our secondary was Swiss cheese in the playoffs. Adrian Duncan should fix that. With our other 2nd round pick, Troy Walton to replace Abe Ford. Last notable player, Ted Crawford in the 3rd. Seems like each year Nash drops off a point. I was expecting Walker to be in the 80s. We have 3 solid receivers and a decision to make with Brock. I should have never given Ford that contract. How long before I regret Sherman Long's contract? Surprisingly, both our guards improved by a point. Man is close to elite, and I'm going to regret Nichols' contract. Horton is now elite, but Delgato is regressing. Elias Owens is now elite. Is he our first elite defensive end. Riley on a contract year and Joseph didn't regress. Munoz might be on a slow downward trend. Duncan is our best corner, lots of one-year contracts. Horsley will start at strong safety. Imagine if we had a guy like Philip Walton or even Zimmerman. I'm a dummy. McCoy looks to be the long-term starter at free safety. Now let's simulate the season. Started the year 9-2, finished 11-5, but at least we earned the bye. I find it funny that I'm disappointed in Nash's numbers, but they're good. Walker was rough on the ground, good in the air. Brock has now solidified himself as the #1. Melvin Jackson still putting up good numbers. Horace Walker took a backseat this year. I believe in Chad Long. Troy Walton is what Abe Ford was. Good old JR having himself another career year. I did not expect the Blue Blazer to have over 16.5 sacks. Lyle Delgado still putting up good numbers. Adrian Duncan got more sacks than interceptions. Same thing with Alex Sims. I think William Phelps is better in a reduced role. Juan Phillips won MVP for the second straight year. Merle King got injured and got cut. Walton ended up getting injured. You guys remember Carson? He's meh. Zimmerman? Ugh, we should have kept Zimmerman. Who will we face in the divisional round? It'll be the Houston Texans, and a revenge game for Christopher Poole. The Buffalo Bills will be hosting today's divisional matchup against the Houston Texans in another season that started hot but cooled off in the final months. Almost lost the #2 seed. Will today's game be similar to their season, or will the Buffalo Bills of the past show up today? Let's find out. We'll start on the first drive of the game. Texans ball, Ingram to Ford for a first, tackled at the 45. Same drive, third down, Ingram throws a dart to Ramsey to extend the drive. Following play, quick drop, Ingram to Keller for another first. They've spread the ball out well on the drive, another third down to the flat, gets nothing. They bring out their kicker, Keller, for a 33-yarder. It's sailing, but it stays in. They get the first points in the game. It's Buffalo's chance to answer back, and Walker runs through his fullback down near the first. A play later, 3rd and 1, a weird pitch, and Walker has to do all the work to get the first. He really has come a long way since his rookie year. The next play, Nash, clean pocket, throw short, Walker with the catch. The final play before the 2-minute warning, Walker takes it for the first. Unfortunately, on this drive, Moses Brock was injured. Good thing for Buffalo, they have 2 other receivers that are pretty good. Walker is one of them, makes the play here. Same drive, 3rd down, Nash from the shotgun down the middle and incomplete, but hold up, there's a flag and it's PI on the defense. That gives Buffalo another chance. Play action, Nash with time finds Walker near the sideline. Now put them at the 10. Walker takes the carry and gets them down to the 5. Following play, Nash, it's a draw. Walker gets denied at the 1. Do they sneak it? They give it to Walker, takes it outside, and he goes flying, destination, end zone. Buffalo takes the lead 7-3. With 90 seconds left in the half, Houston will try to get some points. Ramsey with a grab. The following play, Ingram quick drop in the pocket down the middle, and it's picked off by Munoz. Buffalo will have it in great field position. The first play after the turnover, Nash throws, action, Jackson with the grab. 52 seconds left in the half, Nash throws, caught by Walton inside the 10. No need to rush, plenty of time. Walker on the draw, they caught them off guard. Walker gets in to make it 14-3 at halftime. We start on the first drive in the second half with Buffalo. Nash to Walker, spin move. He gets to midfield. Same drive, 3rd down, Nash looking to make a big play, going deep, and Brock came back in to make a big play. On the new set of downs, Walker up the middle, gained 6 on the carry. A play later, 3rd and 2, Nash quickly, and it's tipped. That brings out Stewart for a 41-yarder, and he's been money since that Baltimore game. They're now up 17-3. There's 3 minutes left in the game. Houston has to do something quick. Ingram going deep, and it's knocked out, incomplete. A play later, 3rd down, and it's a shovel pass. They're trying to make 4th down easier. They need to convert this 4th down. Ingram throws, and it's incomplete. Turnover on downs. Buffalo will just run out the clock. Walker, spin move, gains 9 on the carry. Following play, they give it to the man up the middle and gets inside the 10. From the 7-yard line pitch, Walker trying to get the hat trick, and he does. That's his 3rd touchdown in the game, and they're now up 24-3. The game is pretty much over. Under 2 minutes left. Ingram down the middle. Keller with a catch. Defender misses the tackle. Nobody is close to him. Dawson trying to catch up, and they get their first touchdown on the day, but it's too little, too late. They'll still attempt the onside kick. Good bounce. Buffalo can't hold on to it. Houston isn't done yet. Well, there's 93 seconds left in the game. Can Houston make some magic happen? Going deep, Ramsey pulls it in for the big play. A play later, 83 seconds left. Ingram going right side. Moreno with the catch inside the 10. In less than 40 seconds, they're already inside the 10. Ingram to the end zone. Ramsey with the catch and score. Hold up. It's a game again. If they can get the onside kick, they can complete the comeback. Good bounce off a Buffalo player, but into the hands of another. And that's how this game will end. They gave the Bills a bit of a heart attack, but Buffalo will now return back to the AFC Championship game, though they can't be happy with the way this one ended, but a win's a win, and for now, they celebrate. They'll have a rematch against the Pittsburgh Steelers, taking on the 2-time MVP in Juan Phillips, who sliced and diced the Bills secondary last season in the divisional. We're now 1 game away from the Super Bowl and will be in Heinz Field. The Pittsburgh Steelers look to run it back for the 2nd straight time, but the Bills have since upgraded their secondary with rookie Adrian Duncan in the draft. Will they get carved up again, or will they be able to contain Phillips? Let's find out. We start on the first drive of the game. Nash short to Walton to make it a 3rd and manageable. Needing 5, Nash quick drop throws, and how was that not picked off? Brock gets the first. He was injured last week, but nothing serious. Look at how close this was to being intercepted. That could have been a pick 6. A play later, roll out left side, Nash to Walker for another first. They're just across midfield. Nash throws. Sorry about the jitters. Brock was all alone inside the 10, and Buffalo scores first. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be a game. How does Pittsburgh answer back? Phillips throws, and it's deflected, but they're going to call PI on the defense for that. I don't know about that, Jim. First play after the penalty, Phillips throws a rainbow, Wells with a catch, and Duncan completely misjudged that ball. They're trying to catch up to him inside the 10. Tall tied up at 7. Buckle up. This is about to be a ride. We go to the start of the 2nd quarter. Phillips throws, and it's picked off by Joseph. He brings it across midfield. He's become the master of the bait, and that puts the Bills in good position for points. Last time they had it this close, they scored on 1 big play. Jackson with a catch. A first down would get him into field goal range. Nash going for it all. Deep action. Jackson with a grab at the 10. 1st and goal. Nash quick drop. Throws. Walker can't hold on. That should have been a touchdown. A play later, 3rd and goal. Nash running out of time. Throws to the end zone, and lucky it wasn't picked off. They'll bring out Stewart to give the Bills a 3-point lead. A big injury did happen on the Bills defense the following drive. Adrian Duncan injured his arm and will be out for the rest of the game. We skip to the final 2 minutes of the half. Bills ball. Jackson with a grab near the 1st. Following play, they give it to Walker. Finds a hole. Barely gets the 1st. A minute left in the half. Nash quickly. Brock is open in Pittsburgh territory. Same drive. 3rd down. Nash throws and gets it into Walker somehow. They're right on the edge of field goal range. Nash feeling the pressure, throws, and he's picked off. And that's how the half will end. Almost a reverse from the last time these two teams met. We start the 2nd half with Pittsburgh. Phillips down the middle, and they're already in Buffalo territory. Following the big play, the Bills bring the blitz. He gets rid of it. Little can't make the play, and there's nobody else around him. Inside the 20, the 10. I told you to buckle up. Pittsburgh has their first lead in the game. After a punt from Buffalo, their punter ended up getting injured. I guess they are like real people after all. On the following drive, the Steelers running back got injured. They're dropping like flies today. It's not like they had much of a running game. They roll out Phillips with plenty of time, throws, and it's picked off by Andre not so little. Makes a move and gets it down to the Pittsburgh 32. He's redeemed himself after giving up that big touchdown. The following play, after the turnover, Nash in the pocket, action Jackson with a catch inside the red zone. To think he wanted to retire. A play later, second down, Brock bobbles and caught to reclaim the lead. Buffalo is now up 17-14. Buffalo would get it again before the end of the third. Nash to Brock for a first. Same drive, start of the fourth. Third down, Nash to action Jackson. You can tell he wants to retire with one more ring. A touchdown won't put it out of reach, but it'll make it harder. Nash going deep, Brock with a catch, and well, they say he's short. That really looked like a touchdown, didn't it? That puts him at the half-yard mark, and Walker just falls in to make it a 10-point lead. There's still plenty of time to come back. Phillips is sacked. Tackle didn't even block. They hurry back to the line, rolling out. They still get pressure, throws, and it falls incomplete. They're gonna go for it here. 4th and 15 down the middle, and I'm not sure that would have been enough for the first if it was completed. Turnover on downs. Pittsburgh did force them to a field goal, 38 yards. Now they're down by 2 touchdowns. Remember, Buffalo had a meltdown last week. It's not impossible. 16-yard completion here. Following play, Phillips under center, down the middle, and gets them to the other 40. This is looking really similar to last week. Is a meltdown coming? It's off the hands and into no. Little couldn't come up with the interception. It's now second down. Phillips throws, caught 2 yards short of the first. They hurry back to the line. Phillips throws and can't reel it in. 4th down coming up. Their season can end here. Phillips throws and the masturbator gets in the way. Turnover on downs. That means for the 5th time in the first half of the series, the Buffalo Bills will be returning back to the Super Bowl. It'll be a rematch against the San Francisco 49ers. For the first time since year 11, the Buffalo Bills have returned to the Super Bowl. They'll be taking on an opponent that they've faced here before in the San Francisco 49ers. The last time they met, it was a shutout in favor of the Bills. This year, the Bills have had a series of quick meltdowns. They tend to let teams linger around, whether it be in the first half of games or in the second half. Will they finally put together a full game, or will they completely fall apart and lose their first Super Bowl in this series? Let's get it on. We start on the first drive of the game, 49ers ball, Garrett with a catch for a gain of 6. On the second play of the game, their starting running back got injured, which led to a 3rd and 4 on the drive. Willis to Garrett has one guy to beat, tackled near midfield. A play later, a quick drop back, Willis to Bates to get near the sticks. Their starting back is out, they opt to throw it, Bates with the first. There he is on the sideline, and it is confirmed he's out for the game. They're right on the edge of field goal range. Willis throws and it's picked off by the masturbator Johnny Joseph. 49ers were edging too hard and the masturbator put an end to that. We skip to the second quarter. They roll out right into the blitz. He avoids one guy but not the other. Nash is sacked. A play later, 3rd and 15. Nash going down the middle. Brock jukes and outruns a tackle, and there he goes. Put that on the highlight reel. The Bills get their first points in the game and on a big play. The 49ers were looking to answer back on 3rd down. Willis is picked off hoarsely with the interception. Did they find Sandoval's replacement? Buffalo's in good position to extend their lead. Walker with a nice grab and a first. Buffalo has outscored the 49ers 31-0 in the Super Bowls. Another first here. They rush back to the line, getting it off before the 2-minute warning. Throws and it's picked off. Johnson with the interception. Down down the sideline. The lineman isn't going to get him. Nash is too slow. All that's left is Walker inside the 20, the 10, and they're not going to get him. That's a pick six. It's all tied up, and that's the first points they've scored against Buffalo in the Super Bowl. There's still a minute left in the half. 49ers have the ball, and Willis makes a fantastic throw. Garrett with a great catch. They're right on the edge of field goal range, and the Blue Blazer comes in for the sack. That's how the first half would end. We start the second half on the Bills' first drive. Nash with time down the middle and somehow squeezes that into Brock. There's two guys chasing from behind inside the 20, the 10, and he does it again. What a game he's been having. Bills up 14-7. We fast forward to the fourth, final 3 minutes of the game, and it's picked off. What was Buffalo thinking here? Just run the clock. Now put them in great field position from the 19. Willis to Gordon powers through two defenders to get the first. They're now inside the 10. They give it to the backup running back and he's stopped. The following play, they go back to him. Great blocking, goes in untouched and ties the game up at 14. There's 2 minutes left in the game. Can Buffalo have a game-winning drive? Walker on the outside gets pushed out after the first. We're now officially at the 2-minute warning. Nash to Jackson to get near midfield. It's now third down on the drive. 80 seconds left. Nash floats one out there and it's almost picked off. The 49ers will now have a chance. Play action down the middle, bobbled and almost picked off. A second down, Willis in the pocket, throws, and that one's almost picked off. At some point you have to say, hey, let's go to overtime. Willis throws incomplete. There's still a minute left in the game. The mismanagement of the time might haunt the 49ers if they lose this game. It'll be fielded near the 45, returned across midfield. The Bills have 50 seconds to work with and Nash is going to take off with it. There's nobody around and they're now in field goal range. They run the clock down to 12 seconds. It'll be a 48-yard kick. Keep in mind, Stewart missed a field goal the year after making 4 straight Super Bowls. This one to give them the lead, and it stays in. They're 8 seconds away from their 5th Super Bowl win. Who would have guessed this is how close the game would have been? This isn't the same Buffalo team that was dominant during their first 4 Super Bowl wins, but they're still pretty good. There's now 4 seconds left. Can the 49ers pull off a miracle? Willis to the sideline, knocked away, 1 second left. The season is on the line for both teams here, and it falls incomplete. And for the 5th time in 8 seasons, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. The team revolves around Nash. He's still very good, but let's be honest, he made some mistakes that kept the 49ers in it. In the end, he did more good than bad. Let's not forget about Stewart. He's been amazing ever since his miss against the Ravens back in year 12. The defense also stepped up after having a terrible outing last year. I wonder what life would be like for this team when Nash retires. Let's not forget about a guy who stepped up big today and is the Super Bowl MVP, Moses Brock. This was basically a home game for Buffalo. There they go to the locker room to celebrate once again. There's Moody telling everyone, you thought the window was closed? Well, we opened it again. Now they're telling them, alright, we gotta stop doing this. That was a super fun Super Bowl. I wasn't expecting it to come down to a field goal, but it also tells me that the window is definitely closing on the team. We're now halfway through and look at these numbers. 20 straight wins, 13 winning seasons, 10 division titles. I was tracking that myself. One more win and Malarkey would have 100 more wins than losses. That's wild. So let's start the second half. We have one retirement, Abe Ford. Albertan, Canada retired with the Chargers. Merle Davis retired in the city so nice they named it Jacksonville. On to the resignings. Owen Adams, backup quarterback, he gone. Seth Mann wanted $4 million a year, he gone. Troy Johnston, the backup fullback, he's coming back. Moses Brock, come on, he's coming back for 1 more year. Willie Lewis, terrible signing, he gone. Benny Romero was the 3rd backup, he gone. Elias Wagner was the 2nd backup, he gone. Jordan Parks is the main backup, he's coming back. Good old JR, he's so good. He's coming back. Chad Munoz has been solid, but for that contract, he gone. Eduardo Stone is the 7th corner on the team. He gone. Dawson's Creek is the 6th corner. He gone. William Phelps is the 4th corner. He's coming back. Alex Sims is the 3rd, or nickel. He's coming back. Andre Not So Little is the 2nd. He's coming back. Andrew Horsley had a meh season. He's coming back. Earl Stewart has something left in the tank. He's coming back. On to free agency, and I skipped. We have the final pick, and I couldn't trade down one spot, so I traded for the first pick in the 3rd and 5th. Moving on to the draft. With the 64th pick, I selected an inside linebacker. First pick in the 3rd, a defensive tackle. In the 4th, I selected a fullback. A notable pick, Damon Wilkins in the 6th. We had a lot of injuries in the preseason. We're in trouble. Tyler Nash is elite, but he continues to regress. Walker has survived for 6 seasons. You notice that Jackson didn't retire. Brock regressed, and Chad Long is out for the year. At least Troy Walton is elite. Sherman Long is expensive. Salazar and Cooper are at guard. Mann is elite. Nichols is expensive. Horton is going to cost a lot of money. Delgado is a backup. The Blue Blazer is elite. Good old JR is expensive, but the Masturbator is elite again. Alberto Daniels is starting. Duncan is elite. Little behind him. Phelps. Come on, man. Last time I tried to develop a strong safety. McCoy at least looks good. I did sign a defensive end to help. Now, let's simulate the season. We're on the verge of finishing with a losing record. We have a losing record. 7-9 and clearly not good enough for the playoffs. Tyler Nash has not been the same person since his injury. I want to get rid of Walker, but truth is, he's actually good. He earned the rushing title. Melvin Jackson turned Ric Flair and never retired. Moses Brock had similar numbers to Jackson. Horace Walker had a good season. Kelly Flowers trying to be the Chad Long eraser. Troy Walton had a down year. Alberto Daniels led the team in tackles. He earned Defensive Rookie of the Year. Good old JR had a down year, but still good. The Blue Blazer had a down year, but still good as well. The Masturbator had a bounce back year. Zachary Horton had a career year. Lance Burke was pretty good. Brendan Collins was meh. Leon Lewis was awful. Adrian Duncan led in interceptions. Nobody else besides Daniels had more than one. Chad Munoz went hard in Arizona. Look at those numbers. Look at all those 8-8 teams in the wild card. New York's the only home team moving on. Can 2 8-8 teams move on? No team that had a bye won. There will be an 8-8 team in the Super Bowl. That team will be the Packers. Green Bay has never won a Super Bowl in this series. Baltimore earned their 2nd Lombardi in the video. Well, that was a disappointing season. Action Jackson honored his contract. Ring of Honor he goes. Irvin Foster, backup free safety, he retired. Steven Reynolds, 2-year pro, he's retiring. Neil Cohen, remember him, he's retiring. Kenneth Atkins is finally retiring. Lester Poole, not a big name, but he's retiring. On to resignings. Merle Day is meh, and he's cheap. He's coming back. Moses Brock is a solid player, but I need time. Harold Marsh, emergency tackle, he gone. Zachary Horton had a career year. Is he worth this contract? I think so. Leon Lewis was awful. He gone. Tim Marsh is way down the depth. He gone. Ted Crawford is the backup strong safety. He's coming back. Lastly, Brock will have $14 million in cap if we sign him. He's coming back. Off the free agency, and I skipped. We do have the 11th pick in the draft. I scouted defensive ends. We're projected to get Turner, but I want Kelly. He's projected to go 15th to the Cowboys. I reached and drafted him at 11. He's fast and pretty good at getting to the quarterback. I did draft a corner in the 2nd, a strong safety in the 3rd, a surprisingly good center in the 5th, a defensive tackle in the 6th. Final pick was an outside linebacker. We're on the contract year for Tyler Nash, on a contract year for Sam Walker too. We're on a contract year for both Brock and Flowers. We're on a contract year for Troy Walton. Sherman Long is still elite. Salazar is elite paired with Cooper, who is good. Contract year for Mann. Nichols regressing. Horton is elite. Collins making his way up there, paying a lot of money for Owens and Kelly. Good old JR is still elite. Masturbator is regressing. Daniels is slowly improving. Duncan regressed hard on a contract year. We got options at strong safety. McCoy is on a contract year. I did trade away Philip Perkins. It was a player for player trade. We needed an emergency tackle. I also traded away Troy Walton, paired him up with Boyd Holland, sent him to Pittsburgh for 2 players and a future first. Dustin Stone will replace Walton on a cheap contract. Jason Singleton is filling the void of the regressed Duncan. Now let's simulate the season. We started the year 9-3, finished 10-6. Oh, we love to collapse. This was Nash's best season since his injury. Sam Walker did miss 4 games this year. His backup day did well in his absence. I still believe in Chad Long. Dr. Stone led the team in receiving. Great trade. Troy Walton had an even better season. Horace Walker was right behind him. Moses Brock is beginning to slow down. Kelly Flowers is the future. The Masturbator tied on the team in tackles. Good old JR tied with him, had a down year. Andrew Horsley was meh. Blue Blazer is back to form. Andre Not So Little was second in sacks. Zachary Horton regressed to the mean. Luis Kelly was okay. Jason Singleton led in interceptions. Great trade. We had a lot of interceptions, but spread out. 2/5 of the line will be out for the wild card, which will be against the Cincinnati Bengals and a revenge game for Eduardo Stone. After what seemed like an off year, finishing 7-9, the Buffalo Bills have returned back to the playoffs. They started the year 9-3, one of those losses coming early to the Cincinnati Bengals. They then collapsed and finished the year 10-6. That could be due to their entire left side of the offensive line being injured, but despite that, it looked like Nash has returned to form. Can he earn his 6th Super Bowl ring this year? Let's find out. The very first play of the game, Buffalo with the ball, play action, Nash tipped and intercepted. What a terrible way to start the game for Buffalo. First play for Cincinnati, they hand it off, no play action, Barnes to Lowe, who was wide open. They're now inside the red zone, 2nd down, Barnes to Reynolds to get to the 1. 1st and goal, they hand it to Rivera, stuffed behind the line. 2nd and goal, they go back to Rivera and he gets back to the 1. Half a yard to go, Rivera, and he easily walks in. 3rd time's a charm, Cincinnati gets on the scoreboard first. The Bengals lost their last meeting against the Bills in the playoffs and they missed the extra point. We'll see if that hurts them later. Buffalo unable to do anything, Cincinnati has it again, and Barnes finds Reese wide open. This secondary is falling apart like they did against Pittsburgh a few years ago. A play later, in the shotgun, it's a draw. Baldwin shakes off the Masturbator, has the first, and it takes everyone to bring him down. They're once again in the red zone, empty back set, going to the end zone, and it falls incomplete. 4th down coming up. They bring out the kicker who shanked it last time, and it somehow curves back in. Cincinnati is now up 9-0. There's plenty of time, but Buffalo's in a hole. Walker gains 8 on the carry. We're now in the 2nd quarter, same drive. Walker takes it wide, can't break the tackle. Could have been a big play. It's now 3rd down on the drive in the shotgun. Nash running out of time. He panic throws that right into Schmidt for his 2nd interception. Pressure creates diamonds, and they made one right there. Bengals in good position to add to their lead. Their first play is picked off by Horsley. He bails Nash out and gives it back to the offense. Both teams would exchange punts. Buffalo in good position. Nash squeezes that into Flowers, tackled at the 25. Despite how bad the first half has been, they're still in it. Walker with a catch for a gain of 8. 30 seconds left in the half. Nash throws a floater and it's almost picked off for the 3rd time today. They trot out Stewart for a 34-yard kick to make it a 1-possession game to end the half. Cincinnati will start the 2nd half. Baldwin with the carry for a gain of 5. Following play, they go back to Baldwin and nobody is going to touch him until after the 1st. New set of downs from the shotgun. It's a draw. Baldwin with a gain of 7 on the play. A play later, 3rd down, they're going to pass. Easy pitch and catch for the 1st. This Buffalo defense can't stop the run, can't cover the pass, but they can get to the quarterback. Blue Blazer with a sack, and now Barnes is taking his time getting up. The backup Singleton is in the game. 3rd down, they're going to throw it, and it's picked off. Horsley with his 2nd interception on the day, bringing it to midfield. He's single-handedly carrying this defense. On the the ensuing drive, third down, they do a direct snap to Walker, who's tackled short of the first. They're gonna go for it. Walker sidesteps, tackled behind the line, turnover on down. Cincinnati will take over at the 42. Barnes is back in the game, throws a rainbow and somehow caught in a gaggle of players. What is going on? That puts them in field goal range. A draw. Baldwin shakes off the masturbator and tackled at the sticks. It's second and a no card. They go back to Baldwin. He has the first. Stiff arms. They can't bring him down. This defense is getting bullied. That puts them in the red zone. It's another draw. Baldwin gets through the line and brought down at the 2. We're now at the start of the fourth quarter. Baldwin gets tackled in for a touchdown, and Cincinnati is beginning to run away with it. They're up 16-3. As bad as this defense has been, the offense hasn't been doing them any favors. Despite all that, they still have a chance if they can score. Nash to Walker for 16. There's still plenty of time, no need to panic, but pressure forces this tight throw to Brock. They're now across midfield. Third down, Nash with time going deep and gets that to Walker. You can feel the momentum shifting. Nash throws into a group of Bengals, and what did you expect? A terrible decision by Nash. We're now in the final 2 minutes of the game. It's not over, but Nash has just been bullied by that side. Remember, their starting left tackle and guard are out. Short pass for nothing. It's now 3rd and 18. Nash has no confidence in this offensive line. Short gain on the throw. The game can come down to this. Pressured immediately and just tries to get rid of it. Turnover on downs. Who would have thought that the offensive line would have caused that much damage for the Bills in the playoffs? The defense, besides Owens and Horsley, didn't perform as well either. Is there a huge change coming in the offseason for the team? We were by far the worst wildcard team. Cincinnati will take on Denver. They would lose by a single point. Denver will take on Jacksonville. Jaguars come away with a 3-point win. There will be a new Super Bowl champ this year, and the Lombardi goes to the city so nice they named it Jacksonville. So we at least made the playoffs last year. Can we go further this year? We'll be doing it without Lyle Delgado. He retired. A surprise retirement. Sam Walker. Moses Brock also retired. It feels like an end of an era. Floyd Moss also retired. He was still starting, but in Seattle. On to re-signings. Tyler Nash is on the back end of his career, but he's coming back. Harry Salazar, his backup, he gone. Chad Kim, backup fullback, he gone. Kelly Flowers has developed nicely. He's coming back. Chad Long has so much potential. He's coming back. Randy Mann, I mean, come on. He's getting a fat contract. Jose Cook, last at defensive tackle, he gone. Lance Burke has potential, but he gone. Damon Wilkins hasn't seen the field, but he's coming back. Adrian Duncan regressed hard, which means he's cheaper. He's coming back. Felipe McCoy is elite. He's meh. He gone. Earl Stewart is nearing the end of his career, but he's coming back. Vernon Henderson was his replacement. He's coming back too. Off to free agency, I wanted a running back, but there wasn't a good one. I skipped. We have the 25th pick in the draft. I wanted a running back, and Henderson is the best one. He's projected to go first overall. I traded my first this year, next year, and a second next year for it. Then I drafted Ricky Henderson first overall. Well, we found our replacement for Walker. In the second round, I drafted a guard. In the third, I selected a free safety. Last notable player was Cope in the fourth. I decided to move on from the masturbator, paired him up with Shane Norton, traded them off to the Packers for Cook in a 4th round pick. Cook is cheaper and can start immediately. Tyler Nash, now on 1-year deals. Retirement is coming for him. I'll tell you right now, Rick is good. I'm surprised how much easier it is to develop receivers. Dr. Stone was a pleasant surprise last year. Plus, I don't have to pay that crazy contract. Sherman Long is regressing. Oh no. Salazar is going to be expensive. Cooper regressed. Waters as depth. Mann is elite. Nichols may not be back next year. Horton is elite. Collins is getting there. Owens is going to cost a lot of money. Kelly is developing, JR regressed. If Todd doesn't work out, we have Wilkins. Daniels didn't really improve. That is why I brought back Duncan. I knew he'd spike back up. Crawford now the starter at strong safety. Cook will be starting at free safety. Again, I have not touched the coach sliders this entire time. Now, let's simulate the season. We finished with one of our best records. Big Sexy is back, baby! He had one of his most efficient seasons. Let me tell you something, Rick. You need to pick up that average. Kelly Flowers led the team in receiving yards. Horace Walker is right behind him. Dustin Stone with another good season. Nathaniel Paul took a huge leap this year. I still believe in Chad Long. Good old JR had a bounce back year. Alberto Daniels knows how to get to the quarterback. Ted Crawford also can get to the quarterback. The Blue Blazer continues his 10+ sack seasons. Dwayne Todd was okay his first start. Luis Kelly was pretty much the same. Adrian Duncan has come back, people. There wasn't really that many interceptions. Andre, not so little, is the only other corner with more than one. Jason Singleton might be gone after this year. The Masturbator had a similar season to Todd. Was Shane Norton good this entire time? Troy Walton, not much better than Stone. Who will we face in the divisional round? It'll be a rematch against the Cincinnati Bengals. Last year, Stone got his revenge. Can the Bills get them back? The Buffalo Bills had one of their most dominant seasons this year, going 14-2, home field advantage, and Tyler Nash had one of his best seasons ever, throwing only 5 interceptions. If there was ever an opportunity to return to the Super Bowl, this is the year. Let's get started. Buffalo will start the game with the ball, and let me tell you something, this Rick guy, pretty good. He should be. He's the first overall pick. Walker with the catch, gain of 6 on the play. Bills would pick up the tempo, play action, free rusher, doesn't matter. Flowers with the catch. They're now in Cincinnati territory. They bring the blitz on 3rd down, and Nash finds Dr. Stone inside the red zone, brought down at the 11. Bills have looked great on this drive. Nash to the end zone, Paul with the catch to cap it off. Buffalo gets the first score in the game. We move to later in the second quarter. Cincinnati trying to answer back, throws a rainbow into the pot of gold. Double coverage didn't matter. We're now at the 2-minute warning. Barnes near the logo and threads the needle. 1, 2, 3, 4. There was a lot of Bills. It took a while, but the Bengals offense is moving. Reese with a catch for a gain of 6. They now have their first 3rd down on the drive, and it's almost picked off by the chef. Cook with the breakup. They'll bring out the kicker. 39 yards. It's a low snap, and he shanked it. Remember, he missed an extra point the last time these two teams met in the playoffs. We now go to the second half. Same score. Buffalo has it, and this kid is gonna be a star. Rick with 8 on the carry. When you have a star in the backfield on 3rd and 2, you're going to throw it, and it gets picked off, tipped back to himself. He has a blocker. Well, he had a blocker inside the 20 and brought down by the guard, Cooper. Bengals first play from the 15. Rivera doesn't get touched till he's inside the 10. Following play, back to Rivera on the draw and tackled a yard short. Can the defense hold? They bring everyone and they push him back for a loss. Manning shanked a kick earlier, this one to get him on the board. He almost shanks that one too. They're still down 7-3. They would get the ball again after a 3-and-out from the Bills, and it's picked off. That completely flips the field position and the momentum. Buffalo hasn't done much since that first drive, and on a no-look pass, it's picked off. He probably should have looked, and there he goes, and nobody is going to catch up to him. Bills take the lead 10-7. Buffalo finds themselves down for the first time today, and there's Rick with 8 on the carry. That would be the final play in the 3rd, and the first play of the 4th is picked off. That's Nash's 3rd pick on the day. He threw 5 interceptions all season, 3 today, 7 on the reception by Lucas. Buffalo stopped them once on 3rd down to force a field goal, and they do it again. That brings out Manning for a 46-yarder, and no issues right down the middle. Cincinnati is up 13-7. We skip to the final 2 minutes. Cincinnati has the ball. Buffalo, with all 3 timeouts, needs to force a stop. That's the first one. We're at the 2-minute warning. Rivera stiff arms, but tackled after 2 yards. Can they make the stop? Rivera has a Buffalo blocking for him, but only gains 2. The Bills will have 1 minute 52 seconds to work with. They'll also have one more timeout, as this is a booming punt fielded at the 20 and brought back to the 31. First play on the drive, can Nash bring Sexy back? Finds Flowers near midfield. It's now 3rd down. Nash, feeling pressure, gets rid of it and somehow gets that to Walker for the first. There's 1 minute left in the game. Play action going deep, one-on-one, almost picked off. Led it too much. That brings up another 3rd down. Nash finds Flowers again for another first. 41 seconds left in the game. Nash going deep, left side, one-on-one, and it almost picked off. That's 2 chances that Cincinnati had to end the drive, and gets that to Paul, makes a move, tackled inside the 5. They rush back to the line from the 4. They hand it to Rick and he gets in. It's all tied up at 13. This to give them the lead. Stewart right down the middle. Bills up 14-13 with 19 seconds left. That missed kick in the first half is biting them now. Barnes throws and it's picked off by Singleton, and that would end the game. Tyler Nash threw 3 interceptions, one being a pick 6, but he brought Sexy back on the final drive, and Big Sexy is now 1 game away from returning to the Super Bowl for the 6th time, where they'll be taking on another AFC North playoff rival, the Baltimore Ravens. It seems like every year it's the AFC North that stands in the way of the Buffalo Bills. They already faced the Browns to get into the Super Bowl, they faced the Steelers to get into the Super Bowl, now they face the Baltimore Ravens to get into the Super Bowl. They already beat the Bengals to get here, and they were eliminated by them last year. This might be the last chance for Nash to return to the Super Bowl. Can he get past the Ravens here in the snow and get one more ring? Let's find out. We start late in the first, and this kid has star written all over him, 8 on the carry. The last time they threw an interception on 3rd and 2, Rick shows them how it's done. The drive would lead into the second quarter, and on 3rd and 8, Nash finds Paul to get into Baltimore territory. We're seeing shades of Big Sexy, but we're also seeing Pluto Nash. It's like he didn't see him in the snow with those white unis on. That's now his 4th interception and 2nd pick 6 in the playoffs. Ravens are up 7-0. The following drive for the Bills, pay attention to the right tackle. He allows pressure, forcing Nash to throw his 2nd interception on the day, his 5th in the playoffs. He threw 5 all season. You really have to question if it's unfair that they have their white uniforms as they get inside the 10. Following the big pass, they hand it off, and Baltimore is bullying Buffalo's defense. They're now up 14-0. We skip to the second half. Baltimore still up 14-0, and the Bills can't stop the run. The following play, they know the run's coming, and they still let him fall forward for the first. This is looking similar to the Steelers game where the defense collapsed. Carroll to Patrick to get into Buffalo territory. They have them to a 3rd down, 3-man rush, and even 8 guys in coverage. They can't stop the pass. It feels like the game's over for Buffalo. Baldwin squeezes through the line and makes it 3rd and 1. Can the Bills dig down deep for a stop? All day to throw to the flat. Bradley easily gets them down to the 10. The defense is completely demoralized, and Baldwin doesn't get touched till the 1. Baltimore has eaten up almost the entire 3rd quarter, and they'll now be up by 3 touchdowns, 21-0. It's like watching the end of Dan Marino's career. Nash down the middle, Paul with the catch down at the 45. Marino had a thriller against Seattle in his final season. They get this to midfield. Look at the right tackle, allows pressure immediately. Nash down the middle, Paul with the catch and a face mask. At least in Marino's final game, he got a touchdown. Nash to a wide open Paul, and he dropped it. They're not going to go for it on 4th down. Nash with time, deep, and it falls incomplete. I initially thought it was tipped, but nope. It hit the receiver right in the chest. The game's over, 18 seconds left, 5 interceptions in 2 games, make it 6, and potentially his final pass in a Buffalo uniform. What a way to end the prolific career of Tyler Nash. He's only under a 1-year deal. He could return, he could retire. Is this the end of a future Hall of Famer? Baltimore would go on to the Super Bowl to take on the 7-9 Carolina Panthers, squeaking out a a win for their third Lombardi. Has the window closed for the team? Well, it's closed for Jimmy Walters. He retired. Christopher Poole is retiring after 15 seasons. Troy George, remember that guy? He's retiring. Dawson's Creek is also retiring after 11 seasons. Looks like Nash isn't done yet, but it means we have a choice to make. He's coming back for one more year. Dwight Horsley is a decent backup. He's coming back. Troy Johnston is meh. He gone. Horace Walker doesn't have the best hands. He gone. Alonzo Wise, backup tight end. He gone. Marcos Salazar, he's elite. He's expensive. I need time. Jordan Parks is a solid defensive tackle, but he gone. Frank Hines is an okay defensive tackle, but he gone. The Blue Blazer is going to cost a lot of money. I need time. Johnny Moody, backup defensive end, he gone. Dwayne Todd was alright, but I want better. He gone. Julius Parsons, solid backup, he's coming back. Jason Singleton is a tricky situation. I need time. Going back to the Blue Blazers, 7 years, he gone. Salazar wants $10 million his first 2 years each. He's coming back. Singleton is young and he's been solid. He's coming back off to free agency, and I skipped. We have the 19th pick. There was only one quarterback projected to go in the first round. It was Edwards, but I don't like his attributes. I was interested in Francis, so I traded down to the first pick in the second round, picking up an extra 5th. Then I drafted Francis. Dan Francis is going to sit and develop behind Nash this year. We got a solid defensive tackle in the 3rd, Jermaine Knight in the 4th. He's our new fullback. With the extra 5th, I drafted another quarterback. We did get a few big injuries in the preseason. The plan is to go the Favre-Rodgers route, keep Nash till Francis is ready. Other than Rick, our running backs are not great. Knight did improve at fullback. I was unable to draft another receiver, but they're not terrible. Stone is out for 10 weeks. Barden is not great. Long was also injured, but only 3 weeks. Salazar is so expensive. Waters is starting this year. Mann is still elite. Nichols is on his final year. Horton is elite. Collins is going to cost a lot of money. Here's hoping that Kelly can replace the Blue Blazer. JR has regressed. Wilkins will be opposite of him. Daniels has not improved at all. We are loaded at corner. No excuses there. Crawford is proving to be worth that contract. Cook, well, he might be cooked. I did sign a rookie free agent receiver as depth. Now let's simulate the season. Started the year 7-4, finished 8-8. Had we beaten Miami, we could have won the division. It's clear to me that Tyler Nash is not the same guy. Even with Rick doing better, they still collapsed. To be fair, his best weapon was Kelly Flowers. Grady Moreno has potential. I still believe in Chad Long. Nathaniel Paul was also decent. Dr. Stone did well with half a season. His backup had 1/3 his production. JR is beginning his downward trend. Luis Kelly now holds the most sacks I've ever seen. Nobody else really stands out. Adrian Duncan hit another peak with 7 interceptions. Ted Crawford solidified his spot with 3 picks. Singleton had a bounce-back year. Andre has been one of the most consistent players. It's time to move on from Stewart. Maybe we should have kept Horace Walker. Elias Owens continues his 10+ sack streak. Dwayne Todd was okay. Who will move on in the wild card? It ain't gonna be Miami. Detroit's the only losing team here, and every team with a bye won. Will Lynn Steele return to the Super Bowl? Of course not. AFC North is too dominant. Who had the better career, Steele or Nash? Will the AFC North win another Super Bowl? The St. Louis Rams won for the first time since year 1. Do you think the window's closed? Well, it is for Earl Stewart. He retired. The punter as well, he retired. Chad Munoz also retired with Chicago. Harold McLaughlin retired with him. Eduardo Stone retired with Cincinnati. On to re-signings. The window will never be closed with Tyler Nash. He's coming back one more time. Nathaniel Paul is a playmaker with bricks for hands. He gone. Dustin Stone's regression is on the horizon. He gone. Angel Nichols is a decent backup, but he gone. Pete Nichols is fantastic, but he's a lot of money. He gone. Jimmy Pratt is now tackle number 2. He's coming back. Brendan Collins is very meh on the stat sheet. He gone. Cope is a dope. He gone. Alberto Daniels, I really like him, but he's expensive. He gone. Andre Not So Little is constantly good, but old. He gone. Abe Holloway, more like Abe Go Away. He gone. Andrew Horsley, great in the playoffs, man the season. He gone. Off to free agency, and I skipped. We do have the 16th pick in the draft. I traded down into the 2nd round, and earlier into the 3rd, I wanted an offensive tackle, Wood, who was not projected to go in the 1st, but McCarthy came up, and I really wanted a playmaker. I ended up drafting him with the 1st pick in the 2nd round. Wood was still available later in the 2nd. He ended up not being as good as I thought he would be. We did get a solid defensive tackle in the 3rd and a generational talent at free safety with our other 3rd. That allows us to move on from Cook. We were able to get a 4th out of him from Tampa. We also got a fullback in the 6th. In his 15th and more than likely final year, Nash is still really good. The future of the team is with Rick. Flowers is the number 1, Moreno the 2, the rookie is 3rd. We're in trouble at tight end. I still think Stone wasn't worth that contract. Sherman Long at center, no depth behind him. Salazar and Waters, both elite. Waters on a contract year. Mann is elite. Pratt will start. Wood developing behind them. Was it the right choice not to bring back Nichols? Horton is regressing. The rookie Moss will start. Maybe we should have re-signed Collins. Kelly is on a contract year. Cannon opposite. JR is regressing. Wilkins is improving. Parsons will be starting at inside linebacker. As much as I like Daniels, he's not worth that. I don't understand why Duncan regressed hard again. Crawford might have hit his ceiling. Harris is going to be so good. I did sign a backup tight end, a backup center, a backup outside linebacker, and a backup inside linebacker. Now let's simulate the season. Started 6-3, went 10-4, lost to New England, but won the final game to claim the division. We also earned a bye week. Tyler Nash is clearly not the same guy anymore. Big Sexy is gone. Francis did play. I need a backup plan. The plan is going to be running Rick into the ground. Kelly Flowers wasn't terrible, missed 3 games. The rookie McCarthy was pretty solid. I still believe in Chad Long. Grady Moreno is currently injured. He was alright. Lloyd Harris led the team in tackles, had 3 interceptions, 1 defensive rookie of the year. Julius Parsons wasn't terrible in his first year starting. Daniels only had a half a sack and 2 interception difference. Lewis Kelly is going to get a fat contract. Nobody else really stood out with sacks. Jason Singleton led with 5 interceptions. Again, no one really stood out. JR missed 5 games, still did well. Adrian Duncan, what happened to you? Henderson sat for 4 seasons, did well enough this year. We made the right choice letting Paul go. Stone was the only one I was really regretting. Troy Walton ended up going on IR. Horace Walker was also injured. Elias Owens had a career high in sacks. Andre Not So Little, consistent in Baltimore. Cook continues his meh career. Who will we face in the divisional round? It'll be the Houston Texans. We're back in the snow. Can it just not for one playoff run? I'm not sure there's been that many sunny days, even when they're away, that Buffalo has had in the postseason. Today is no different, and this time they take on the Houston Texans. We'll see if Tyler Nash can go out on his own terms. First play of the game will be from Houston. Handoff, Simpson takes it out wide, heads up, rumbling and bumbling, gets a great block, and there he goes. Crawford is chasing from behind. Harris trying to get the angle inside the 10 and down at the 2. This Could be a long day for Buffalo. First and goal, they go up the middle, tackled at the 1. In my 20 years of this game, I had never seen this before. The second and goal, back to Myers, and easily walks in to make it 7-0 Houston. It's Buffalo's turn to show them what they're made of, and Nash, I don't know what he was doing, gets sacked. The following play, 2nd and 19, Nash running out of time, going deep, and it's picked off. Houston is looking dominant, and it's just the first minute. Houston will have it inside the red zone. Simpson rumbling and bumbling, gets inside the 10, down at the 2. First and goal, Simpson takes it on the sweep, tackled behind the line. Second and goal from the 4, Simpson met at the sticks. Can Buffalo stop them one more time? And they do. No gain on the play. That'll lead to a 19-yard field goal. Houston is up 10-0. It's been 3 minutes. Buffalo is already down by 10 points. Nash to McCarthy for a first down. The following play, quick drop, Nash to Long, and they're now in Houston territory. They're moving it now. They hand it off to Rick up the middle for 9 yards. Second and 1, give it to Rick. Nope. Throw an interception. Where have I seen this before? Rick stops it from going the distance. First play after the turnover, roll out, running out of time. George to Keller for the first. Same drive at the start of the second quarter, third down, and throws a perfect throw to get to the 10. Buffalo is clearly looking to stop the run, and they throw a fade, and how do you cover that? Keller had a foot on the defender. Are we sure that wasn't a child? Buffalo has been outscored 37 points since their win against Cincinnati. They need to get this guy the ball more. They've thrown 7 interceptions in 9 quarters of football. Gotta give it to their stud running back. Balance is key, but when your elite lineman can't block, not much you can do. When you do give time to your future Hall of Famer, he can still get it done. He believes in Chad Long. They're back in Houston territory. They bring the blitz, gets it out quickly. Moreno with the catch, one guy to beat, and brought down by his shoestrings. A touchdown here could put Buffalo back in the game, and Nash is picked off for the 8th time in 10 quarters. He doesn't got sit anymore. Buffalo did force Houston into a 3rd and long. George going deep, and he's picked off by Harris, brings it back inside the red zone. The Buffalo offense would go 3 and out, this kick to end the shutout, and to go into the half, 16-3. We start the second half with Houston near midfield, short throw to Keller to get near the first. 2nd and 1, what do? They run it. Gets a great block, and there he goes. He's rumbling, and now he's bumbling inside the 10, and Houston is now up 23-3. Guess what? They have it again near midfield. They bring the house, and they get to George. The Bills are telling George they can't stand ya, and on 3rd and long, he goes deep and picked off by Harris for the 2nd time. The defense hasn't been good, but the offense has been terrible. Is this how Nash finishes his career on Pluto? Messed up. After 5 on the reception, 3rd down, throws a floater. Flowers can't stay in bounds, only 2 on the play. That brings up 4th and 3. Protection gives Nash time, throws into double coverage, never had a chance. Houston has the ball again. Simpson with the carry, gains 8 on the play. From the 29, back to Houston, squeezes through for the first. The backups are now in the game, pitch to the outside, and he's rumbling and bumbling for a new set of downs. Even with the backups in, they can't stop the run, and he goes in untouched to make it 30-3. All Nash wants is one final touchdown in his house. Throws to the sideline. Moreno was wide open and gets it to the 36. The following play, they bring the blitz. Protection holds up. McCarthy with the catch. They're now inside the 30. 3-man rush. Nash to Moreno for the first. They're now at the 22. They bring pressure. Somehow gets that to McCarthy. Less than a minute left in the game. Time's running out. Nash to McCarthy down the sideline, out at the 2. Will he get what he wants? Nash to the end zone, incomplete. He'll have 3 more chances. Nash to the flat, off the mark. 2 more chances. Quick drop throws, and way off target. This is his final chance. Nash to Flowers, and it's knocked away. Tyler Nash didn't want to end his career like Marino. 3 straight 3 interception games in the playoffs. It's more like Brett Favre, and he could potentially drag it on like Aaron Rodgers. We'll see how this offseason goes. Houston will host Pittsburgh in the conference. How many times have we lost to the conference champs in this series? We will have a first timer in the Super Bowl. Carolina wins their first Lombardi in the video. Gang, we're blowing up the team. No retirements this year. Tim Marsh retired in Arizona. Ernest Morrison finally retired in San Diego. Pete Nichols retired in Green Bay. On to resignings. Why didn't you retire? Big Sexy, you're not coming back. Clifford Schwartz will be back as a backup. Merle Gray isn't the best, he gone. Merle Day is leaving with Gray, he gone. Jan good hands, but he gone. Carl Benson was depth at guard, he gone. Sean Cooper is getting up there, he gone. Alan Waters is elite, still very young, he's coming back. Luis Kelly's also elite and young, he's coming back. Jermaine Kim is one of the better run stuffers, he's coming back. Andrew Robbins has potential, but he gone. Off to free agency, I tried. I really tried. I wanted a defensive end, corner, and defensive tackle, but nobody wanted to sign, so I skipped. We have the 26th pick, too low for anyone that'll be good. I traded down for the Titans' 2nd and 4th round pick, 8 overall. We drafted Adrian Mendoza with the Titans' 2nd round pick. That made Jim Riley expendable. He hasn't finished the full season the past 2 years. Sent him to Denver for his 2nd and 3rd next year. That means he'll be paired up with Todd again. With our original 2nd round pick, we got a cornerback. We also got a defensive tackle in the 3rd. With the Bucks' 4th round pick, we got a center. Sherman Long is on a contract year. He's also older and regressing. I decided to trade him to Oakland for a 2nd and 5th. They'll pair him back up with Tyler Nash. Last notable pick, Titans' 4th round, another defensive tackle. Zachary Horton is also on a contract year. He's been regressing in his 10th year. Sent him to Carolina for a backup guard and 2nd round pick. They'll also pair him back up with Collins. We did have 2 preseason injuries, but nothing serious. We're clearly tanking this year. Francis, take the wheel. Nash will be starting in Oakland. We only have 2 running backs and Rick regressed. We do have 3 fullbacks. Well, that's nice. We'll have a decision to make on Moreno next season. We only have 1 tight end. Russell did improve, but still not great. 2 elite guards, but Salazar might be gone next year. Mann has regressed, but Pratt improved. I wasn't expecting Moss to regress. I'm going to start Mullins over him. Kelly is still elite and Cannon is improving. Mendoza and Kim will hold down this position for the next 5 years. Riley and Todd don't look too bad in Denver. Howard's overall is better, but Parsons a better run stuffer. He's starting. We need to figure out what we're doing at corner. Crawford has been pretty good. Gordon will be traded. I'm surprised Harris isn't elite yet. I said I'm trading Gordon. I'm trading Gordon. Sent him to Arizona for a backup running back in a 3rd. This is just to have depth if Rick were to go down. Also signed a backup tight end just in case. Coach Sliders, still the same. Now let's simulate the season. The tank is working. 3 and 6 at the bye week. What happened? Why? We made the playoffs? How? Well, we'll be without these 3 guys for the playoffs. Francis, you were supposed to bring losses to the team, not wins. You were the tank commander. Surprisingly, we didn't run as much, but still a career high. His backup, not that bad. Flowers led in receiving yards. Moreno is a solid 2nd option. McCarthy was looking good before his injury. Ted Crawford led in tackles, had a good year. The rookie Mendoza, pretty solid. Lloyd Harris is the future of this defense. Julius Parsons had a better season. Jermaine Kim was meh. Luis Kelly is so good. The 4th round pick Mullins, pretty good. Erickson was also very solid. I am disappointed in Rodriguez. Duncan, I don't understand you. 10 interceptions? I think this defense has a bright future. Henderson also had a better season. Tyler Nash was meh. Horton was benched, I think, because his backup popped off. Collins had a decent season. Jim Riley was meh, but Dwayne Todd had a good year. Darren Gordon, was okay. The wild card matchup will be against their division rivals, New England Patriots, in what should have been a throwaway season. The Buffalo Bills have managed to defy all the odds and made it into the playoffs. Francis was supposed to tank, but the team said nah. And here they are in the wild card and possibly one of the worst teams here. It shows they at least have something to build around. Let's get this game over with. We start in the 2nd quarter scoreless, and this play set the tone for the game. Big boy is rambling and bumbling across midfield. The following play, they bring the blitz and Francis hits Flowers. He's all by himself. He's not the fastest man, but he does get in for the score. Now, wait a minute, do they actually have a chance? Well, with 16 seconds left in the half, Jefferson to Gill, heads up field, down the sideline and chased down by Crawford. With 5 seconds left in the half, they attempt a 51-yard kick. It's hooking left, but stays in to cut the lead to 4 points. We're now in the final minute of the third. Rick finds a hole, gets a block from Flowers, gets across midfield inside the 40. Moreno trying to cut off the safety. He does. The linebacker doesn't make the play, and just like that, this team is up 14-3. I don't think anyone thought Buffalo would show up today, yet lead 5 on the carry. The defense was their biggest weakness. Are we seeing the cracks show up? They get a first. We're now in the fourth quarter, same drive, third down. Jefferson had 2 receivers, overthrew them both. They're going to go for it on fourth down, throws it to the flat, gets nothing. Turnover on downs. Buffalo will be trying to run out the clock, and when you got Rick, that's pretty easy to do, angling towards the first, avoids a tackle and brought down in bounds. 4 minutes left in the game and Buffalo could move on to the divisional. They're now in the red zone, a first down can end the game. Rick hits a wall, stuffed at the line. Buffalo trying to make it a 2-touchdown game, and it's sailing. It squeaks inside the upright. They're now up 17-3. 2 touchdowns means nothing. Look back at that Houston game. Jefferson to Martin for the first. A play later, Jefferson with a floater to Martin for another first. A few plays later, 3rd and 6, Jefferson into double coverage, incomplete. 4th down, it's over if they don't get it. Jefferson completely misses the target. Turnover on downs. In a shocking turn of events, the Buffalo Bills have beaten the New England Patriots in their house and will move on to the divisional round where they'll be taking on the number 1 seed Houston Texans. It also looks like another season where the injuries are broken in the playoffs. The Buffalo Bills are now facing the team that ended Tyler Nash's tenure, the Houston Texans. They are the number 1 seed this year, and they easily put Buffalo away with their ground and pound game in the playoffs last year. They also forced Nash to beat them, but at that point in his career, he was a shell of his former self. This Bills team isn't better than last year's. Let's get this over with. We start with a punt, obviously. Bills offense unable to do much, but their defense was solid last week, held the Patriots to 3 points, and it's a fumble, scooped up by the big man. But there ain't going to be no thick 6 today. Very first play of the drive, the tank commander finds Moreno for 7 yards. A play later, 3rd and 2, and this is what they needed to do the last time they met. Feed it to this man. Rick gets Buffalo the first points in the game. We skip to the second quarter. Buffalo still up. Flowers had a big score last week, continuing his impact this week. Bills going no huddle. Texans bring the blitz. Francis to Flowers for 5 yards. Continuing to pick up the tempo, they give it to Rick up the middle for the first. Last year, Nash refused to give Rick the ball. This year, he's showing why that was a mistake. They're inside the 30. Francis going to throw. Flowers down the middle for the first. After being stuffed on first down, 2nd and 11, Flowers is picked off, and he was doing so well too. Hopefully he doesn't start seeing ghosts. This Buffalo defense is a different story this year. They haven't let the Texans do much. We're now at the start of the second half, same score. Bills have been able to contain the ground game, but it looks like it's breaking loose. They didn't get the first down, setting up a 3rd and 1. Simpson is rumbling and bumbling. Uh-oh, the defense is cracking. The following play on the new set of downs, George down the middle and Harris picks off. Can't stand ya. Buffalo couldn't do anything, giving it back to Houston. The cracks are beginning to show. Can Houston shatter them? Simpson is trying as he angles towards the sideline and has the first. New England started to make a dent towards the end, 7 on the reception. It's 3rd down, can they convert? They bring the blitz, George going deep, 1-on-1, and he makes the catch on Phelps. Barrett with a contested catch. They're now at the 30, they go back to Simpson. He's not an easy guy to bring down. They're already in field goal range, but they want to tie it up. Short pass for 3 yards. I think everyone knows who's getting it here. They try to fool them with a draw, and the rookie Mendoza makes the tackle at the line. That forces Houston to kick the 38-yard field goal right down the middle, and it's now 7-3 Buffalo. Buffalo's defense has done a complete 180 compared to last year, and Flowers has been cooking today. We're now at the start of the fourth quarter, same drive, and the Houston secondary is laying down for the Tank Commander. They're right on the edge of field goal range. They're going to throw again. Francis to Moreno for another first. A touchdown on this drive could end the game. Francis down the middle. Flowers can't pull it in. That brings out Henderson to make it a touchdown game again. It's sailing, but it stays in. Buffalo's now up 10-3. Now, can this defense do it one more time? George to McCoy to get near their 40. It is the final 2 minutes. George takes off with it for a gain of 5. The Buffalo defense held New England to 3 points last week, but it looks like they're breaking. They now have Houston to a third down. George to McCoy, and it's knocked out by who else? The leader of this secondary, Harris. The game could come down to this, and it's a shovel pass. What were they thinking? Feels like a repeat of last week. And somehow the Buffalo Bills will be moving on to the AFC Championship game. What is happening here? How did this defense only give up 3 points? They'll be taking on the Cleveland Browns for the third time in the conference round. Each of these teams have a win against each other here in the conference championship game. Today we'll find out who will take the third game in this rivalry. The Buffalo Bills slipped into the playoffs after starting 3-6, supposed to be a tank year. Their defense has only allowed 2 field goals in the playoffs. Their offense dominating with their run game. Do they actually have a chance today? Who am I kidding? Let's get this over with. We'll start this in the second quarter. Scoreless game. Francis to Moreno to get across midfield. Francis has impressed. Look at this shovel pass for 5 yards. As good as this defense has been, Francis has been careful with the ball. Moreno with another first. They're inside the red zone, 3rd and 6. Francis throws and it gets knocked away. That brings out Henderson, who made every kick in the playoffs so far, and they get the first points in the game. Buffalo up 3-0. The following drive for the Browns, 3rd down, deep drop back, tipped and intercepted. This defense has been elite during this run. It was tipped by the 6-foot Phelps and caught by the Crawl Daddy. Now put them at the Cleveland 30. Play action. Francis to Rick, finds 8 on the play. Rick has been a game changer for this offense. It's forcing defenses to crowd the line, gets the first on the carry. When you're able to bring more in the box, it allows plays like these to work. Then when you get down to the goal line, fades become even easier but can't stay in bounds. 2nd and goal, they go back to Rick, but the defense was expecting it. 8 guys in the box, they're gonna go for the fade. Flowers hold on through the hit, and they're now up 10-0 at halftime. We skip to the 4th quarter. Buffalo's trying to run out the clock. Rick with 5 on the carry. They still have a 10-0 lead. They're going to feed Rick the ball, and he gets the first. It really makes you wonder why Nash didn't want to run the ball more, as Rick somehow gets 7 on the carry. The combination of the defense in this run game might get them into the Super Bowl. 2 minutes left in the game. Rick with the pitch left side, and he's rumbling and bumbling for the first. Another 3rd down. Cleveland has used all their timeouts. They stop Rick behind the line, but they can't stop the clock anymore. They'll have 1 minute to make a comeback happen, Captain. Brown to Pierce, who gets streets ahead of the corner in the first. 41 seconds left. Rollout on 3rd down. Brown going deep. Washington with a catch down at the 34. 25 seconds left. Deep drop back down the middle. Somehow caught but short of the first. Time is running out. 11 seconds left. 3rd down and knocked away. Instead of going for it, the Browns will kick a field goal. 45 yards. It's sailing. It doinks, double doinks, and goes in. It's now a 7-point game with 4 seconds left. They need to recover the onside kick. It bounces off a Buffalo player. It's still on the ground, and Buffalo recovers it. This was supposed to be a throwaway season. This was the year where they built up draft picks for the future. They're now returning to the Super Bowl for the 6th time. They'll now be facing off against the Carolina Panthers in the Super Bowl. It'll be a revenge game for Troy Walton, Zachary Horton, Brandon Collins, and Nathaniel Paul, who's on IR. Carolina Bills, am I right? I don't know how this happened. I don't know what is going on. I don't know if anyone thought it was possible, but the Buffalo Bills are back in the Super Bowl 6 years after their last appearance here. They're trying to get their 6th Lombardi, and they'll be doing it off of the back of a no-name defense that has scrapped together one of the best performances that I've seen in a while. While they'll try to maintain as little mistakes as possible with Francis at quarterback, quarterback. Remember, Nash had multiple 3-interception games. Francis has thrown 1 and allowed Rick to carry them on offense. Does this Smash Mouth football team pull off the most miraculous playoff run in history? Let's get it on. Bills will have the ball to start the game, and Francis is being surgical in the playoffs. And when you have a running back like Rick, it's a dangerous combination. Nearing midfield, Francis, with plenty of time, finds rookie free agent Briggs, who's been surprisingly good. Getting into field goal range, but Rick wants more, getting great blocking, setting up the edge, down the sideline, and pushed out near the 10. A play later, 2nd and goal, Francis going to the end zone and almost picked off. 3rd and goal, empty back set, Francis throws to the flat and hardly gains anything. That brings out Henderson, who hasn't missed a kick, but each one has sailed left, stays in. Buffalo once again scores first. The Buffalo defense has been dominant, and one of the biggest reasons why, this kid right here, Mendoza. That would later set up a 3rd and long. Daniels with a deep drop, going deep, tipped by Crawford and picked off by the other rookie who is still injured, Bishop. No-name defense has been making a name for themselves. Buffalo unable to do anything with the turnover. Final 2 minutes of the 2nd quarter, and a big play by Carolina. They have a chance to tie or take the lead before the half, and it's picked off by Sims. No fly zone, Legion of Boom, Bills collector. Okay, that last one was terrible, but they need a nickname. We now go into the 2nd half. A punt put Buffalo in great position. This run will make it 3rd and short. Carolina doesn't feel the threat of the run, and they were right to do so, but it doesn't matter. Francis to Moreno. A play later, Carolina bringing the blitz, and they run the other way. Rick gains 5 on the carry. Remember when they had a 3rd and 2 and they threw an interception? Well, he was wide open this time, and that's what happens when the defense fears the run. Buffalo has a 10-0 lead, and they have the ball again. Rick has been dominant. It's now 3rd and inches, and you know who's getting the ball on the pitch. Rick gets the first. The drive would lead into the 4th, 3rd down, and Francis leads his receiver too much, and it's picked off. Carolina with a chance and a face mask to add to it. They'll put the Panthers across midfield. Daniels on the rollout down the middle, caught inside the 30. The Bills bring the house. Daniels gets it out. Walton down the middle inside the red zone. A touchdown will put them back in this game. Daniels to the end zone, and it's picked off by Crawdaddy. The Buffalo Ballhawks do it again. That's their 3rd interception in the game. All Buffalo needs to do is run out the clock, get the pitch, and look at him go. I don't know what the corner was doing. He gave up his assignment, and there's no one who can catch up to him inside the 30, the 20, the 10, and in one big play, they may have put this game away. The game's not over. They still can come back. Daniels to Cole, turns around and gets the first. It's now 3rd and 7. Roll out Daniels under pressure. Keller can't hold on. This could potentially end the game if they don't get it here. Daniels, Palmer, tackled short of the first. Turnover on downs. Bills now have the backups in the game. First down will end it. Ballard taking it out wide, angling for the first, and now end the game. For the 6th time in the video, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. I'm absolutely stunned that this team took it all the way. Half of their Super Bowl wins have been in shutouts. They shouldn't even have been in the playoffs to begin with. They were the little team that could, a roster filled with a bunch of Rudies. It was Malarkey, Mike Malarkey to be exact, that brought this team to the Super Bowl once again. I think the biggest reason this team made it as far as it did, besides how lights out the defense played, allowing 9 points in 4 games, and with how well Francis took care of the ball on offense, was Rick Henderson, who is the Super Bowl MVP. I'm beginning to realize that Nash was the problem, since he never wanted to hand it off. And there they go to celebrate their win. Nobody on this team was here from the first Super Bowl win. The question that now remains, can we create a new dynasty that revolves around this elite defense and a powerful running game? The team wasn't supposed to be here to begin with, so who's to say we can't do it again? I'll be honest, I don't think we'll repeat. Phelps is retiring, lasted longer than I thought he would. Horace Walker is retiring, he had a solid career. On to re-signings. Dwight Horsley, 3rd string back, he gone. Grady Moreno is a solid receiver, he's coming back. Eddie Sharp's attributes are good, but he gone. The Crawdaddy's been a starter the past 4 years, wants 7 more, he gone. Dana Goodman, more like Dana gone, man. Off to free agency, and I noticed that the Crawdaddy was getting cheap offers, so I increased his worth, then I skipped. Obviously, we traded our pick with the second round from Denver, got a strong safety. Second round from Oakland, got an inside linebacker. That allows us to move on from Julius Parsons, traded him to the Rams for next year's third. Second round from St. Louis, outside linebacker. That allows us to move on from Damon Wilkins, traded him to the Vikings for next year's second. Pairs him back up with Alberto Daniels, second round from Carolina, defensive tackle. That lets us move on from Wallace Moss, paired him up with next year's third for Denver's first and fifth next year. Our original second round pick, a center. We also got a receiver with Denver's third. With Arizona's third, we got a stud free safety, and Mr. Irrelevant was a quarterback. I did cut 2 players, Jesse Ramsey, Austin Padilla. Players under 70, I'm just going to cut. Francis took the wheel and got his license real quick. Tyler Nash is now a shell of himself. I don't think Rick is ever going to be elite. Moreno is the number 1 and we have decent depth behind him. We're going with Briggs again. Russell's improving. Olsen is out for the month. We still have 2 elite guards. Salazar on a contract year. Man is regressing. We need help at tackle. Our defensive tackle group is solid. Moss didn't improve much. Kelly is expensive, but worth it. Mendoza and Kim continue to be the starters. Howard will start this year. Castro will sit and develop. Parsons ended up regressing. I don't understand you, Duncan. Only 4 corners. Brady is starting. Day is a 6th round rookie. Crawford is regressing in Chicago. Harris is gonna cost a lot of money. Now let's simulate the season. We awoken something in this team. What the heck? We will be without 2 big names, Salazar and Erickson. Francis was good last year. He's better this year. Nash has firmly planted himself as a backup. Rick did slow down on the ground but led in receiving yards. Kelly Flowers led the receivers in yards. McCarthy continues his solid start of his career. Moreno also had a solid season. John Davis, the small boy, had a good year too. When your tight end can't catch, he doesn't get the ball. I am Cornelius, led in tackles, great season. Luis Kelly had a down year but still solid. Guadalupe might be good after all. Adrian Mendoza missed a quarter of the season. Jermaine Kim missed the game, did alright. Lloyd Harris continues his stellar career. His backup Lawrence looking good. Erickson has yet to finish the season healthy. Mullins will be the lead defensive tackle. A-Rod has been kinda disappointing. Adrian Duncan, I don't know what to think of you. Jason Singleton is still going strong. Dan Bishop had a leap in production. Angel Brady did okay in his first year. Henderson was good at kicker. Dwayne Todd had a crazy year because he played 31 Wait, what? Also, 10 interceptions last year? Jim Riley did not play as many games. Who will we face from the wild card? It will be the Oakland Raiders, which means somehow Tyler Nash returned. Also means Sherman Long returns to Buffalo. From 9-7 to 13-3, this team was thrown into the gutter before last year even started. Went on a 10-1 run, including a Super Bowl win against Carolina. Unfortunately, last year's run was in nice weather. It's raining heavy today. Will that have much of an impact for a ground and pound team like Buffalo? Let's find out. We start this game with Buffalo and they're just gonna feed Rick the ball, 8 on the carry. Following play needing 2, Rick will give you more, easily gets the first. They decide to make their first throw of the game and it's picked off. Oakland takes over in really good position, Lawrence to McGuire, tackled short of the first. They try to catch Buffalo off guard up the middle and Howard, the first year starter, makes the play. Instead of trying a 55-yard kick, they punt and on Buffalo's next drive, big play by McCarthy. From the 35, they go go back to Rick, and that's what you need when it's raining like this. Now put them near midfield. Oakland brings the blitz going deep, and it's picked off for the second time today, brought back to the 50. Flowers did get injured during the game and was ruled out for the rest of it. We skip to the second quarter. It's a draw up the middle. Look at all that room for the first. A play later, they go back to the ground. Howard takes it off the edge and finds room for another first. The following play, Buffalo brings the blitz. Lawrence gets rid of it to the sideline, caught one-handed, but they say incomplete. They did challenge it, and he got it. They're now in Buffalo territory again. Lawrence to Connor gets tackled short of the first. At the 2-minute warning in the first half, they're going to throw and almost picked off. Instead of kicking a 49-yard field goal, they're going to punt it. Oakland missing out on 2 potential field goals as Buffalo starts from the 11. The first play on the drive, rollout, Francis with time, throws back across his body and somehow makes that for the first. A play later, second down, Francis down the middle, McCarthy threaded the needle on that one. It's now third down on the drive, less than a minute to go. Francis with time, Moreno extends the drive. They're now in Oakland territory. Francis with the deep drop back connects with McCarthy to get near the red zone. From the 21, Francis clean pocket, throws, and it's picked off for the third time today. There's only the big boys that can bring him down. Rick comes out of nowhere to prevent the pick six. This Buffalo offense has reverted back to the Nash era. 3 interceptions? Come on, man. We skip to later in the third, Buffalo's ball near midfield, and it's picked off for the 4th time today. Neither team unable to get any points. Final minute of the game, and on third down, Buffalo gets an opportunity. There's 42 seconds left in the game, and they continue to throw it. Moreno with a catch near the sticks. It's now 3rd and 1. They keep it on the ground, and this is what they should have been doing from the beginning. A face mask gets them inside the red zone. 23 seconds left. Pitch, Rick, right side, doesn't get the blocks, but powers through for a gain of 6. 18 seconds left, just trying to run out the clock, but Rick says, I want it all, and gets in for the first points in the game. Oakland will now have 12 seconds to work with to tie it all up. Lawrence back across his body, out near the first. 7 seconds left. Lawrence feeling the pressure, throws, caught, and there's now 3 seconds left. This will most likely be the final play of the game, barring a penalty. Going deep, going for it all, a gaggle of players, and it falls incomplete. Buffalo somehow survives, throwing 4 interceptions. This defense is legit, but what on earth happened to Francis? Is the weather really that impactful? Well, they'll now be taking on Baltimore to get back to the Super Bowl. It looks like Flowers will be out for the rest of the playoffs. The Buffalo Bills looked terrible last week in the rain, and now they have to deal with the snow. 4 turnovers last week, all interceptions by Dan Francis. A year ago, he did a great job taking care of the ball, one of the biggest reasons why they made the Super Bowl. If that continues, their playoff run might end here against Baltimore. Let's see if they can move on. We go to the first offensive play of the game, and it's picked off by the big boy. We finally got a thick 6 in the playoffs. It'll only be 6 as they miss the extra point. We now go to the second offensive play of the game, and Francis is picked off for the second time. Brought back to the 20, but a flag did bail Buffalo out. PI on the defense. Now set Buffalo up at the 34. Play action sucks them in, and Francis connects with McCarthy. These are not the numbers you want out of your quarterback. Should be 6 interceptions. I wonder how much the weather affects turnovers in this game. They're going to hand it off. Rick up the middle, 6 on the carry. They're pushing closer to field goal range. Francis to McCarthy for the first. It's now 3rd down on the drive from the 29, going deep, and it's picked off. There's no PI this time to help them out. I don't know what on earth happened to Francis, but he has been officially benched. We skip to the final minute of the half. Baltimore's ball. Lawrence throws a rainbow, and it's picked off by Sims, setting the Bills up at the 23. Schwartz is now in at quarterback, has a chance to show he's more than a backup, and I don't know who he was throwing to there, but that's now the 3rd interception in the game, and he's going to take it all the way inside the 40, and the guard makes a diving tackle to save the touchdown. Schwartz has now been benched, and they're going back to Francis. 21 seconds left in the half, a chance to extend their lead, 3rd and short coming up. 17 seconds left, Lawrence in the pocket, throws, caught short of the end zone. 11 seconds left, they bring the house, it's tipped and picked off by Cannon. All they have to do is run out the clock, go to the half, and it's a fumble, recovered by Baltimore. This is just one of those games. It's just one of those games. It feels like Buffalo can't play well in the weather. They're now down 9-0 at halftime. Despite all the turnovers and mistakes, Buffalo is still in it somehow. Francis with a laser to Moreno, who makes the catch. Is there still some life left in this offense? Francis to Moreno, and he drops it. Just when you think they're putting it all together, it falls apart. And that hooks back in to make it a one-score game again. Another week where Buffalo's offense is struggling. We're now in the 4th quarter. Baltimore just trying to run out the clock, gets around the outside near the 1st. 3rd and inches, Buffalo trying to get the ball back, not even close. Gives up the outside easily. Buffalo is having a hard time stopping the run, and now they pass wide open for the 1st. The following play, they go back to the ground, somehow gets through that, and they just can't bring them down. Another 1st. They now have them to a 3rd and 8. Baldwin with a carry. Duncan forces the fumble, but Baltimore retains possession. Instead of kicking a 44-yard kick, it'll be a 49-yarder. If he makes it, it'll seal the game, and he just missed it. Buffalo still has a chance. They'll take over from their own 40, and on 3rd down, Francis connects with Moreno for the 1st. Under 2 minutes left in the game, Francis to Davis on the quick slant for another 1st. Inching closer to the red zone, Francis takes off inside the 20. At this point, Baltimore needs to save time. Rick tackled inches short. They'll have 2 chances to get the 1st. Rick says he only needs 1, gets inside the 10. 29 seconds left, they're going to pass it. Francis, McCarthy dives in, and it's all tied up at 9. This extra point to give them the lead, and it's down the middle. Buffalo is up 10-9. Baltimore will have 21 seconds to make something happen, Captain. Floater, double coverage, incomplete. A play later, 12 seconds left, 3rd down to the sideline, incomplete. Could be the game here. Rolls out into a blitz, gets rid of it, and it falls incomplete. Turnover on downs. In the past 2 games, the Buffalo Bills have had 8 turnovers and have scored 17 points. This is the team that represents the AFC in the Super Bowl for the 2nd consecutive season, where they'll be taking on the Carolina Bills for the 2nd straight time. This time, Nathaniel Paul will be available. Troy Walton is still a hundo. Brendan Collins got in the hyperbolic time chamber to make this game. Zachary Horton, who regressed, will be depth. A new member, Andre Cruz. Remember him? The last time the Buffalo Bills made the Super Bowl in back-to-back seasons, they won 4 straight. Today, they're looking to start a new dynasty, which is only 10 years removed from their last one. Tyler Nash was the leader that time, but the team has a new identity, relying on their defense to hold offenses down and tiring out the other team with their ground and pound game. Unfortunately, their new quarterback has a case of the turnovers. We'll see if he found a prescription, while Carolina has returned to their 3rd straight Super Bowl, losing last season to the Buffalo Bills, but looking to get their revenge today. Let's get it on. Carolina will have the ball first, and if there's one weakness that was showing on this defense, it's containing outside runs. Big gain here. The following play, they're going to throw it, a floater, and hello, Paul, with a catch against his former team. They come out in the empty back set, they bring everyone, and the pass is picked off. Buffalo Ballhawks are back, baby. Following the turnover, 3rd down from the shotgun, Francis to Davis, avoids a tackle, trying to outrun another. They're chasing from behind. He gets inside the 20, the 10, and in one big play, Buffalo takes the early 7-0 lead. Carolina has it, but they've been struggling on offense, and on 3rd and 12, Daniels is sacked. That puts Buffalo in great position after a short punt. That pass is almost picked off. Moreno with the catch. The drive would continue into the 2nd quarter, 3rd and 2, Rick up the middle, no problemo. From the 28, they go back to Rick, has a lead blocker, no one to block, just squat and look pretty. They're now inside the red zone, Ballard filling in for the tired Rick, 8 on the carry. Rick is back in the game and he hits a wall, loss of 2 on the play. 3rd and 4 from the shotgun, throws and almost picked off. That brings out Henderson to make it a 10-point game. Missed opportunity to make it a 2-touchdown game. Buffalo up 10-0. Carolina did not score a single point in their last matchup in the Super Bowl. Big reception here. The difference between this year and last year, well, they have this guy right here, Nathaniel Paul. Look at him go. Got bricks for hands, but when he has open space, nobody is going to bring him down, and he now makes it a 3-point game. We skip to the final minute of the half. Carolina looking to tie it, but Harris has other plans, intercepts the pass, and takes it all the way to make it 17-7 at halftime. It looks like Buffalo is on their way to their 7th Lombardi, especially spin move, if they can keep it in the hands of that guy. Keep pounding the ground, they're going to throw it, and it's tipped by Collins, intercepted by Carolina. That's now his 7th interception in the playoffs, but Carolina wouldn't do anything with it, punting it back to Buffalo. The following play for the Bills, 3rd down, Francis dropping way back, and it's picked off. That's his 8th interception, and nobody is making the play. He got through that gaggle of players, and it's now a 3-point game again. Buffalo has some pressure to try and expand the lead. Continue to feed this man the ball. Rick is a playmaker. It's now 3rd and long, a few more yards to get into field goal range, and he gets sacked instead. They have to punt it now. Carolina with the ball at their own 20. 3rd down, Daniels to Keller for the first. Another 3rd down on the drive, needing 11. Daniels down the middle, Keller with another first. Following the big play, they pitch it left side. Young has a lead blocker, but he doesn't need him. They have the momentum. A play later, 2nd down, great protection. Daniel to Phelps to extend the drive. Just over 2 minutes left in the game. Young up the middle, navigates through for 5 yards. We're now in the final 2 minutes. Young again, he has room, rumbling for the first. Last time Daniels threw an interception in the red zone. This time he finds Troy Walton to give them the lead in the final minutes of the Super Bowl. Plenty of time for Buffalo to make something happen, Captain. McCarthy can't hold on. The play later, 3rd down in the shotgun, Francis to Davis, incomplete. If they don't get it here on 4th down, it's over. Francis to Moreno, and he can't pull it in. The replay shows that he had him, bounced off his hands. Which means for the 2nd time, the Carolina Panthers are your Super Bowl champions. Buffalo did their darnest, but Francis clearly had a regression in the playoffs. He threw 8 interceptions, 2 in this game, 1 being a pick 6. That was also his 2nd pick 6 in the playoffs. It was a complete opposite of how they won it last year, relying on the ground game and their impressive ball hawking defense. I guess letting Crawl Daddy go hurt the secondary more than I thought it would. You still have to give a lot of credit to Carolina to making it to 3 straight Super Bowls. Only other team to have more is, well, us. The Super Bowl MVP is Nathaniel Paul. Suddenly he can hold on to everything. There they go to celebrate their victory. I wonder if they can repeat, or will it be the first time ever that 2 teams meet in the Super Bowl 3 consecutive times? Obviously that's the plan now with only 8 seasons left in the video. Will there be another Super Bowl run in us, or was that it? Let's find out. Flowers got injured and said, nah, I'm good. Singleton as well, but I'm okay with it. Cummings, the last player to retire. Tyler Nash retired in Oakland. You know, the team we traded with to draft him. On to re-signings. Leslie Maxwell, great checkdown option. He's coming back. His backup, Timmy Clark, he gone. Chad Long, I'm sorry, but so long, he gone. Clay Briggs, screw it, he's coming back. Tommy Floyd, his backup, he gone. Marcos Salazar is going into his 10th season. I need time. Kirk McGee, depth at guard, he gone. Roderick Erickson is our best defensive tackle. He's coming back. Guadalupe Canon keeps improving. He's coming back. Clifton Burke, depth at defensive end, he gone. Alex Sims in his 11th year, sure, he's coming back. Lloyd Harris is the secondary Secondary, he's definitely coming back. Vernon Henderson, he's been solid, he's coming back. Back to Salazar. Only wanted a 1-year deal, he's coming back. Off to free agency, and I skipped. We do have the 7th pick, thanks to the Denver trade. I wanted a quarterback. I thought about trading up. New Orleans needs a quarterback, and realistically, they wouldn't trade down. I also wanted this corner from Miami. I traded my late first for him, but they said no. So I traded it to Minnesota for next year's 1st and 4th. Then in the NFL draft, New Orleans picked Brady. I went tackle. We did need a tackle for the future with our first pick in the 2nd. Thanks to Minnesota, we got Wilkins with our original 2nd round pick. Picked up a guard. In the 3rd, drafted an inside linebacker, and in the 6th, picked up a strong safety. That made Floyd Day expendable, traded him to the Giants for a 3rd. Then I went back to Miami and they agreed to the original trade. I also traded Wesley Swanson, packaged him with a 5th for the Saints' 3rd. Francis is going to get a payday soon. Same thing with Rick Henderson. Moreno led the receivers. Davis jumps over McCarthy. We'll have only one tight end. Russell may be on his way out next year. I'm surprised Salazar is still elite. Man is continuing to regress. Bowen will start opposite of him. We are stacked at defensive tackle. Kelly is still elite. Cannon's a great supporting player. Mendoza and Kim didn't improve much. It looks like Howard might be expendable. Duncan is now teaching his replacements. Brady is going to have a payday. Harris did not improve, but elite. I decided to move on from A-Rod. I sent him to Chicago with a 3rd for a 1st. I cut that player. I also decided to move on from Howard. I got a 2nd round pick out of him. Also, I cut that guy. Now, let's simulate the season. Started 3-3, went 8-3, collapsed. We finished 9-7. We just missed the playoffs. I know now why we collapsed. Francis, what happened? Rick got injured in the final game, his worst season. Grady Moreno had his best season. John Davis also had his best season. Leslie Maxwell also had his best season. McCarthy is the definition of mid. Even Wilfred Hall almost performed just as well. Jermaine Kim led in tackles. Sheldon Castro had a decent year. Luis Kelly is back, baby! Nobody else stood out much. Duncan had 23 interceptions in 3 years. Ramos got injured but did well. The rookie Wilkins, not so much. Henderson had his best year kicking. Cornelius Howard did pretty good in Atlanta. A-Rod was okay. We could have been a wild card team. Instead, the Jets will move on. They'll be taking on the Patriots. Raiders did much better without Nash. This is one of the rivalries of all time. And Indianapolis moves on to the Super Bowl. Wesley Swanson returns for his 3rd straight appearance. Indianapolis, New Orleans. Who wins? The New Orleans Saints win their first Lombardi in the video. They did it off of the back of the rookie that I wanted, but this is why it made sense for them not to pass on him. 1 Offensive Rookie of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year, and Super Bowl MVP. You can only be on the top for so long. Doesn't help that Rick wants to retire. Almost $11 million to return. Screw it. The punter, Erickson, will retire. Alonzo Wise is retiring with the Broncos. Roderick Cook retiring with Tampa Bay. Philip Walton retiring with Minnesota. On to re-signings. I'm sorry, buddy, but you played yourself out of a contract. He gone. Kenneth Ballard is a solid backup. He's coming back. Richard Dennis, terrible. He gone. Jermaine Knight, good night. He gone. Wilfred Hall is a developmental project. He's coming back. It's time. Salazar, still elite, but he gone. Randy the Macho Man, same thing. It's time. He gone. What's eating Gilbert Fields? Not a new contract. He's coming back. Trevor Mullins, consistent each year. Big contract for a big man. Jerry Lambert is surprisingly good. He's coming back. Angel Brady is slow, but he makes plays. He's coming back. Off to free agency. I was interested interested in Leroy Hammond at quarterback. I gave him an offer, had to raise it due to Arizona wanting him. Surprisingly, he agreed to our contract. We have the 6th round pick thanks to Denver. We also have our original selection. I traded our late pick back to Denver for their 2nd and 5th. Moving on to the NFL draft. We selected the player who was projected to us. Seems ridiculous to draft 2 tackles in the 1st, but we did it. With Denver's 2nd round, we selected a guard. With Atlanta's 2nd round, we selected a cornerback. With our original 2nd round, we selected a center. With the Giants' 3rd round, we selected an outside linebacker. With our original 3rd, selected an inside linebacker. With Minnesota's 4th round pick, we selected a fullback. With our original 4th, we selected a strong safety. Last notable pick, outside linebacker with Denver's 5th. I did make some moves since we are over the cap and player limit. I released George Frank. I also released Alex Sims. Last player released, Harvey Russell. I then traded Lucas Soto, got a 2nd and 4th from New Orleans. Jimmy Pratt was also traded, got a 3rd from Seattle. Our 5th starting quarterback will be Hammond. Rick Henderson better be worth that contract. I should have never re-signed Maxwell. Davis and Hall have leapfrogged over McCarthy. Sticking with 1 tight end, Harvey Russell has hit his ceiling. Fitzgerald will be starting this year opposite of Waters. Our 2 first-round tackles will be starting. Pratt did end up regressing in Seattle. Erickson and Mullins are very expensive. Kelly is still elite. Cannon has been good enough. Mendoza and Kim are still the starters. I was going to trade Castro. Never mind. Wilkins is now our best corner. Decent depth behind him. Brady regressed hard. Duck Dodgers is starting. Harrison Lawrence with a slight regression. I decided to trade the other Harvey Russell. Sent him to Baltimore for a 2nd and a punter. I forgot to sign one. I decided to change the coach sliders. The offensive line is built for run blocking more. The quarterback has a stronger arm with good accuracy. Our tackles are also much better than the interior at run blocking. The defense is also built for stopping the run. Linebackers also have a high pass rush ability. Let's see if the sliders actually have an effect, unlike 2K4. Now, let's simulate the season. This is one of the best records we've had in a while. Hammond was absolutely dominant this season, even though he threw less. Wait a minute, you're telling me the sliders actually work? I tried this on the 360 version and it had 0 impact. He won the rushing title. Moreno led the team in receiving yards. Hall was 2nd on the team. Davis was right behind him. McCarthy is the definition of mid. The rookie fullback got in on the action. Castro ended up having a better year. Mendoza had another stellar season. It might be time to move on from Kim. Luis Kelly continues to put up elite numbers. Erickson had his best year on the team. Duck Dodgers might be phenomenal. Mullins continues his consistent career. Harris is still impactful. Wilkins proved his worth in the secondary. Even the kicker had his best year. Even players not on the team anymore had their best year. So who are we going to face in the wild card? It's going to be the Houston Texans. We do have some injuries and hopefully they're not broken this time. The Buffalo Bills are back in the playoffs. This team never seems to stay down for too long. They'll be facing the Houston Texans once again. They got demolished by them once. That ended Tyler Nash's career here. But overall, the Bills have mostly had their number. Is today any different? We start on the first drive for Buffalo. Hammond sees the pocket collapsing. He takes off with it, gets the first. Following play, defense runs past Hammond, finds Davis on the out route, goes down the sideline, has the first, inside the 20, pushed out at the 12. The offense has not struggled one bit. Rick squeezing through near the first. 2nd and inches, Rick up the middle, gets enough. You would think handing it to Rick would be the answer. Instead, to the corner of the end zone and picked off. Houston's defense holds. After a 3-and-out, Buffalo has it back after a short punt and Hammond gives it right back. same old Bills. We skip to the second quarter, still scoreless. Davis with the catch for a big play. Despite the 2 turnovers, they're still in it. Hammond to McCarthy across midfield. It's now third down on the drive, spreading out the defense, threads the needle to McCarthy. Another third down, they do a draw. Rick stuffed at the line. Henderson has been having a career year. High snap, a good hold. It's pushing left, and it's not going to hook back in. No good. He's only missed 2 kicks all year. We skip to the final minute of the half. Houston's ball, and Owen makes the catch near midfield. Haven't talked much about this offense because, well, they haven't done much, but suddenly they woke up. A play later, Williamson in the pocket to the sideline. Keller with a catch over the corner. They're now inside the red zone. Simpson squeezes through. He's rumbling. Gets upended. 30 seconds left in the half. Simpson gets the first. 20 seconds. First and goal to the end zone. Incomplete. Second and goal. They're going to continue to pass it. He has a guy wide open and he dropped it. They're going to have to hand him the stickum next time. If they don't get it here, do they go for it on fourth down to the end zone and incomplete? But there is a flag. PI on the defense. First and goal from the 1-yard line. Williamson floats it. Farmer with the catch and the first points in the game. Houston takes the lead 7-0 into the half. It may be a different year, but they're still the same old Bills. We start this one in the middle of the third, highlighting a punt here. Where's Isaac at? Cause we got a banger here. Bounced and fielded at the 1. Buffalo would force Houston to punt from inside their own end zone. They're going to get a real good opportunity. Fielded at the 40, brought back to the 30. At minimum, they can attempt a field goal. Rick has room, doesn't get the block, but he's rumbling. What is this defense doing out there? And that's why you pay this man $11 million a year. It's all tied up at 7. We saw how rough the Buffalo offense was. Well, this is well, it's pitiful. We'll see if they can string together a drive like they did at the end of the half, and this is going to help. Keller with the catch from their own 49, play action. Williamson going deep. Owen with the catch inside the 30. We're now in the fourth quarter, same drive. Third down, and pressure forces a bad throw. They'll attempt a 42-yard kick for the lead, and it's not even close. Everyone on the field turned around and went, bruh, you made us come out for that? Buffalo will take over from the 32. Rick has a block. He has room past the first, trying to outrun the tackle. One guy left and brought down at the 33. Run, Ricky, run. A play later, there's now 4 minutes left in the game. Hammond to Davis near the first. 3rd and inches, they go back to Rick, has the first, gets inside the red zone. A play later, 2nd down, Hammond throws. Davis with another catch. We're now in the final 2 minutes. It's a draw up the middle, and Rick gets in to give Buffalo the lead 14-7. Houston still has plenty of time trying to set up a screen, but going deep, Keller had his hands on it. That sets up 3rd and long. Williamson shovels it to Simpson, who has room but short of the first. That opens the playbook up for this 4th down. Williamson to the out route. Owen can't hold on. That means turnover on downs. Game's not over. They just need one more first down, and Rick gets it. Now it's over. The Buffalo Bills are going back to the AFC Championship game after missing out on the playoffs last season, mostly because they went back to the basics, relying on their ground game and being dominant on defense. They'll be facing the Pittsburgh Steelers to go back to the Super Bowl for the 8th time. This could be the last time we face off against the Blue Blazer. Also, Zachary Horton is on the roster but injured, and it looks like injuries are broken again. Last week was an anomaly. We all know the sun doesn't come out in Buffalo, at least not in back-to-back weekends. Snow is coming down, making this a winter wonderland. Buffalo had a strong showing last week, but now they're facing off against an AFC North team to get to the Super Bowl. There's really no telling how this week will go, so let's find out. We'll start this game off with a punt. We saw an excellent punt from Buffalo last week. We've seen them score on a fumble recovery during a punt spin move, but we haven't seen a punt return for a touchdown yet until today. We got this kid in the hall, Wilfred Hall to be exact, brings it all the way to give Buffalo the first points and the lead. We skip to the final minute of the quarter and a short run that gets called back because of clipping. Okay, now it's 2nd and 26. Phillips to the flat. Jackson gains back some of the penalty yards, but a hold pushes them back even more. Unable to convert for the first down, 4th and 35, they'll punt it and Buffalo will have really good field position. They even returned it past the Steelers' first down marker. First play in Pittsburgh territory, Hammond throws and it's picked off, returned back to midfield. This Buffalo offense had the ball for 10 plays in the first half. 10. The score is still the same at the start of the second half. Hammond to Davis to get past the 35. Needing to, they go to Rick up the middle, finds a small hole, and they said he got it. Another third down on the drive. It's a draw, Rick, and this one is a little less controversial. They're back in Pittsburgh territory. Clean pocket down the middle. Davis with the catch, tackled at the 25. A play later, second down, Rick on the pitch, left side, has the edge, has the first, tackled inside the 10. A play later, second and goal, Rick with the ball, powering through and gets his third touchdown in the playoffs. Buffalo is now up 14-0. Now, Pittsburgh hasn't been the greatest on offense either. Can they do to Buffalo what Buffalo did to them? First play of the drive, and what the heck is the tackle doing? He didn't do anything. Following the sack, 3-man rush, Phillips throws, duck Dodgers with the interception. That was just a terrible drive for Pittsburgh. It's now the start of the fourth quarter, Buffalo in good position and a beautiful throw on third down to extend the drive. Another third down on the drive, direct snap to Rick and he gets tackled short. A field goal would pretty much end the game here. It keeps pushing and it's no good. I don't know about that, Jim. Looked like it went over the right pole. I think it should have been a 3. I'm confused. Why are they taking over at the 20? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Buffalo put them back where they should have been. It's now 3rd and 15 on the drive. Phillips down the middle. Wells with a catch and the first. A play later, blocking holds up to the sideline. It's a duck and he snatches that bird. They're now at the 45. A touchdown can get them back in it. Reese with the catch and into Buffalo territory. It took 4 quarters, but they're finally moving it. Phillips, Wells into the red zone. 13 yards away from making it a 1-score game. Plenty of time. It's tipped and it's picked off by Cannon. That'll pretty much seal the game. They're going to go back to the Super Bowl and Phillips is upset. For the 8th time in 24 years, that means 1/3 of the video, the Buffalo Bills have made a Super Bowl appearance. It'll be against the Bears. That means the return of A-Rod. It also means the return of the man who jump-started the new dynasty, Craw Daddy. Yep, the injuries are broken. The video is going to be my longest video yet, isn't it? I need a vacation. Now wait till later because we have our 8th Super Bowl appearance in this video. Buffalo returns to the big game thanks to their running game and dominant defense. Something that happened when they won their last Super Bowl in year 21. They've also been to 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. Does this count as a second dynasty? They even did it without a pesky rebuild in between. Let's see if they can earn their 7th Lombardi. Let's get it on. We start on Buffalo's first drive, Rick pounding the ground, gain of 7 on the play. 3rd and 3, they don't run it, throws, Davis with the catch in the first. John Davis has been surprisingly good as the number 1 with Moreno out. He was in the same draft as McCarthy and has overtaken him on the roster. Hammond drops back, clean pocket, throws, Davis with another catch. A play later, they bring the blitz, going deep, Davis gets a block from McCarthy and there he goes! The Diz Ray Specs! And just like that, Buffalo's up 7-0. Buffalo has it again. Chicago brings the blitz up the middle, Hammond to the flat, Rick with a catch, gain of 9 on the play. I think we all know who's getting the ball. Rick up the middle, has a block, gets the first. Everyone on defense is backed up, they hand it to Rick, there's a dog pile and he gets loose. He has room, finally tackled at the sticks. The drive would continue into the second quarter. Rick runs through the line, gain of 6. It's now 3rd and 2, they don't run it, great protection down the middle, McCarthy down at the 1. We all know who's getting the ball, and the offensive line doesn't let anyone get close to Rick. That's his 4th touchdown during this playoff run. Bills up 14-0. Guess what? Buffalo has it again. Rick with a carry, 5-yard gain. We're now at the 2-minute warning in the first half. Rick with a powerful run, another first. This team has been dominant all day today, and it's a fumble. Scooped up by Chicago. I'll be honest, that didn't look like a fumble to me. Hammond prevents the touchdown. The replay replay does show that it's questionable. There was no challenge, no replay. Chicago snaps the ball, going deep. Pope with the catch and gets in. Suddenly, it doesn't look so hopeless for the Bears. The half isn't over yet. There's still plenty of time. Rick finds a hole, takes it to the sideline, avoids a tackle, has the first, finally pushed out. There's 50 seconds left in the half. Hammond with great protection. Down the middle, McCarthy with the catch. At the 34, puts them in field goal range, but they want it all, going for the kid in the hall, tackled inside the 10. A play later, 2nd and goal, Briggs is wide open and he dropped it. Oh, it doesn't get any easier than that. It's now 3rd and goal. Quickly, Hammond, McCarthy, and they're back up by 2 touchdowns at halftime. Buffalo 21, Chicago 7. Other than the fumble, which I'd argue wasn't a fumble, they've been unstoppable. They'll also have the ball to start the second half. Rick with 6 on the carry. I think that Rick Henderson wanted to retire this past offseason. Money talks, $11 million a year, and he's earned every bit of it. Takes it up the middle, and that's one way to stop him. It's also a penalty. After the 15-yard penalty, they have a 3rd down on the drive, down the middle, Hall with the catch. The following play, they bring the blitz, gets it out quickly, another 1st. They're at the 23-yard line, and Hammond goes rumbling into the red zone. 2nd and 5, short drop back. Hammond throws McCarthy in between the coverage, and they're now up 28-7. It's getting out of hand. Unlike the Bills, this offense seems very stoppable. The first play on the drive, pitch, Pope has a blocker, runs him over, gain of 6. Following play, Bills bring everyone, Rose is wide open for the 1st. It's now 3rd down on the drive, linebacker on the blitz, to the sideline, caught, the corner, spin move. Misjudged the ball, maybe that jump starts the offense. The following play, Riley drops back, feeling pressure, it's tipped and picked off. Mendoza with the interception. This has not been Chicago's day. It felt like they had a chance and Rick is just running wild on this defense. We're now at the start of the 4th quarter. Remember, it was 14-7 at one point and Rick taking it out wide for a gain of 8. Rick has been the game changer this season, takes the carry and gets the first. Nash struggled to win in the playoffs because he refused to run it. Dan Francis lost in the Super Bowl because he refused to run it. Hammond, who was signed this past offseason, isn't going to make the same mistake, and he's going to feed him as much as he wants. 5 on the carry. He averaged over 100 yards in each playoff game during this run. Look at him. He's unstoppable. They're running out the clock. Chicago can't do anything. He's rumbling. Gets through the tackle and the 1st. Ballard is now in the game, and look at that offensive line. I could have scored that touchdown. Okay, maybe not. I get close. It's now 35-7 Buffalo. The game's pretty much over, but let's see what Chicago can do. Yeah, even Chicago thinks it's over. Turnover on downs. Buffalo ran out the rest of the clock, and for the 7th time, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. The story of this year was similar to the story of year 21. Run the ball, play tough defense, go home happy. Rick Henderson has absolutely been the reason why this team has been competitive the past few seasons. Credit where credit is due. The game plan changes that were made to the team this offseason took an already good team and turned them great. This is now their 2nd Super Bowl win in 4 seasons. They've gone to 3 in that time span. The 2nd dynasty has been completed, due in large part to Hammond being the ultimate team player at quarterback. He deserves that MVP. I believe we've had a different MVP each time we've made it here. There they go, celebrating their Super Bowl win. At this point, do they have anything else to prove? 8 Super Bowl appearances, 7 Super Bowl wins. There's really not much left to do to show how dominant their franchise has been the past 24 years. But we'll find out. There is still 6 seasons left, and this is already becoming more than a movie. We're near the end, gang. Kenneth Ballard retired with a Super Bowl touchdown. Adrian Duncan retired after 0 interceptions this year. Dwayne Todd retired, but his number glitched out. Good old JR retiring with him. Philip Perkins retired in Kansas City. Sherman Long retired in Oakland. Alberto Daniels retired in Minnesota. On to re-signings. Mr. Irrelevant, Leo Barnett, he gone. John Davis, solid in the playoffs. That's a high price. He gone. Dwayne McCarthy may be mid, but he's cheap. He's coming back. Gene Fitzgerald, good run blocker. He's coming back. Sheldon Castro had a surprise development. That's a lot of money. I need time. Domingo Wilkins had a huge improvement. He's coming back. Clarence Cannon sealed the win against Pittsburgh, but he gone. Back to Castro. That's too much money we can't afford. He gone. Off to free agency, and I skipped. We do have the last pick in the first round. I ended up trading it for Atlanta's second rounder. Contracts are cheaper past the first round. Moving on to the NFL draft, our first pick from the Baltimore trade. Got a stud tight end. Second round from Atlanta. Got a cornerback. Second round from New Orleans. Got a guard. Our original second round pick. Reached on a running back. Third from Seattle. Outside linebacker. Our original third. Selected a quarterback. Fourth from New Orleans. A center. Original fourth round. Inside linebacker. We also selected a punter with our fifth. That allows us to release Hugo Bush. What a name. I also moved on from Brady. He regressed, making his contract not worth it. Sent him to Cincinnati for a fourth round pick. Obviously, Hammond will continue to be the quarterback. Will Rick return next season or retire? Should have never given Maxwell that contract. Moreno, Hall, and McCarthy are all the main receivers. John Davis got a payday with Cincinnati. Osborne should replace Davis's production. I'll definitely be trading Brown or Olsen. Fitzgerald and Perry are the future at guard. Our tackles are both improving and both solid. Kelly is no longer elite, but still expensive. With Lambert's improvement, Kim is out. Robin Horsley will be the starter at inside linebacker. Castro got a payday with New England. I don't know what happened at corner. They regressed. Duck Dodgers improved at strong safety. Brady improved with Cincinnati. Harris is still borderline elite. It's time to move on from Kim. I sent him to Chicago for a second round pick. I also decided to trade Sammy Olsen. Sent him to Kansas City for a second and fourth round pick. Final trade was Clifford Schwartz. Packaged him with a second and third for Strickland. Everyone regressed at corner. He should help. I did adjust the sliders on defense slightly. Now let's simulate the season. We started 10-0, 11-0, 12-0, 13-0, 14-0, then we turned into the Indianapolis Colts. I now see why we lost those games. We will still have home field in the playoffs. Hammond had a slight regression. He did throw more. We also ran less. So do the sliders actually work? I'm so confused. Grady Moreno will be out for the playoffs again. Dwayne McCarthy is the definition of mid. Surprising production from Nichols. Osborne picked up the slack at tight end. Wilfred Hall had a down year. Kelly George had another decent season. Robin Horsley led the team in tackles. Mendoza was having a career year. He's currently injured. Jerry Lambert was decent for his first year. Luis Kelly is a Hall of Famer. Roderick had his best season. Happy Lee Erickson Day. Guadalupe had a bounce back season. Kevin Strickland was absolutely worth that trade. Lloyd Harris has become the new Malloy. Despite regression, Wilkins had a solid year. Duck Dodgers was injured, but still good. Ramos had another okay season. Lawrence is going to be trade bait next year. Alfred Riley was decent filling in for Rodgers. Henderson had another good year. Schwartz did nothing in Minnesota. John Davis is not worth that contract. Kim was kimming it up in Chicago. Cornelius is a guy that I do regret letting go. Castro had had another good year in New England. Brady had his best year in Cincinnati. Who will we face in the wild card? It will be against the San Diego Chargers. I wonder if the injuries will be broken again. The Buffalo Bills started the season undefeated, going 14-0 before losing 2 straight games heading into the playoffs. Will that streak continue to 3 in a row, or will they shake off the losses and try to make their 4th Super Bowl appearance in 5 years? Let's find out. We'll start on Buffalo's opening drive. Rick up the middle finds a hole and gets the first. Following play, Norris on the play action, Hammond going to take off with it. He's not easy to bring down. 2 backs, everyone else is on the line. Hammond going deep. Brian got behind the defense inside the 10, and on a big play, Buffalo scores first. It's San Diego's turn to answer back. Norman throws Ramirez with the catch. Following play, clean pocket, Norman to the flat, Gardner down the sideline, gain of 8. 2nd and 2, pitch, right side, Moss has the blocks and the first. A play later, Moss on the sweep left side, and it's a fumble, recovered by Buffalo. They wouldn't do anything with the takeaway. We skip to the second quarter, still scoreless. Hammond is picked off by Barnett, takes it down the sideline. Nobody is going to get him, and just like that, it's all tied up at 7. Hammond is looking to redeem himself after that pick 6. Finds Osborne down the middle, brought down at midfield. A play later, Rick up the middle, breaks off a tackle and gets the first. It's now 3rd down on the drive. Hammond over the middle, Nichols with a catch in the first. We're now at the 2-minute warning. Draw, Rick runs over a defender and gets into the red zone. 3rd and 2, Rick up the middle, powers through for the first. 48 seconds left in the half. Hammond, McCarthy near the first. They only need a few inches. Norris gets enough, down to the 2. 25 seconds left. Rick powering through 2 defenders, stopped at the 1. They call a timeout from the half-yard mark. They're going to throw to the flat, incomplete. Will they go for it if they don't get it here? Hammond, Osborne, and they're back up 14-7 before the half. We skip to Buffalo's first drive in the 3rd. Hammond is picked off by the lineman. It was like a great white shark jumping out of the water. Now put San Diego in good position. Pitch left side. Moss stiff arms Horsley, tackled short. 3rd and 1, they bring the house. Easy pitch and catch for the first. They're now inside the red zone. Norman throws, Lane inside the 5. They're at the 3. Moss up the middle, gets through to tie it back up at 14. Buffalo has let San Diego stay in the game with 2 turnovers. Hammond to McCarthy for the first. Following play, Rick takes it left side, shakes off a tackle, avoids another, gain of 6. 2nd and 4, back to Rick up the middle, gets the first. The final play of the 3rd, Norris doesn't get touched till he gets the first. To start the 4th quarter, they're going to pass. Hammond to Hall, coverage was terrible, gets the first. They're inside the red zone, direct snap to Rick, finds a crease, gain of 6 on the play. 2nd and 4, it's a draw. Rick gets skinny, finds room, and gets the first. The following play, they bring the blitz. Hammond to the end zone. Osborne with his 2nd touchdown on the day. I think they lucked out drafting this kid. He's gonna be a star. San Diego wasn't able to get a first down, opting to punt it instead of going for it. It's a booming kick, going to be fielded from their own 30. Hall gets caught up in the pile, gets out of it, runs out of a tackle, one guy, and he's not going to get him. The kid in the Hall with his 2nd punt return for a touchdown in the playoffs. Buffalo is now up 28-14. A 2-touchdown lead is nothing in this game. Norman floats it to the sideline, caught by Lane, but they say incomplete. They did challenge the call, and after further review, it was overturned. A play after the review, rollout, Norman throws it, has a guy perfectly placed. It's now 3rd down on the drive. Norman's pass is knocked down by Kelly. Their season could be over if they don't get it here. Going deep, has a guy, led him too much. Turnover on downs. San Diego would get another opportunity. 90 seconds left. Norman down the middle and picked off by Duck Dodgers, and now pretty much seal the win for Buffalo. That means the Bills will be 1 game away from returning back to the Super Bowl for the 4th time in 5 years. This second dynasty isn't over yet. They'll be facing the Cleveland Browns, and if they win, next week will be a Super Bowl rematch regardless of who wins in the NFC. It will also be a revenge game for Lucas Soto this week. Also, I'm pretty sure the injuries are broken again. I said it before, the sun doesn't come out in back-to-back weeks in Buffalo. The Bills have beaten the Browns twice in the conference round. Will Cleveland be able to even the matchup and end the second dynasty of the Bills? Let's find out. Let's start on the first drive for the Browns. Brown throws and has Jackson in Buffalo territory. Following play, Brown steps up, sidearms into Jackson for 8. A play later, 3rd and 2, Brown throws, knocked away. That brings out their kicker for a 48-yard attempt. It's up, has the distance, and it's good. Cleveland gets the first points in the game. When it's snowing like this, running is your best friend. Rick powering through near the sticks. 2nd and short, back to Rick, finds a hole and easily gets the first. The running game has been their strength. Rick takes it left side and gets 6. A play later, 3rd and 1, Norris takes the pitch and gets the first. They're now at midfield, Hammond going to pass it, bobbled, McCarthy pulls it in, down the sideline, down at the 24. Following play, they're going to run it, Rick breaks an arm tackle, has room, the first, short of the 10. The drive would continue into the second quarter, 3rd down to the end zone, Nichols can't hold on, through the hit, 4th down coming up. This will be a 27-yarder for Henderson. It sails but stays in to tie it all up at 3. Nothing happening for most of the game, still tied 3-3. Final minute and Hammond finds Nichols down the middle in stride, has one guy to beat, trying to outrun him, chased down from behind. They're in field goal range, but they want the first on 3rd. Hammond to Nichols inside the 10. Following play, they hand it to Rick and he's rumbling, stuffed inside the 5. 18 seconds left, counter, Rick has the blocking and stiff arms his way in for a touchdown. Buffalo is now up 10-3. If this is Rick's final season in Buffalo, he's showing he still got it. 11 seconds left, you never know what can happen, and Brown is picked off by Ramos, and that's going to end the game. For the 4th time in 5 seasons, the Buffalo Bills will be returning to the Super Bowl, looking to earn their 8th Lombardi in the series. It'll be against the team that started it all, the New York Giants. It'll also be a revenge game for Floyd Day, and the injuries are indeed broken. It finally comes full circle for the Buffalo Bills. They faced the team that jump-started their dynasty back in 1990, led to 4 straight Super Bowl losses. The same team that jump-started their second dynasty back in 2011 that led to 4 straight Super Bowl wins. They can now be the team that ends their 3rd dynasty in 2027. The Buffalo Bills, the New York Giants, Super Bowl 62. Let's get it on. There wasn't a lot of action in this game. Final 12 seconds of the first half, going deep, McCarthy makes the grab, turns the cornerback around, heading down the sideline, inside the 20, outrunning the defense, and Buffalo gets the first points in the Super Bowl thanks to this mid-receiver. The first drive in the second half starts with Buffalo, Rick taking it right side, nice play on the ground. What I have noticed is that they are running more with these sliders. Rick has room, gets across midfield. A play later, 2nd and 6, Norris is in, spin move. He breaks free, has room, big gain on the play. Following play, Rick is back in, he's rumbling, gains 6 on the run. A play later, 3rd and 1, Rick gets the first. They're now inside the red zone, Hammond running out of time, he's sacked. It's now 3rd and long, great protection, Hammond throws, McCarthy can't hold on. That means a 38-yard kick from Henderson. It's sailing, but it stays in. Buffalo's up 10-0. Giants haven't done anything all game long. Pressure in his face, floated over the corner, amazing play. It's now the start of the 4th quarter, same drive, Edwards down the middle, Underwood with the catch. They're getting into field goal range, pocket is collapsing to the sideline, Underwood with the grab, one guy to beat but chased down. From the 7-yard line, pitch right side, Joseph stiff arms trying to get in but can't. A note card away, Joseph on the counter easily gets in to make it a 3-point game with plenty of time. We go to the final minute, Giants have a chance, Edwards down the middle, Underwood with the first. Following play, Edwards throws early on the drop back, gains 7. We're now at the 2-minute warning, 3rd and 3, floater is almost picked off, big play. New York is now in field goal range despite almost turning it over on that play, and this one is almost picked off. They'll get the opportunity to tie it up, 43 yards, it fades back in, and it's all tied up at 10 with less than a minute to go. The game's not over, Buffalo still has time. Osborne with the low catch, stiff arms the defender, gets the first on third, 30 seconds left in the game. The Buffalo Bills still have all 3 timeouts and Nichols comes down with it. It looks like the Giants are going to come away with a loss. It's tipped and picked off. Forget what I just said. It's looking like the Bills are going to come away with a loss, to the sideline and caught. 8 seconds left, but wait a minute. There's a challenge and it looks like he wasn't able to keep both feet in bounds, which means we're going to overtime, baby! The Giants will have the ball to start overtime. Edwards on the rollout, back the other way. Griffith down the sideline, has the first. Following play, quick drop back, pressure in his face, finds Underwood for 7 yards. 2nd and 3, Joseph up the middle, powers through for the first. Same drive, 3rd down, Joseph powers through for another first. Feels like the Giants have taken the momentum, but it's Lee Erickson day. Yinga hinga hergen. That would lead to a 3rd and long, deep drop back. Edwards down the middle, knocked away by Harris. Buffalo will now take over after a touchback on a punt. Hammond throws a laser. McCarthy got behind the corner and there isn't anyone else to bring him down. The Super Bowl started with a touchdown by him and it'll end with a touchdown by him. Not too bad for someone who's mid. For the 8th time, nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. I really thought this franchise was going to be a lot more rebuilding than maintaining one of the strongest dynasties that could even rival what the Patriots have done in recent memory. Is it me, or is 2K5 just too easy? Maybe I'm just too good. That's cause I even tried to blow up the team and I believe we went back to the Super Bowl the following year. Maybe it's just the emulator because it was way harder on the 360 to have seasons like this. I'll consider doing one on the 360 in the future, but for now, your Super Bowl MVP is the most mid player ever, Dwayne McCarthy, and he earned it. There's 5 more seasons left in the video. There are still some question marks on this team going into next year. The biggest one being if Rick wants to return, and we'll see if we can maintain this dynasty for another 5 years, or if the best years are now behind us. Mike Mularkey has been here for 25 years, got over 300 wins, and now we have to beat Don Shula's record, right? 347, 43 more wins. We might not even need all 5 seasons to do it. Can we make it 3 straight Super Bowl wins? Grady Moreno missed the last 3 playoffs. He's retiring. Lynn Steele retired after 20 seasons, all on one team. Chad Kim, remember him, retired in Philly. Julius Parsons retired in St. Louis. The Blue Blazer retired in Pittsburgh. Horton Hears a Who retired with him. On to resignings. Ricky decided not to retire, but he's a lot of money. I need time. David Hayes, not very good. He gone. Clay Briggs was a solid player, but he gone. Christopher Brown is a solid blocker. He's coming back. Joshua Boyd hasn't seen the field. He gone. Adrian Mendoza had his best season. He's coming back. Dan Bishop regressed too much. He gone. Back to Henderson. He's coming back for 1 more season. Off to free agency. I didn't sign anyone. We do have the 32nd pick. Traded it to Denver for their 2nd round. Moving on to the NFL draft with the 2nd round from Kansas City. I selected the best receiver in the draft. 2nd round from Chicago, outside linebacker. 2nd round from Denver, defensive tackle. 4th round from Kansas City, free safety, and that means I can move on from Lawrence. Sent him to Minnesota for their 1st round pick. 4th round from Cincinnati, quarterback, original 4th round. Tight end, original 5th round. Another receiver, original 6th round, defensive end. I did decide to move on from Waters, traded him to Jacksonville for depth and a 1st. Powers is a pretty decent backup. Looks like Hammond is beginning to regress. Henderson didn't regress progress, which is shocking to me. Should have never given Maxwell that contract. Ross will be the number 1, then Hall and McCarthy. Osborne didn't improve, Hall behind him. Brown will be the starter at center. The future is now Perry and Fitzgerald starting. Allen Waters did end up regressing. I have confidence in this line, especially the tackles. We're stacked at defensive tackle, might be a trade soon. Kelly continues to regress. He has 1 or 2 more starting years. Mendoza is starting, but Cohen, the rookie, will be opposite. Horsley is going to cost so much money. Wilkins is back up top. I don't know what to think. Duck Dodgers has improved. Harris is beginning to regress. Lawrence isn't looking much better. I did make some more moves. I cut Collier, decided to trade Ken Hale, got a 3rd from Baltimore. I decided to keep Erickson and trade Walsh. Sent him to the Bears for a 2nd round pick. I also got Depp at tackle just in case. Final trade, Grant Swanson, sent him to Kansas City for a 3rd. I did tweak the sliders. We're now slightly more run heavy. Now let's simulate the season. Started the year 8-1, lost 5 straight games, barely snuck into the playoffs. Why can't this team stay healthy? Hammond, despite the regression, still very good. We're more run heavy this year, but still didn't run as much. By the way, Rick got his 2nd rushing title. His backup Norris might be a solid replacement. Wilfred Hall had his best year with the team. He also returned 5 punts for a touchdown. McCarthy will miss the playoffs, another mid-year. Kelly George had his best year as well. Osborne did slightly better than last year. Ross had 7 touchdowns, will be out for the playoffs. Horsley led the team in tackles. Mendoza had a career year. Harris had a slump, another career year for Leif Erickson. Hinga-dinga-durgan. Kelly may be on the decline production-wise. The rookie started opposite of him. Wilkins also had a career year. Duck Dodgers is phenomenal. Harris's backup was pretty good. Strickland had a decent year. Henderson only missed 1 kick all year. We're going to be thin at wide receiver. I signed this scrub as playoff depth. Our wildcard matchup will be against the AFC North's Pittsburgh Steelers. The Buffalo Bills started off hot this season, but cooled off after 5 straight losses, fought their way for the final seeding in the playoffs, but will be decimated at wide receiver. It's a good thing that their future Hall of Famer, Rick Henderson, returned for another season. They'll need him since their receivers behind Hall is a 5th round rookie and a dumpster. Can they overcome their injuries? Well, let's find out. We start in the 2nd quarter, scoreless. Hammond to Hall for a 1st. You would think running the ball would be their priority, instead they continue to pass it. They're now at midfield. Rick up the middle, breaks the tackle and gets the 1st on 3rd. Following play, they go back to Rick, takes it outside, has room, angling for the 1st, has it inside the 30. Norris is now in the game, up the middle, great vision, tackled short of the 1st. Under 2 minutes left in the half. From the 11-yard line, Rick gets the handoff and brought down by the face mask. They'll put them at the 5, Rick up the middle, powering through, stopped at the 1. 2nd and goal, Rick hits a wall behind the line. 3rd and goal, they're going to throw. Hammond, Hall, broken up. That'll lead to a 19-yard chip shot. Buffalo gets the 1st points and lead at the half. First play in the 2nd half, Brian throws and it's picked off by Duck Dodgers. He takes it all the way, but yes, there is a flag. There was no replay of it, but I'll show you. Unnecessary push in the back by Mendoza. They'll still be in good position. Hammond throws, Hall in the red zone. Following play, pitch, and Osborne misses his block. Now set up a 2nd and long. Hammond, good protection, and he's picked off. Soto climbed the ladder for that interception. He's being chased down by the big man. He's terrifyingly fast, but can't trip him up. And now that push in the back by Mendoza is looking even worse. Pittsburgh is now up 7-3. They could have been up 10-0. Hammond avoids a sack, a dart down the middle, Osborne with the play. You'd think they would run it more with the lack of playmakers, and Hammond is picked off again by Soto. Can Pittsburgh improve their lead? Erickson untouched up the middle for the 1st. It's now 3rd down on the drive. Empty back set, Brian going deep, caught by Mack near the 10. Following play, they're going to throw to the end zone. Mack Daddy with the catch, and it's now 14-3 Pittsburgh. The Buffalo offense has been struggling struggling all day today. I mentioned it before, but I don't understand why they're not running it more. Rick powering through for a first. I do understand that they're down now and they need to start making plays, and they got one here. 6th round rookie tight end with the play. They really don't have a lot of playmakers on offense, so they have to rely on players like McLaughlin. He was a 5th round rookie in the past draft. Hammond is picked off for the 3rd time today, being chased down by the newly acquired receiver Parsons. Is he going to bring him down? Is he even trying to bring him down? Finally brought down inside the 10, and this is not the game Hammond was expecting to have. Buffalo's defense did hold strong, forcing Pittsburgh to only a field goal, and they're now down 17-3. There's 2 minutes left in the game. Anything is possible. Hammond, McLaughlin near the sticks. 3rd and 1, they don't run it. Instead, a floater, incomplete. 4th and 1, the game could come down to this. Hammond, Hall for the first. They have another 3rd down on the drive. Down the middle, McLaughlin with the catch. It's a pretty good showing from the 5th round rookie. Hammond going deep. Osborne with the catch. Following the big play, empty back set. Hammond, McLaughlin powering through, and wait a minute, it's a game again. Buffalo is now down 17-10. They need this onside kick if they want to keep the dynasty going, and Pittsburgh recovers. That might be the end of one of the most dominant dynasties in NFL history. There is still 4 more seasons left, so we'll see if they have anything left in the tank. It's a bit refreshing to see a new team represent the AFC, and of course, Pittsburgh might be that team. They'll be taking on the best team in the AFC. At least the Patriots won't be in the Super Bowl. Once again, the team that we lost to went on to the Super Bowl, and for the 2nd time in this video, the Detroit Lions have earned a Lombardi. We don't have any retirements on the team. Felipe McCoy retired in Miami, Jimmy Pratt in Seattle, the Crow Daddy in Chicago, Abe Holloway in Cincinnati. On to re-signings. Howard Norris, backup running back, he's coming back. Rick Henderson had an elite year, but I need time. Ricky Parsons signed for the playoffs. Get out of here! Matthew Byard, decent backup, he's coming back. Wilbert Ford, emergency center, he gone. Mike Perry, good run blocker, he's coming back. What's eating Gilbert Fields in a new contract, he gone. Roderick Erickson has been great the past 2 years. I need time. Brian McGee hasn't touched the field, he gone. Robin Horsley has been a great starter, he's coming back. Kelvin Strickland has been good, but he gone. Brent Glover, cheaper option at corner, he's coming back. Manuel Ramos, same thing, he's coming back. Barry Blake, punter, he's coming back. Back to Erickson, we'd be just under 20 million. He's coming back. Henderson would put us under 9 million. He's coming back. Off to free agency, and I skipped. We have 3 firsts this year. The 4th, the 6th, and the 23rd. We need a running back to replace Henderson. Knight is projected to us, and he's pretty good. So I traded the 6th pick, 23rd pick, and 2nd round for Wells. He's an elite receiver. We're going all in this year. Moving on to the NFL draft, we selected Knight with the 4th overall pick from Jacksonville. I'll be sitting him behind Henderson this year. 2nd round from Chicago, drafted a cornerback. 3rd round from Baltimore, drafted an inside linebacker. 3rd round from Kansas City, drafted a defensive tackle. Our original 3rd round drafted another corner. I made some moves. Leslie Maxwell, we're over the cap by $5 million. I traded him to Indianapolis for their 4th. Jacob Vargas, backup inside linebacker, traded him to Jacksonville for a 3rd. Isaac Powers, backup guard, was released. Jamie Robertson, the other backup inside linebacker, packaged him with a 4th for the Colts 2nd. Derek Gibson is the odd man out at corner, packaged him with a 3rd for Arizona's 2nd. Rudolph Walton, backup defensive end, traded him to New England for a 3rd. Brad Boyd, backup defensive tackle, packaged him with a 2nd and 4th for Tampa Bay's 1st. We did have some preseason injuries, but nothing too serious. Hammond is on a contract year, he did regress. I'm paying Henderson $10 million, he's starting. I believe we have our first hundo, we're stacked at receiver. Injuries won't derail our playoffs this year. Osborne is on a contract year, I think Brown has hit his ceiling. Perry actually improved after his contract. Bowen is on a contract year, we have 2 elite defensive tackles. Cohen is now better than Mendoza. Horsley is now elite, Parks might be trade bait. Wilkins did not regress. Glover behind him. Duck Dodgers is on a contract year. Harris continues continues his slight regression. I did tweak the sliders once again. Now let's simulate the season. We're 10-0 for the third time, 11-0, 12-0, 13-0, 14-0, 15-0. Oh no. Well, that's a lot of pressure for the playoffs. To make matters worse, we lost some big names. Of course, on a contract year, Hammond pops off, even won MVP, ballin'. Despite his regression, Rick is still legit. Knight did pretty well before his injury. I forgot what it was like to have an elite receiver. Kelly George was second in receiving yards. Ross benefited the most, being the number 2. Wilfred Hall still put up a decent season. Mid, Carthy got injured. He was mid. Osborne had a down year due to injury. Mendoza led the team in tackles. Harris had a better year. Duck Dodgers is phenomenal. Horsley had a career year, led in interceptions. Leif Erikson led in sacks. Mullins was behind him. Louise Kelly is no longer the same player. Clyde Matthews improved. Glover was our best corner. Cohen had a decent season. Henderson had back-to-back 90% kicking. Who will we face from the wild card? It'll be the New England Patriots, which means Rudolph Walton will have a chance for revenge. Same with Sheldon Castro. We'll also have Osborne available. I guess injuries aren't broken. I guess I should have figured by now that most of the games in Buffalo would be in the snow. Another blanket of winter wonderland will cover the field as the Bills will be facing their division rivals, the New England Patriots. But today isn't just a regular playoff game for Buffalo. This is the road to perfection. Can they make the journey or fall short? Let's find out. We start on the first drive of the game. Hammond to Nichols for the first. It's 3rd and 8 on the drive. Hammond going deep, Wells at midfield. They acquired him this past offseason in a trade. Hall with the catch, gain of 6. Following play, Rick finds a hole, avoids a tackle, and there he goes. Inside the 40, trying to chase him down, and Buffalo will get the first points in the game. He still got it. Later in the first, Buffalo has it again. Hammond to Hall near the 40. A play later, 2nd down on the rollout, Hammond with plenty of time finds Kelly George for a big play. At New England's 30, Rick with the carry has room, stops short. It's now the start of the second quarter. Hammond throws, Osborne bobbled and picked off. New England's defense bails them out. Patriots unable to do anything with the turnover. Hammond to Ross near the 40. A play later, handoff, Rick up the middle, gain of 4. 3rd and 2, back to Rick, easily gets the first. They now face a 3rd down on the drive. Hammond deep, Wells with a catch in the first. He's been a huge game changer on this offense. Back to Wells on the out route, upfield, tackle short. That puts them inside the red zone. Rick squeezes through, has the first, tackled near the 10. It's now 3rd and 6 inside the 10, and the pass is tipped at the line, incomplete. They'll set up a 24-yard kick to end the first half. Hooks back in. Buffalo is now up 10-0. We skip to the middle of the 3rd. New England in the best position they've had all game, 8 on the play. It's now 3rd and 3. Santiago with the carry. Bulldozers for the first. Following play, back to Santiago. Finds a hole, has the patience, gains 7. They found the groove. Santiago, moving in slow motion, has the first. Another 3rd down on the drive. O'Brien throws. Harris breaks it up. That puts New England in a tough spot, 49 yards, and the kick is sailing left. No good. Final play of the 3rd quarter, Rick up the middle for a gain of 7. It's now the start of the 4th quarter. Rick hits a wall, bounces it to the outside for the first. They now have a 3rd and 8. Rick on the draw, tackled short. They're going to go for it, could put the game away. Rick has the first. At this point, Buffalo is running out the clock. Rick squeezes through, tackled short. They snap it before the 2-minute warning. Rick on the pitch has the first, tackled at 20. New England still has all 3 timeouts. They could stop him here, but Rick is making it hard for them. That's their first timeout. Following play, back to Rick, and he shows the footwork and vision, and that's how you survive 10 years in the NFL as a starter. Buffalo is now up 17-0. nothing. There's still time. New England could score, you never know. Pass is incomplete, but there is a flag, PI, on the defense. Following the penalty, O'Brien throws. Baldwin is open, avoids a tackle, breaks another across midfield. Plenty of time, they bring the blitz and they get to him. It's now third down on the logo. O'Brien, Marsh, low catch, gain of 7. Makes fourth down easier, they bring the blitz, gets it out quickly, double coverage, knocked out, which means turnover on downs. The Buffalo Bills win this game 17-0 to go 17-0 with 2 more games if they make it that far on their road to perfection. Everyone is watching. Can they do the impossible? Their conference matchup will be against the Oakland. I can't do it. The injuries are broken again. Another snow day here in Buffalo. They won last week on the ground playing backyard football. Here's another opportunity for them to rely on Henderson, who's turned back the clock and playing like a rookie out there. They are chasing perfection. If they can win this game, they'll be 1 game away from being the 3rd team to go undefeated into the Super Bowl. Can they do it? Let's find out. We start in the middle of the first, Buffalo near midfield. Rick takes it into Oakland territory. 2nd and 2, back to Rick on the counter, up the middle, they give him the first. On a new set of downs, they go back to Rick for a 3rd straight time, 6 on the carry. 2nd and 4, they give it to him a 4th time, stopped short of the sticks. 3rd and 1, they go back to him a 5th straight time, bounces around and gets the first. It's now the start of the 2nd quarter, 3rd down, empty back set, Hall can't hold on, incomplete, 4th down coming up. That brings out Henderson for a 44-yard attempt. It looks good down the middle, but it falls short. No good. Buffalo has it again, still scoreless. Hammond to Wells, gain of 7 on the pass. Following play, they give it to Rick, squeezes through, has the first near the 40. They come out in the shotgun, empty back set. Hammond, Wells to get across midfield. It's now 3rd and 6 on the drive. Hammond, clean pocket, going deep. Wells, sideline, makes the play. They rush back to the line, quick throw, Ross one-handed inside the 5 down to the 2. They snap it before the 2-minute warning. Rick powers through for his 3rd touchdown in the playoffs. Bills score the first points. There's still time for Oakland to tie it up before the half. Lawrence to Vega, down the sideline, gets the first. A play later, Buffalo brings a blitz, picked up well, going deep and overthrew his guy. Wilkins with the interception and a face mask will bring it closer. First play after the turnover, Rick squeezes through, finds space, tackled short of the first. A play later, 3rd and 2, Hammond throws, Ross gets just enough. 48 seconds left in the half, Hammond throws a dart, Wells bobbles, caught, and this time it wasn't picked off, and instead, it extends their lead 14-0 going into the half. We skip towards the end of the 3rd quarter, 3rd and long, Hammond, Wells to extend the drive. Wells has been a game changer, and when you add Rick to the equation, it spells disaster for Oakland. 2nd and 2 after the run, pitch right side, Rick has the first, tackled near the 40. They now face a 3rd and long to start the 4th. Shovel pass, Rick has room and has the first. The following play, Rick up the middle, gets the blocks, gain of 7. 4 minutes left in the game, Rick makes a cut, finds space, gets the first. Closing in on the final 3 minutes, Rick on the pitch, left side, gains 6. This here is smash mouth football, Rick up the middle and gets the first. We're now in the final 2 minutes, Rick on the pitch, right side, gets a block, angling towards the sideline, gets the first. It's 3rd down, Oakland with 1 timeout left. They stuff Rick and they burn their last one. To make it 17-0, 28-yard chip shot, Henderson misses it. He's had a rough game today. Oakland technically still has a chance. Lawrence going deep, McGuire hold on. Is that enough to jumpstart the offense? Lawrence, Park in the flat, gain 6 on the play. It's now 3rd and 4, Lawrence like a statue, pass is almost picked off. The season for Oakland comes down to this. The pass is incomplete, turnover on downs. The Buffalo Bills have not allowed their opponents in the playoffs to score a single point, as this win gets them to 18-0, 1 game away from perfection. That 1 game will be in the Super Bowl against the Green Bay Packers. The ultimate game with the highest stakes of this franchise is here. The Buffalo Bills march into the Super Bowl as the second ever team to go 18-0. The other one didn't end so well. Today, they do their best to find a permanent residence in Perfectville, alongside the 1972 Miami Dolphins. They've held their opponents to 0 points in their 2 previous games. If that holds up against the Green Bay Packers, I don't see how this team doesn't go 19-0. The closest they've been in this video is 18-1. Is today the day? Let's get it on. We start with the Packers partway through the first, delayed handoff, and look at all that space, tackled short. Needing 2, they go back to Curry, up the middle, gets it. A play later, they bring the blitz, gets it out quickly, nobody is covering the flat, nobody is covering at all, and gets the first. They're now in Buffalo territory. Curry with the handoff, somehow stays up, has room, has the first, tackled at the 30. Following play, back to Curry, he looks slow, but still has room for a gain of 8. They've been running it, Buffalo can't stop him. Curry again has the first inside the 20. In the red zone, that's not Curry, that's Brian. Equally handsome, equally smart. Inside the 5, they're not going to run, throws, and it's batted down by Leif Erikson Day. Second and goal, they're going to throw again. Pressure forces the bad pass. Third and goal, empty back set to the end zone, and it's picked off by Lloyd Harris. You really have to scratch your head on that play calling. We're now at the start of the second quarter. Ross, I think he took that away from Hall, gets the first. A play later, Hammond in the pocket, running out of time, and sacked. That brings up 3rd and 16. Can they convert? Hammond, Wells, they spent 2 firsts and a second on him. I don't think anyone regrets making that trade. Inside the 20, the 10, and Buffalo scores the first points in the game on a big play. The following drive for the Packers, they want to keep it on the ground, and it's a fumble recovered by Buffalo. All the momentum has changed towards the Bills. Hammond to Ross, 7 yards. Following play, they give it to Rick. Tries to find the edge, short of the sticks. 3rd and inches, Rick takes the handoff and gets the first. They're now inside the 10 before the 2-minute warning. Hammond is picked off. I don't know about that throw. Buffalo would get it again near midfield, going deep. Ross with the catch inside the 30. Under a minute left in the half, Hammond throws off target and intercepted for the 2nd time today. First play for the Packers, Chavez sidearms it, and it's picked off for the 2nd time by Harris. Bills have another chance to score before the half, and the kid in the hall turns into the kid in the end zone to extend their lead 14-0 at halftime. We now go to the middle of the 3rd. Bills still up. Hammond is sacked. Last time they were sacked, they threw a touchdown on 3rd and long. This time they throw an interception, 3rd on the day. The Packers have a chance to change the course of the game here. Chavez throws. Benson holds on. They're now inside the 10. Pressure getting there. Chavez, Russell to make it a 1-score game again. Packers have it again to start the 4th quarter. Chavez to Evans for the first. A play later at midfield, pitch. Curry has great blocking, has the first inside the 40. Following play, back to Curry, left side, stiff arms, has room. Harris brings him down, but by the face mask. The penalty puts them inside the red zone. Play action to the end zone, and it's picked off by Harris for the 3rd time today. He's now kept them from scoring twice. All Buffalo needs to do is run out the clock. On 1st down, they go backwards. 2nd down, Rick takes it up the middle for a yard. We're now at the 2-minute warning. It's a draw. Rick, short gain, forces them to use their first timeout. The Packers will have half a field to work with. Curry going deep. Benson cuts it in half. A play later, Curry quick drop. Sandoval with the first. They're now inside the red zone. Great protection. Sandoval with another catch inside the 10. 41 seconds left. Curry breaks a tackle. Harris can't stop him before he gets in, and suddenly Perfectville might be evicting Buffalo before they can get in. 34 seconds left. They're going to try and make something happen. Almost picked off. Hammond was playing so well before coming into this game. Currently has 7 straight incompletions. He's thrown 3 interceptions, almost threw one on the last play. He has time down the middle. He has Nichols. He has Nichols. He has Nichols. He has Nichols. Brought down at the 20. They're There's 19 seconds left. Rick with the carry has room, tackled at the 15. 14 seconds left. Pitch. Rick has a block, has room inside the 10, and they're just going to run down the clock. 3 seconds left. Henderson missed a 28-yarder last week, but that was in the snow. This is 24 yards. The kick is up, and Buffalo is 1 second away from perfection. 27 seasons comes down to this final second. Everything has led up to this moment. We're witnessing history. The returner is brought down, and the Buffalo Bills finish undefeated. I'll be honest with you guys, I didn't think it was possible to go undefeated simulating in 2K5. I know we got close twice, but I really thought the in-game simulation was going to screw us over. It almost did, but Harris did phenomenal with his 3 interceptions. This has to be the most exciting season out of all of the years, just because of the, the implications. 10 Super Bowl appearances, 9 Super Bowl wins, 1 undefeated season. Is there really much more for me to do in this franchise? Probably not, but I promised 30 seasons. I'm going to give you 30 seasons, whether you like it or not. But since it's almost over, let's get a little weird with it. Oh, and by the way, we're 13 wins away from tying Don Shula's record. 3 more years to go. McCarthy decided to retire. He had a good career. Owen Nichols retired after his 1 catch in the Super Bowl. Nathaniel Paul retired. It's his fault we don't have 10 rings. On to resignings. Leroy Hammond, great quarterback, almost cost us the Super Bowl. He gone. Rick Henderson, why didn't you retire? 10 million? He gone. Kelly George proves fullbacks are useful, but for that price, he gone. Colin Bryan, backup fullback, he gone. Nicholas Osborne is a solid tight end, he's coming back. Roman Bowen is a top tier tackle, he's coming back. Luis Kelly, future Hall of Famer, he gone. Duck Dodgers has been phenomenal, he's coming back. Off to free agency, now skipped. We have the 4th pick in the draft, we also have the 32nd pick. The mock draft had us selecting a defensive end. We needed one. It makes sense to draft Reynolds. He'll be taking over Luis Kelly's spot. No quarterback was projected in the 1st round. I took one. Wayne Thomas. Thomas Wayne. We got Batman's papa! Our 2nd from Arizona, drafted an inside linebacker. Our original 2nd, drafted a guard. Our 3rd from New England, drafted an outside linebacker. Our original 3rd, drafted a fullback. Original 5th, got a strong safety. Oliver will be starting this year. Thomas next year. Hammond went off to back up in New England. Knight is going to take over at running back. Henderson betrayed us for a cheaper contract in New England. The rookie is our new fullback. Our old fullback is getting $12 million a year. Wells, Ross, and Hall are all starters at receiver. Osborne hasn't improved at tight end. Brown is on a contract year. We are stacked at guard. Might trade Spencer. Both our tackles are now elite. Erickson regressed. Mullins is on a contract year. Reynolds is the only player above 70 overall. Good depth at outside linebacker. Lambert might be traded. Horsley is elite. Franks is going to be traded. Wilkins, what happened? Glover on top. Duck Dodgers is now elite. Harris is still the starter at free safety. Here's where we get weird. Spencer is being traded, sent to Minnesota for a 2nd round and a center. Bobby Cunningham should be a solid backup because I'm going to trade Brown and start Byard. Packaged him with a 3rd for Baltimore's defensive end. Alvarez should pair up nicely with the rookie. Then I release Guadalupe Canon. Jerry Lampert was up next on the trade block, sent him to the Raiders for a 2nd round pick. Then I traded Trevor Mullins. Erickson is a year older and regressed. I want to get ahead of it. Sent him to Carolina for a 3rd and a corner. Tomas Rogers should help boost the position. Still not done. Frank Parks is being traded. Packaged him with a 3rd to Kansas City for a 1st. Also tweaked the sliders to fit the new players. Now let's simulate the season. We went 8-8. Well, we did lose to Jacksonville and split with the Jets. Ricky Oliver was not terrible, but not good. Tommy Knight, Yeah, is a solid successor to Henderson. Norris might be a good backup after all. David Wells really needs a good quarterback. Wilfred Hall had a career year despite that. Ross had an average year. Osborne disappointed this season. Horsley led the team in tackles and interceptions. Cohen is a very mid linebacker. Adrian Mendoza continues to get to the quarterback. Don Lopez led in sacks. Reynolds had a good rookie year. Clifton Alvarez did about as good. Leif Erikson day is over. Glover leads at corner with 2 interceptions. Rodgers was disappointing. Henderson might be why we missed the playoffs. Hammond didn't play a snap. Rick, on the other hand, had over 1,000 on the ground. I should have never traded Walton. Let the journey to the Super Bowl begin. San Diego, the only wildcard team to win. They'll be taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers. San Diego with a dominant win. The 6-seed Chargers are 1 game away. They'll be moving on to the Super Bowl. Whoever wins will be a first-timer here. Timmy Clark has a chance to win with Chicago, along with elite defensive tackle A-Rod. San Diego with a miracle run and their first Lombardi in the series. We're down to the final 2 seasons. Lloyd Harris has decided to call it a career. Troy Walton retired after 14 seasons. Marcos Salazar after 15. That's half of the video. Kelvin Strickland retired after his best season. On to resignings. Ricky Oliver, we're moving on. He gone. John Nash, I love big meaty men slapping meat. He's coming back. Don Lopez had an impressive season. He's coming back. Barry Mendoza is way down the depth. He gone. Alfred Riley is the backup strong safety. He gone. Devin Miller is now our best free safety. He's coming back. Off to free agency, and I skipped. We will have the 6th pick in the draft. We'll also have our original 18th pick. Before we head to the draft, traded Raymond Hunter, packaged him with a first for a free safety. Robertson will be Harris's replacement this season. Also decided to move on from Wilkins, packaged him with a first and a 5th to the Eagles. We get Andrews at the end of his career plus a 2nd. Moving on to the NFL draft. The 2nd round from Minnesota, we got a really good defensive tackle. 2nd from Oakland, we got a really good guard. 2nd from Philadelphia, got a cornerback. Our original 2nd got an outside linebacker. Batman's papa is going to start. No improvement. Hammond regressed in New England. We may have made a mistake letting Oliver go. I don't know why Knight regressed so hard. Henderson is now rated higher than him. Wells and Ross led the receivers group. Hall is currently injured. Osborne has definitely hit his ceiling. Looked like a good idea to stick with Byard. Perry and Becker are elite at guard. Nash is elite. Bowen regressed. Lopez is now elite. Erickson will start over the rookie. Both Alvarez and Reynolds improved. Mendoza regressed. Cohen is elite. Horsley is pretty cheap for an elite inside linebacker. Rodgers is injured, but we are stacked at corner. Duck Dodgers is still elite. Robertson improved at free safety. I did make some more trades. First being Fitzgerald, traded him for a backup guard and a first. I also traded away Cohen. He hasn't done much here. Traded him for a backup tackle and a first. Here's the sliders for the season. Now let's simulate the season. Started the year 4-5, finished 10-6, and earned our 18th division title. Turns out Batman's papa, not very good. Hammond had a 1 rough game as a starter. Ricky Oliver, I regret letting him go. Knight was alright, performed similarly. Norris, on the other hand, is a good backup. Henderson continues to show why he's a Hall of Famer. Wells did great for missing 5 games. Ross will be out for the playoffs. Hall was injured but still played all the games. Herbert Hogan isn't putting anyone over. Osborne has been less than stellar. Adrian Mendoza led the team in tackles. Horsley led the team in interceptions. Great year. Wasn't enough to earn Defensive Player of the Year. That went to Frank Parks. We've always done a good job drafting linebackers. Gomez is a solid replacement for Cohen, who had his own good season in San Diego. Peter Robertson wasn't impactful much. Leif Erikson day is back, baby. Hing-a-ding-a-durgan. Don Lopez has been a pleasant surprise. Alvarez had a similar year. Reynolds didn't have as good of a year. Duck Dodgers had a bounce-back season. Andrews led all the corners in interceptions. Wilkins also had a bounce-back year in Philly. Glover continues to be the most consistent corner. Rogers has been consistently a letdown. Henderson had a bounce-back year. Castro had a good year in New England. Cornelius Howard just makes plays. Who will we face in the wild card? It'll be the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to make the playoffs this season, let alone have the number 2 seed. I was trying to build up for the final season by strengthening the offensive line and building around an elite secondary. I guess this should be a good litmus test for the team before the final year. How well is this team currently built? Well, let's find out. We'll start with a punt from Buffalo. That's already not a good thing for the offense. It's a short punt, fair caught near their own 40. Pittsburgh's first play on the drive, Frank throws, Harper inside the 30. Later on the drive, 3rd and 7, Frank throws down the middle, tipped and picked off by the newly acquired Robertson, down at the 12. Following the turnover, 2nd down, draw, Knight has room, tackled at the sticks. 3rd and a note card, Knight up the middle has more than enough space for the first. A play later, Pittsburgh brings the heat. Thomas Wells on the quick slant. Buffalo is moving the ball efficiently. Thomas Hall first down. They're now in Pittsburgh territory. Knight up the middle, gain of 5. The drive would continue into the second quarter. Knight squeezes through, gets the first. It's now 3rd and 9. Thomas under pressure and it's tipped. Incomplete. That brings up a 46-yard attempt in the snow right down the middle, and Buffalo scores first. We skip to the final 3 minutes of the first half. 3rd down, Franks is picked off by Mendoza, brought back to the 26. Buffalo is now in good position on 3rd down. Thomas is picked off by King, giving it right back to Pittsburgh. We're now under 2 minutes left in the half. Back-to-back interceptions, Franks going deep, and it's now been picked off for the 3rd straight time. He's going down the sideline inside the 10 to the 5. First play after the turnover, they're not going to run it, knocked down. 2nd and goal, now they're going to run it down to the 3. 3rd and goal, they're going to pass. Thomas throws, almost picked off. After all of that, it leads to a field goal that sneaks inside the upright. Buffalo's now up 6-0. There's still 30 seconds left, anything can happen. Frank over the middle, Mack with the catch. There's 15 seconds left, 3rd down, great protection. Frank is going deep, Duncan in double coverage. Pittsburgh isn't going to take any chances. 42-yard field goal, the wind almost takes it, but it's a 3-point game again going into the half. We fast forward to the final minute of the 3rd. Buffalo's ball, same score, 8 on the carry. Following play, they go back to Knight, wiggles for the first. Final play of the 3rd quarter, Knight takes it outside. Don't know what the corner was doing there. It's now 2nd and inches to start the 4th quarter. Knight gets it. Seems like they're sticking to the ground game. Knight powering through, gets to midfield. It's just been run after run, and here's another one. Knight gets the first, chewing up the clock, but now they're going to throw. A rainbow. Hall loops around, has the first, tackled at the 30. A face mask will put them at the 15. Same drive, 3rd and 11. Thomas Walton has the catch in the first. They're now at the 4. Another throw to the corner. Osborne wide open. Doesn't get any easier than that. Unfortunately for Buffalo, Henderson missed the extra point. It's now 12-3, under 3 minutes left. Robinson with the catch, makes the move, outruns Robertson's tackle, and there he goes inside the 20, the 10, and it's now a 2-point game. Pittsburgh down 12-10. They're going to attempt the onside kick. They haven't been able to stop the run, and Buffalo recovers. This could be the end of Pittsburgh's playoff run. We're at the 2-minute warning. They can still give up a first, and that's what they do. It's 3rd and 9. They need to make the stop here. Great blocking. Knight tells Pittsburgh good night and ends the game on that run. Well, it looks like we're a 1 game away from returning to the Super Bowl and potentially earning our 10th Super Bowl win in this series. That game will be against the Oakland Raiders. Side note, Detroit needs to win so we can see Batman's papa versus Oliver Twist. This has been a bizarre season. I wasn't expecting to be a playoff team, and now we're one game away from our 11th Super Bowl appearance. Even stranger, it's sunny here in Buffalo. They'll be taking on the Raiders, who the Bills have seemed to have their number as of late. Who moves on to the Super Bowl? Let's find out. We start on the first drive, Knight on a draw up the middle, gain of 8. Following play, back to Knight, bounces it outside, has the first, down near the 40. A play later, Oakland with the blitz, gets it out. Wells got behind the defense. He's all by himself inside the 20. Do they have the angle on him? No, they don't, and the Buffalo Bills score first on the big play. Buffalo has it again at the end of the first. Knight powering through for a gain of 6. We're now at the start of the second quarter. Knight getting skinny has the first. The following play, Oakland brings the blitz. Pressure can't get there. Hogan in space, trying to be a hero, but chased down. After the big play, great protection all day to throw, no pressure whatsoever. Thomas goes deep to the end zone, incomplete, but there is a flag, PI on the defense. They'll put them at the 1, and instead of running it with Knight to the end zone, and it's picked off. What were they thinking there? Buffalo has it again, and on the first play of the drive, Knight with a carry gets peanut punched, and Oakland recovers. Back-to-back turnover for the Bills. We're now in the final minute of the half. Lawrence throws, somehow caught. That puts them in field goal range. Quick drop, Vega with the catch. 30 seconds left in the half. Lawrence throws, Daniels can't hold on. Oakland will attempt a 35-yard kick. It hooks back in. They're now down 7-3. Buffalo will have 1 second to make something happen, and that's all they need. Wells in stride, gets separation inside the 30, the 20, and caught near the 10 to end the first half. We start the second half with a punt from Oakland. Hall has returned a punt for a touchdown before. It'll be fielded from his own 40, has blockers, angles towards the sideline. He has a few guys to beat, but they have the angle. From the 28, Thomas, again, great protection down the middle. Osborne holds on. They're at the 10, they choose to run it. Knight powering down to the 5. Last time they were at the 2, they threw an interception. They do it again, brought out to the 3. I'm sure they'd rather have kneeled it for a touchback. Buffalo would force Oakland to another punt. Hall had a good return on the last one. This is another booming kick fielded near midfield. Finds room down to the 38. Buffalo has missed out on 3 opportunities for touchdowns. They'll have another one here. They're now inside the red zone. 3rd and 8, and Walton does it again. It's now 1st and goal. You'd think they'd learned their lesson from throwing. Hall down to the 1. It's now the start of the 4th quarter. Pitch, Knight, and would you look at that, running got them their 2nd touchdown on the day. Oakland hasn't had the best showing today, still plenty of time, triple coverage complete. A play later, Lawrence feeling pressure going deep, has a man knocked out. It's now 3rd and 11, gets rid of it quickly, falls incomplete. They're actually going to go for it. Buffalo brings the blitz and they get to him. Mendoza still got it. Buffalo would go 3 and out, forcing a 39-yard kick to make it a 2-touchdown lead. They're now up 17-3. Just under 3 minutes, Lawrence under pressure, down the middle, knocked out again. It's now 3rd and long. They do a shovel pass to make 4th down easier. Now they only need 5 to convert. Lawrence is picked off by Horsley. Buffalo would go 3 and out again, chewing up the clock. 34-yard attempt to make it a 3-score lead, 20-3. Oakland will need a Heidi moment to make something happen. Lawrence floats to the sideline, caught. They rush back to the line, not giving a chance to challenge. Lawrence parks with the catch inside the 40. The following play, Buffalo brings the blitz. Lawrence with time to the sideline again, parks with the catch. They say no. Oakland challenges the call, and the play is overturned. They're now down to the 10, 1st and goal. Lawrence is picked off by Rodgers, who tells them to get out of my neighborhood, and they'll end the game. The Buffalo Bills are now going to their 11th Super Bowl in 22 seasons. I'm not even sure what to say at this point. I wasn't expecting them to be dominant, but, well, let's go get our 10th ring. Unfortunately, we won't be facing the Lions. Instead, we'll be facing the 49ers for the 3rd time. We are now at our 11th Super Bowl in the video. Missed out on an opportunity of having our starting quarterback last year, Ricky Oliver, play against our new quarterback this year, Wayne Thomas in the Super Bowl. Instead, we'll have to watch a third rematch against the Bills and the 49ers. Buffalo has won both of their matchups against them in the Super Bowl. One was a shutout, the other was a much closer game. Is today the day that San Francisco gets one on them? Let's get it on. We start on the first drive, Knight up the middle, gain of 5. A play later, third down, roll out, Thomas with time, Hall stretches out for the catch in the first. The next play, 49ers bring the blitz, Thomas gets it out, Hall got behind the defense and ain't nobody going to catch him. The old man in the Hall has been such a huge part of our success. Buffalo's up 7-0. We skip to the start of the second quarter, same score, Greer with the catch. It's now third down on the drive, Martin is picked off by Horsley, has one guy to beat down the sideline inside the 10, and the Bills are now up 14-0 after the pick 6. We move to the second half, Buffalo with the ball, Thomas down the middle, Wells with a catch. Following play, Knight up the middle, powers through for a gain of 7. 2nd and 3, Thomas quick pass, Osborne breaks a tackle, and what is this defense doing? Another missed tackle, and they just seem unprepared out there. Buffalo is now up 21-0 after that play. We're now in the fourth quarter, 49ers trying to climb out of this hole, and that's not gonna help. 3rd and 3, play action rolls out, Martin, I don't know what he's doing, throws incomplete. They're going to go for it on 4th and 13. They kind of have to, and Mendoza gets to him, playing the greatest hits today, aren't they? I wouldn't be surprised if all they do is run out the clock, 5 on the carry. The following play, they go back to Knight, gets skinny, has the first. It's now 3rd and goal from the 4, Norris on the pitch, and he gets in to make it 28-0. At this point, the 49ers are just trying to avoid a second shutout, Greer with the first. Following play, they hand it off, nope, play action, Martin to Buchanan. This has been their most promising drive so far, to the flat, Burns has room, powers through, has the first, shakes off another, down the sideline, out at the 25. A play later, Martin in the pocket, Douglas can't hold on. It's now 3rd down, they bring the blitz, Martin gets rid of it, knocked down, but there is a flag, face mask on the defense. It was an incidental face mask, needing 5 yards, they get 3. Can Buffalo hold the shutout? Martin, Nelson, open and dropped. That's pretty much how this game has been for them. That is now our 10th Super Bowl win. It's been straight up dominance by this Buffalo franchise. I mean, it hasn't been 19-0 each season, but the fact that this team has managed that with 11 Super Bowl appearances, I would really love to see someone else do a 30-year rebuild. I want to know if the emulator just makes it easier. Like I said, I do plan on doing another one on the 360 to see if I can subconsciously cheat the system, because clearly I'm doing something. I don't even know what it is, but I'm doing it. I've been actively trying to sabotage the seasons to make the video shorter, and it isn't working. Anyhow, we won with Batman's papa. He also won Super Bowl MVP. What else can we do, really? Well, we got one more season to find out. It's the finale, y'all. Gary Barber will be retiring. Angel Nichols, old name, retiring in Detroit. Joshua Boyd is calling it early in Seattle. Jermaine Kim is retiring in Chicago. John Davis retiring in Cincinnati. On to re-signings. The old man in the hall will finish with us. Mac Graves, backup defensive tackle, he gone. Ricky Malone, backup linebacker, he gone. Mitchell Edwards, backup inside linebacker, he gone. Herman Andrews, he's still got one more year left in him. Owen Hayes, backup corner, he gone. Vernon Henderson, he'll also finish with us. Off to free agency, and I skipped. We have the 14th pick, the 18th pick, and the 32nd pick. I traded backup tight end Neil Hall, packaged him with the 14th and 18th pick, so we can have a hundo tight end. Then I traded the 32nd pick for Oakland's 2nd and 4th. With Oakland's 2nd round pick, got an outside linebacker. With our original 2nd, got a defensive tackle. With Oakland's 4th round, drafted a strong safety that allows me to move on from Miller, traded him to Tampa Bay with a future 5th. Leon Mann will back up Horsley this year. Looks like Batman's papa didn't improve much. Hammond, on the other hand, regressed hard. Oliver is going to hunt me after this video. Knight is back up to an 88. It looks like Henderson's career is done. Wells is still elite. Everyone else on a contract year. Cole was traded for since Osborne has been disappointing. Byard is 3 points away from being elite. Both our guards are elite. Nash is our best player. On average, we have an elite line. Lopez is elite. Erickson will be a backup this year. Alvarez and Reynolds both improved again. Gomez and Simpson Jefferson will be the outside linebackers. Horsley still elite. Man is injured. Andrews had a slight regression, but we're stacked at corner. Duck Dodgers is no longer elite. Robertson is at free safety. Here are the final sliders. Now, for the final time in the video, let's simulate the season. Started 3-3, finished 12-4, missed out on home field and a bye week. We will be without 2 of our guards for the playoffs. Looks like the Dark Knight has risen. Speaking of Knight, he had his best year. Ross has finally become the weapon we hoped for. Wells was right behind him. Old man in the hall is still kicking. Hundo put up a good performance. Horsley led the team in tackles and interceptions. Gomez had a similar year. Simpson was meh. Don Lopez led the team in sacks. Alvarez continues his consistent career. Same thing with Reynolds, very consistent. I should have started Leif Erikson Day. Hinga-dinga-durgan. Washington didn't perform nearly as well. Andrews led all the corners in interceptions. Duck Dodgers is still a playmaker. Bowen was second in interceptions for corners. Rogers was tied with him with 2. Glover had a slight down year. Henderson is done. We will face the 7-9 Broncos in the wild card. Well, would you look at what we got here? A playoff game with no snow around. Are we sure we're in Buffalo? Either way, the Bills will be hosting the 7-9 Denver Broncos. They're totally not going to beastquake us here, right? We start this one late in the first. Broncos ball, Murray with a gain of 5. Following play, Schultz like a statue throws, Hubert with a catch. Now put them near midfield. Murray with a carry, bounces it outside, shakes off a tackle, has the first out at the 34. It's now third down on the drive at the 29 and the pass is incomplete. This kick will be the final play in the first quarter and the Broncos get the first points in the game. Is there an upset coming? Feels like there's an upset coming. The Broncos will have it again. Play action, Schultz running out of time, sacked. From the 10-yard line, they're going to throw again. The pass is tipped. Turns out it was his own lineman. Illegal touching. They'll put them back to the 5. Pitch, Murray. It's a fumble. Still on the ground. Buffalo recovers at the 1. The very next play, Knight with a carry hits a wall, bounces it outside for the lead. What a terrible sequence of events for Denver. Plenty of time for the Broncos to reclaim the lead before half. Hubert with the catch. Now the 2-minute warning. Schwartz down the middle. Jefferson with the play. Unable to keep the drive going, they'll attempt a 53-yard kick. Not even close. We now skip to the start of the third. Thomas somehow gets that to Cole near the 40. A play later, they give it to Knight up the middle, squeaks through, shakes off a tackle, and there he goes. He's not the fastest man on the field, but once he gets going, he's hard to stop. Buffalo is now up 14-3. Denver is still in it if they can score once to the flat. Henry with a gain of 6. Following play, they give it to Murray up the middle, finds room, gets the first. We're now in the fourth quarter, same drive, third down, Schwartz overthrows it. It's now fourth down in the pocket, Schwartz to Jefferson, can't hold on, turnover on downs. Denver did force a 3-and-out that would lead to a field goal by Buffalo to make it 17-3. Denver still in it, all they need is one touchdown. Jefferson drops it again. It's now third and long, they bring the blitz. Schwartz off target, incomplete. It's fourth down, once again they need to convert. Schwartz incomplete, turnover on downs. Same thing as last time, they force Buffalo to another field goal. They're now up 20-3. At this point, Denver is in desperation mode and the first play on the new drive is picked off. This also led to another field goal attempt and the final points in the game. The Buffalo Bills easily take care of business after it looked like they might be upsetted today. It's been a while since we've seen the Bills on the wild card, hasn't it? They'll now be moving on to a more familiar round, the divisional. They'll be taking on the Houston Texans. No need to worry about the weather as this game is being played inside a dome. The 12-4 Houston Texans take on the 12-4 Buffalo Bills. These two also have quite a history against each other. This will be the final time they face off here in the playoffs. Who will win? Let's find out. The Bills will start the game with the ball. Thomas to Ross, shakes off a tackle near midfield. Following play from the shotgun, Thomas down the middle, Wells with a catch in the first. They're now in Houston territory. Thomas, Hogan, there is a flag. PI will give them a new set of downs. Buffalo in the shotgun again, great protection. Thomas has Wells wide open inside the 10. A play later, they don't run it. Thomas steps up, throws, tipped and caught by Cole. That puts them at the 1. They run a draw, tackled behind the line. They'll attempt a 19-yard field goal and Buffalo gets the first points. We skip to later in the first. Buffalo has it again. Knight with a carry for a gain of 9. 2nd and 1, they don't run it. Great protection to the flat. The fullback Lloyd with the first. They're now near midfield, feeling pressure, gets rid of it. Ross with the catch inside the 30. It's now 3rd down on the drive from the shotgun. Thomas is picked off. He baited him on the throw and nobody is going to catch him. Houston will take the lead with the pick 6 and gives a little disrespects on the way in. Houston up 7-3. Buffalo was down early last week, same thing here, and sacked. They'll make it a 3rd and long to start the 2nd quarter. Thomas is picked off for the 2nd time, brought back to the 20. After the turnover, 3rd and long for Houston, down the middle, Reese inside the 5. From the 3, play action, pressure getting there. What? Well, just like Buffalo drew it up from inside their own 10, trying to get room for the punter, they get the first. Another 3rd down on the drive, Thomas down the middle, Wells with a catch at the 32. Following play, Knight up the middle, gets skinny, has space in the 1st. We're at the 2-minute warning, empty back set, Thomas going deep, floats it, Cole with the catch. From the 31, draw up the middle, Knight gain of 6. A play later, 3rd and 2, Thomas like a statue, Ross with the first. They're now inside the 20, another 3rd down, Cole has a blocker tackled short. That very long drive only leads to a field goal from Buffalo. They're now only down by a point. There's still 13 seconds left in the half. Reese to Alexander, gets by one guy. Doug Rogers is the only one who can bring him down inside the 30. With 4 seconds left, they'll attempt a 46-yard kick, tries to hook back in, hits the goal post, no good. We skip to the 3rd quarter, same score. The pass is tipped and picked off by Robertson inside the 20. Spin move, down at the 12. Inside the red zone, Knight with the carry has a lane inside the 10. The next play, they go back to Knight up the middle, tackled short. 3rd and 1, a beautiful counter pitch. Knight walks in. Plays like that remind me why I do this. Buffalo is up 13-7. Houston has a chance to reclaim the lead. Alexander with the first. Following play, Burns up the middle. Nice move. Gain of 6. We're now at the start of the 4th quarter. 3rd down. Reese is picked off by Gomez. Outruns the tackle. 2 linemen to beat. Here comes Burns to prevent the touchdown. They'll start the drive at the 13. Thomas on the scramble. The following play, quick drop to the end zone. Ross with the catch in between the coverage. Buffalo extends their lead 20-7. We now go to the final 2 minutes of the game. All they have to do is run out the clock to move on. A 1st down will seal the win. Knight, and it's a fumble recovered by Houston. Hold on now. From the 25, Reese throws deep. Alexander tackled at the 1 to make it a 1-score game again, and it's picked off by Robertson. There's no one in front of him, and he'll take this one. Well, wait a minute. Is he catching up? Hold up, that's not fair. Did someone check if he was wearing wheelies? He's zooming, but too little too late. Buffalo is now up 27-7. With 90 seconds left in the game, Houston has to pull something out. Reese, Alexander, and there he goes. To be fair, the entire defense is tired after the pick 6. Houston will make it 27-14. All Houston has to do is recover the onside kick and score 2 more times. It bounces off a player and recovered by Houston, but the refs say it was touched by a Texan first. They'll have another attempt at an onside kick. Good bounce, Buffalo touched it, but nobody has recovered it. Who has it? Osborne comes up with the ball, and that's how this one will end. Buffalo will now be moving on to the AFC Conference round for the final time in the video, where they'll be taking on the San Diego Chargers and will have a second chance to have a match against Detroit in the Super Bowl. Of course, it wouldn't be a playoff run if there wasn't a rainy or snowy day. Today it'll be in the rain here in San Diego as the number 1 seed Chargers will take on the number 4 seed Bills. Who will move on to the Super Bowl? Let's find out. On the second play of the game, O'Brien goes deep. Hogan was wide open down the sideline. Robertson can't make the play, and there he goes. Inside the 10, San Diego makes a statement on their first drive of the game. How does Buffalo answer back? Knight up the middle for a gain of 5. Following play, pitch Knight left side, poor blocking, gain of 4. 3rd and 1, they don't run, pressure getting there. Wells with the catch, loops back around to the 45. On the new set of downs, Knight up the middle, finds a lane, gain of 5. A play later, later, 3rd and 5, Thomas throws Ross with the first. They're in San Diego territory. Thomas sidearms it, Hall with the catch down at the 25. Another 3rd down on the drive. Thomas with time, tipped and picked off. The rain might become a factor today. First play after the turnover, O'Brien going deep towards the sideline. Well, rain isn't bothering them. Final play of the first quarter, 3rd down, O'Brien finds Graves down the middle for the first. It's now the second quarter, 2nd down, O'Brien to Shaw at the sticks. San Diego hasn't had any problems moving on this defense. Nunez with space and it's a fumble. Recovered by Buffalo. San Diego would get the ball back again. Nunez up the middle, gain of 9. 2nd and 1, pitch, Nunez left side, gets a block, powers through for the first. From inside the 40, O'Brien throws, Hogan with a catch, turns the corner around inside the red zones. Now 3rd down, play action, O'Brien, Hogan, touchdown, made that look too easy. Chargers up 14-0. There's still time left in the half. Thomas to Ross down at the 43. A play later from the single back set, Thomas, Hogan at midfield. 3rd and 2, Thomas to the out route, Wells with space in the first. Over 2 minutes left in the half, Thomas with time down the middle, Cole with the catch. They're now at the 24. Thomas throws a floater, Ross takes a hit, the flag was PI on the defense. There's now 36 seconds left, 3rd down and the pass is tipped, incomplete. That brings out the kicking unit, 32 yards, Henderson squeaks it inside the upright and they're now down 14-3. We skip to the final minute of the 3rd, Knight gets skinny and he's rumbling and there he goes. This is what you got to do when it's raining the way it is. Play some backyard football. We skip to the 4th quarter, Chargers ball, Buffalo needs to make a stop, 7 on the carry. 2nd and 3, Nunez runs over man to extend the drive. 2 minutes left in the game, 3rd and 4, Nunez gets the first. Bills have one last chance here, pitch, Nunez gets to the outside, gain of 7. 3rd and 4, game comes down to this, Nunez untouched for the first. And that's how this game will end. Buffalo's defense, which has been dominant, struggled today, and I also noticed that some players were on the field that they shouldn't have been. Talking about Horsley, he was replaced by Mann for some reason. Of course, Detroit would win their matchup. Twice we were denied of having a banger of a Super Bowl. At least Oliver and Thomas both proved to be franchise guys. After 30 seasons, 90 hours of recording, 122 written pages, and so many more hours of editing and putting it all together, I have come to the decision that I will never retire. I'll probably do another one in the future, but I need a vacation. With that being said, a 2K5 Detroit Lions series on the Xbox 360 has piqued my interest, but I do have another 30-year series and many projects I want to do before I get to that. I'll see you all in the next video.
The following is a special presentation from ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. 32 teams start the season with the same dream: get to the Super Bowl.
Say you wanna be a superstar. GBs, that's what we are. Clubbing style, you can't get far. Use a shot call when you be at the bar. You think it's easy being a real GB? Been in this game for years, you can't see me. Like the rap is gone, every bringing it back.
Look at him go! The 20, the 10, touchdown!